The journey of a Pokémon researcher. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Doodly Caravan. The sound of the bell that scared Mulang away became clearer and clearer. Everyone waited anxiously for the other party to arrive. Everyone thought that something that could scare away such a brutal thief like Mulang must be something extraordinary. During this silent waiting, a black line appeared on the horizon. With the help of a telescope, everyone finally saw the true face of the person coming, a Doodly Caravan. Great, it's a Doodly Caravan, the captain said in surprise. Doodly is a bird Pokemon with flying attributes. Although it can't fly, it is extremely good at running. It has strong load-bearing capacity and survival ability, so it is often used as a mount by people. However, Doodly is a kind of elf rarely seen in the Unova region. In his impression, only the Doodly tribe in this desert breeds Doodly on a large scale. The caravan in front of him uses Doodly as a means of transportation to transport goods, so it is obviously a caravan of the Doodly tribe. The leader of the caravan is a young brown-haired woman. She is not beautiful, but her figure is extremely hot. At first glance, she often rides Doodly to exercise. Seeing the airship and the people on the ground, she controlled Doodly and ran over. Hello. I am Maggie from the Doodly tribe. It seems that you have encountered some difficulties. Is there anything I can help you with? Hello. Miss Maggie, we encountered sand bandits. There was a small accident during the battle, so that the airship was damaged. Now we are waiting for rescue, said the captain. The experienced captain omitted the specific process and results of the battle with the sand bandits, so that the other party could not figure out his strength. Sand bandits. The woman frowned. Are you mistaken? This area has always been safe for us. How could there be sand bandits? Could they be those guys who came from somewhere? They actually dared to cause trouble in our tribal territory. They really don't know their own life or death. The captain shook his head. I don't know about that. My airship has been running this route. Although it is not the first time I have encountered bandits, it is also the first time I have been robbed in this desert. You are from the Doodly tribe. Your tribe is still so powerful. Even Mulang, who is relatively famous in the underworld of Hezhong, was scared away when he heard your ringtone. Mulang. Maggie repeated, and then asked anxiously, was it Mulang who robbed you just now? Yes. The captain nodded. I heard that he suffered a lot at the hands of others before. I didn't expect that he is still so strong. If it weren't for Xuanjian, we would be in danger. What's the matter, Maggie? Do you have a grudge against him too? Yes, Maggie responded softly, but Xuanjian always felt that this was not an affirmative meaning. What are you going to do now? I think the airbag of the airship seems to be damaged. Without discussing Mulang's topic, Maggie asked. Hey, I have sent out a distress signal, but there seems to be no response. However, according to the scheduled itinerary, the airship will arrive tomorrow morning. If we don't show up by then, someone will naturally come to rescue us. There are enough supplies on the airship to support a week. The captain said. Sorry, Captain. Xuanjian said ashamedly. If it weren't for his fire dinosaur, everyone should have set off again now. It's okay, kid, it's not your fault. The captain patted Xuanjian's shoulder and comforted him. It's getting late now, and we should rest. Since we just happened to meet you, let's camp here today. Maggie said. Welcome. The captain said, with you, we are safer. The other party is the largest tribe in this area. With their joining, no one will dare to easily pay attention to their side. Then, Maggie asked others to unload the goods on Doodly and began to set up camp around the airship. Originally, Xuanjian's fate with the Doodly tribe ended here, but unexpectedly, that night, the fire dinosaur actually became seriously ill due to its injuries. Even though Duoge, a breeder, treated it, she could only stabilize its condition, but could not completely cure it. After all, she was just a breeder. According to the captain, the rescue team would not arrive until the morning of the day after tomorrow at the earliest, but the fire dinosaur's condition obviously could not be delayed any longer. In the end, it was Maggie who told Xuanjian that half a day's journey away from here was the town where they traded, where there was an elf center. So Xuanjian and Duoga decided to join Maggie's caravan and go to the town to treat the fire dinosaur. The next morning, after saying goodbye to everyone on the airship, Xuanjian and Duoga set off with a Duduli caravan. The Duduli of the caravan was trained and had a very good set of manning. In addition, they were equipped with special reins and saddles, so Xuanjian and Duoga learned to ride simply without much effort. Then, under the leadership of the leading Duduli, the whole team accelerated. There is no desert in the Kanto area, so the Duduli in Kanto live on the grassland, so Xuanjian and Duoga also saw Duduli running in the desert for the first time. Their sharp and powerful claws will open as much as possible when they land, expanding the contact area with the ground to reduce the pressure generated, and when they pull up, their toes shrink and gather together to reduce the resistance brought by the sand as much as possible. The desert is full of dangers. Many places look safe, but they are actually quicksand. Once you step on it, you will sink into it. The slender legs of Duduli perfectly solve this problem. They can always pull it up in time before their legs are completely trapped, and then run forward and quickly pass through the quicksand area. Every time I see this scene, Xuanjian thinks that the person who came up with the idea of using Duduli to form a caravan is really a genius. How is it? Are you used to it? The leader Maggie skillfully controlled Duduli and came to Xuanjian and Duoga. There is a bell hanging on her Duduli, which is the symbol of the leader. The bell sound that scared away the sand bandits yesterday was made by this bell. Very good, Sister Maggie. It's a good idea to use Duduli as a caravan transporter. Xuanjian praised. Of course. Maggie said proudly, this is the idea of my grandpa. Grandpa's original elf was a Duduli, and these Duduli are its descendants. It is because of the Duduli caravan that our tribe has become the most powerful tribe in this desert. Are there many tribes in this desert? Duoga asked curiously. This desert is not very big. There are still 5 tribes now, and most of the other tribes have declined and disbanded. Because this place is far away from the central area of Unova, the population is very sparse, and the economy is very backward. The Alliance's supervision over this place is not strong enough, and it is unwilling to send too much power to govern here, so the people in this desert are almost all self-governing according to the ancient tradition by each tribe. Maggie replied. Xuanjian nodded. It turned out to be self-governing. No wonder there are guys like sand bandits who blatantly rob. This behavior is simply not technically demanding. If it were in those big cities, Juncha would have killed it long ago. In this way, Duduli kept running until he reached the target town. Seeing Duduli running all the way without any sign of fatigue, Xuanjian couldn't help but sigh again at Duduli's toughness. He didn't feel tired at all even when running with a load at such a high speed. He was indeed an elf with 3 heads and 3 hearts and lungs. After arriving at the town, Maggie told the other members of the caravan to send the goods to the trade first, and then she took Xuanjian to the elf center. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Joey asked enthusiastically as soon as she entered the door, and next to her was a doll, which was a unique partner of Joey in the Unova region. Miss Joey, my elf is sick because of injury, please help me treat it. Xuanjian said, handing over 3 elf balls together with the illustrated book. Hey, Joey took the illustrated book and elf ball, checked it and said, this is not the illustrated book of the Unova region, but it is indeed yours. Forget it, I will help you treat the elf first. Then he walked into the treatment room with the doll and the elf ball. Thank you, Miss Joy. Xuanjian bowed deeply. He had forgotten that his illustrated book was from Kanto and had not been registered in Unova. He was an illegal here. Fortunately, Miss Joy was reasonable and did not care. In a sense, the Orange Islands could not be regarded as an independent alliance. Moreover, since it was a tourist area, it was very easy for foreign tourists to register. But Unova was different. It was a large area comparable to Kanto, so it was very troublesome to register. This was the same as it was very easy to go to those small countries in the previous life, but it was very difficult to go to those powerful countries. Don't worry. Maggie patted Xuanjian's shoulder and comforted him. Miss Joy is a very good person. We have not registered in the alliance, but we often ask her to help treat the elves. You only need to pay for some of the medicine yourself. It won't be expensive. Well, Xuanjian nodded. Although he was not a rich man, he could still afford the treatment costs. He was afraid that Joy would not help him with the treatment. You should know that no matter which world, doctors have always been a scarce resource. In order to protect the interests of registered trainers in the Alliance, in the metropolis of Kanto, Joy is not allowed to take over the treatment of non-Alliance Pokémons without permission. An hour later, Joy reappeared in front of the 3 people. But she did not immediately return the Pokeball to Xuanjian as in the animation, but said, "The injuries of Mantis and Butterfree are not serious. They are normal combat injuries, and they have received some effective treatments before, so they will recover soon. I am checking them, but Charmeleon is much more serious." Ah! Xuanjian was shocked, grabbed Joy's hand and asked, "What's wrong with Charmeleon? Miss Joy, you must save it." "Humph, seeing how anxious you are, I'll forgive you." Joy pulled Xuanjian's hand away, and said slowly, "You trainers, equipping Pokémons with props casually, this is a very bad behavior, you know." Ah! Xuanjian looked at Joy in confusion, not knowing what she meant. Elves can use props, but you can't let them fight as soon as you equip them with props. There is no adaptation period, and they can't fully understand the changes before and after equipping props. This way, they are easily injured in battle. Your Charmeleon must have used props that suddenly increased its defense and special defense in battle, so it was overconfident in its defense and suffered serious injuries. I'm very sorry. Xuanjian admitted his mistake sincerely. He ignored the fact that this is not a game, and props cannot be used skillfully immediately after being equipped. Ms. Joey, I'm sorry, Xuanjian didn't mean it. It was because we encountered sand bandits and the situation was urgent that he did this. Duoga defended Xuanjian. No, I was wrong. I really didn't think of this. Xuanjian stopped Duoga and admitted his mistake sincerely. Then Miss Joey, can you tell me how my Charmeleon is doing? Well, the attitude is not bad. Joey nodded, acknowledging Xuanjian's apology, and then said, as for your Charmeleon, I can only say sorry, you will never see it again. Ah. What? How could it be? Xuanjian was shocked. That little injury shouldn't cause any problems to Charmeleon? Is it because it took too long? Thinking of the fact that Charmeleon had encountered an accident because of his mistake, Xuanjian's heart was full of regret for a while. I just want to ask, are there any female readers? I wish you a happy Girls' Day. Each of you is a goddess. Ahem, if you are single, you can consider developing within the book Friends. I am also 38 years old. Chapter 127, Viridian Forest. You're scared. Miss Joy looked at the two people with disbelief on their faces, and then continued slowly, because it's not a Charmeleon now, but a Charizard. Hearing what Joy said, Xuanjian was stunned for a moment before reacting, and asked excitedly, you mean it evolved? Charmeleon, it's okay without Charizard. Of course it's okay, what will happen with me here? Don't you believe in my skills? Joy asked. No, of course not. Thank you Miss Joy. Xuanjian didn't care about being angry about Miss Joy teasing him just now, as long as the Charizard was okay. They still need to stay at the Pokémon Center to recuperate. You can live in the Pokémon Center. But in exchange for helping you treat your Pokémon, you have to do me a favor. No problem, Xuanjian nodded. It was not too much to do a favor for the other party to help him treat his Pokémon. But I don't know what it is. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. Okay, you guys go quickly. You're taking up my time. Maybe someone will come to treat them later. Yes, thank you. The three replied, and then walked out of the Pokémon Center. However, Xuanjian was a little skeptical. With a deserted look of this Pokémon Center, would there be other trainers coming? Don't mind it, Joey just likes to joke around. He's actually a very nice person. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Miss Maggie defended Joey. She often brought injured Pokémon here for treatment and was very familiar with this Joey. It's okay, I'm not angry. Xuanjian smiled at Maggie, indicating that he was not angry. Not to mention that what Joey said was indeed very reasonable, and with a great event of Charmeleon evolving into Charizard, how could he get angry? Xuanjian had no objection to the fact that Charizard was also asked by Joy to stay in the Pokémon Center for observation and recuperation for a few days before being discharged. By the way, Sister Maggie, what kind of request will Miss Joy make? Xuanjian asked. Although he had already agreed to help the other party, Xuanjian always felt that the request made by the other party would not be simple, so he asked Maggie first. I don't know about this, Maggie shook her head, although this Miss Joy is easy to get along with, she is actually very eccentric. No one can guess her thoughts at all. Maybe she just wants you to make a face for her or something. Well, it's really unpredictable, just as naughty as Zoroya. Xuanjian said helplessly. Haha, you are right, Zoroya is the name of this Joy. Xuanjian. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Maggie asked Xuanjian and Duoga to go around, and she went to deal with the ore trading. Duoga wanted to go to the market to see and learn about the unique ingredients in the Unova region. Although he wanted to go with her, Xuanjian still refused her invitation because he had more important things to do. Due to the monsoon, the precipitation here changes greatly. Taking the central axis of the town as a decomposition, the eastern area has very little precipitation. The surface is the desert where Xuanjian encountered sand bandits before, while the western area is directly the largest forest in the Unova region, the Yash Forest. There should have been grassland as a transition between the two environments, but under the strange precipitation decomposition, the grassland completely disappeared. Xuanjian's biggest purpose in coming to Unova this time is to evolve his Eevee into a leaf elf. Before, Xuanjian was still thinking about what excuse to use to go back to the Yash Forest from Shuanglong City. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, he actually came directly to the destination. However, although he came to the Yash Forest, not every rock here is moss rock, which can help Eevee evolve. And it obviously takes a lot of time to find moss rock in such a large forest, so Xuanjian rejected Duoga's invitation and said that he wanted to walk around. After separating from Duoga, Xuanjian walked towards the forest outside the town. The outermost forest was obviously artificially modified. Most of the trees were fruit trees useful to humans. A large number of pigeons lived in it. These little guys looked stupid and were not afraid of people. Xuanjian was not interested in these little guys. These little guys were too ordinary and not worth his efforts to cultivate. The moss rocks he was looking for would not appear outside the forest. He needed to go deep into the natural forest areas. The so-called moss rocks were not a special kind of stone, but those stones covered with the moss in the forest. The formation of this kind of stone requires sufficient light and humidity, so it only exists in forests with tropical rainforest climate conditions. Moss, as a moss plant, although it looks very inconspicuous, is actually a pioneer in the development of plants. They can synthesize and secrete an acid that dissolves the rocks little by little, and eventually turns them into soil, providing conditions for the growth of other plants. Therefore, the moss rocks have the power to stimulate the grass attribute genes in Eevee's body and allow Eevee to evolve into a leaf elf. As Xuanjian went deeper into the jungle, the vegetation gradually became denser and denser, but this did not hinder Xuanjian, who had been patrolling the forest with his father since he was a child. Xuanjian skillfully separated the plants and kept looking for his target. Soon, Xuanjian found several mossy rocks, but these rocks were not to his liking. Most elves have multiple characteristics, which are very helpful for their survival and have little difference in value, but for trainers, different characteristics are very different. For example, the leaf elves that Xuanjian is about to evolve have two characteristics in his memory, namely leaf defense and chlorophyll. If they survive in nature, the leaf elves evolved with the help of trainers and were not found under natural conditions. The two characteristics are not much different. Leaf defense can help them avoid abnormal conditions such as poisoning and burns, which are very deadly to wild elves. The chlorophyll characteristic can help them escape from danger or defeat opponents, so the two are not much different for leaf elves. But for trainers, the chlorophyll characteristic that can greatly increase speed is undoubtedly more precious. Xuanjian naturally hopes that his Eevee will acquire chlorophyll after evolution, but the changes before and after the evolution of Eevee are very different, and the characteristics are completely irrelevant. If nothing unexpected happens, the Eevee of Xuanjian will be the first leaf Pokémon, and there is no experience for Xuanjian to refer to. Therefore, how to make it acquire the characteristics of chlorophyll is a problem that Xuanjian needs to consider. It has been decided long ago that Eevee will evolve into a leaf Pokémon. Xuanjian has naturally made a series of preparations to make it acquire the characteristics of chlorophyll, and even carried out a special study on how to make the Pokémon acquire the desired characteristics after evolution. The objects of this study are those Pokémon whose characteristics will change before and after evolution. At present, Xuanjian has only 1.5 data on hand. Gyarados counts as 1, and Mantis counts as half. Mantis counts as half because its characteristics are only light metal and different from before. Although the data is insufficient, it does not prevent Xuanjian from making bold assumptions. The existence of all things is not without reason, and there is a direct or indirect connection between all things. So, Xuanjian thought, no matter which type of Eevee evolved, their offspring would only be Eevee with more possible general attributes, rather than Eevee with the same attributes as their parents. This situation can undoubtedly ensure that the next generation can evolve into a more suitable individual according to the environment, which is a proof that the elves adapt to the environment. In this case, when Eevee activates a gene of a certain attribute in the gene for evolution, will it be affected by the environment and produce the most suitable characteristics for the environment? Based on this idea, Xuanjian speculated that if Eevee evolved in a place with sparse trees, it would be more inclined to evolve chlorophyll characteristics, because the creatures active in these places are good at running, and Eevee evolved in a place with dense vegetation is more likely to obtain leaf defense characteristics, because there are more poisonous creatures in these places, and obtaining leaf characteristics can avoid poisoning. Although there is no evidence to support it, this conjecture is still very reasonable, at least better than taking a chance without any assurance. Therefore, Xuanjian wanted to find a moss stone located in an open woodland to help Eevee evolve. After searching for an afternoon, Xuanjian had no harvest. Most moss stones are in dark and humid places, while those places with sparse vegetation and suitable for running are undoubtedly relatively dry, and there are few moss stones. So, after searching for an afternoon, Xuanjian did not find the moss stone he liked, and finally had to return empty-handed. With Miss Joy's consent, Xuanjian and Duoga naturally stayed at the Elf Center that night. According to Miss Joy, there were not many people in the Elf Center anyway, so it would be better to give it to people in need instead of wasting it empty. Xuanjian was not moved by this, because Miss Joy also said, "How can I let you work well for me if I don't let you eat and drink well? I'm not that kind of cruel person." Since there were not many people here, Miss Joy simply had dinner with Xuanjian and Duoga. While eating, Xuanjian couldn't help thinking about where to find moss stones every day, so he was a little absent-minded. As a result, Miss Joy knocked on his bowl and scolded him, "What are you thinking about? If children don't eat well, they won't grow tall." Sorry, Xuanjian accepted Joy's kind reminder, and at the same time avoided her finger that was stretched out to knock on his forehead, and said, "I was thinking, where are the trees sparse, but there are moss stones? Miss Joy has lived here for a long time, maybe she can provide some valuable information." The bullet didn't hit Xuanjian's forehead. Joy looked regretful and replied perfunctorily, "How can there be moss stones in places where trees are sparse? If you think those trees are in the way, you can cut them down." Cut them down. Xuanjian's eyes lit up when he heard Joy's unrealistic words. When in the evergreen forest, Xuanjian visited some specially developed forest farms. The trees in those places would be cut down due to human needs, but then they would be replanted with various saplings and then allowed to grow naturally. After a long period of time, the saplings would slowly grow into big trees, and the environment there would slowly return to its original state. During the growth period of the saplings, the environment there was constantly changing. At first, there was a ground covered with fallen leaves and fungi exposed from the shade of the trees, then there was a grassland covered with grass, then there were bushes, and finally the forest was restored. The spirits active there also changed with the changes in the environment. The moss stone would not disappear immediately after the trees were cut down, but would slowly decay. If the cut forest land was moist enough, the moss stone might be able to support the forest to reappear. The grassland environment is undoubtedly extremely suitable for creatures that are good at running. If I can find a piece of moss stone located in the forest land during the recovery period after felling, then my guess can be verified whether it is correct. Thinking of this, Xuanjian immediately asked, "Ms. Joy, do you know where there is some land in the Yuanta forest that has been cut down recently?" "Of course I don't know. I don't cut wood, so how can I know? But you can ask the lumber mill on the east side of the Pokémon Center. They often cut down trees." "Thank you, Miss Joy." Xuanjian thanked, and then immediately ran to the door of the Pokémon Center. "Really, you don't eat well. How can you grow up to be a fat boy that everyone loves?" For book friends who want to develop, I can lend it to you in the comment area. Chapter 128 Centipede. Night is not suitable for exploring the forest, nor for Eevee to evolve, so Xuanjian just asked where the forest land for recuperation was. After asking clearly, Xuanjian returned to the Pokémon Center to rest. The next morning, he went to the forest alone. As for Duoga, she was busy studying the cuisine of the Unova region and had no intention of going with Xuanjian. Xuanjian was also very happy about this. After all, what he was doing now was very suspicious to outsiders, so it was better to hide it from them. With a clear goal, Xuanjian soon arrived at his destination, a piece of forest land that had just been cut down. After the lumberjacks cut down the trees and planted the saplings, the forest land entered the recovery period. Because the trees were cut down, the surface covered with fallen leaves was exposed first. Under the exposure of the sun and the scouring of rain, a large number of fungi were produced, and the original accumulated fallen leaves accelerated the decay and turned into nutrients. Suddenly, the fastest reacting herbaceous plants occupied this place. When Xuanjian arrived, it was a meadow full of various wildflowers. If nothing unexpected happens, in the following time, taller shrubs will replace the herbs and become the masters here, until the sky is blocked by the growing trees again. However, none of this is Xuanjian's business. The current state of the grass is the environment he needs. Looking around, Xuanjian soon found a huge moss rock. Probably because there is no shelter from the trees and it is directly exposed to the sun, the moss on the top of the moss rock has begun to grow a flower-like structure, ready to reproduce offspring, but the moss is still growing luxuriantly in the more light-sheltered area at the bottom. Come out, Eevee. Xuanjian summoned Eevee, and the little guy jumped into Xuanjian's arms as soon as he came out, rubbing against him intimately. Xuanjian touched its head, took off the immutable stone necklace on its neck, and placed it next to the moss rock. Next, he just needs to upgrade the level here. This is also the difference between the moss rock and the water stone, firestone, and thunderstone. It cannot help the elves evolve as soon as they come into contact. This is also the reason why the evolutionary type of leaf elves has not been discovered yet. Xuanjian was about to summon a Pokémon to practice with Eevee, when suddenly, a centipede ran out from behind the mossy rock and attacked Eevee with a poison needle. Obviously, this guy took Eevee as prey. The centipede is a poisonous and insect-type Pokémon unique to the Unova region. It is a Pokémon with great cultivation value. However, due to its extremely fast speed and the fact that it usually lives in dark and humid valleys, it is difficult to encounter. This piece of woodland has been cut down for a while and is not suitable for its survival. Most of these Pokémon should have moved away, but I didn't expect that there was still one left. Generally speaking, insect-type Pokémon are extremely timid in their larval stage. Unless they are in groups, they will not actively attack others. I didn't expect this one to dare to take Eevee as prey, which made Xuanjian feel very interesting. However, Eevee didn't need to command himself to deal with this little guy, so Xuanjian just watched the fun from the side. Eevee was having fun around the mossy rock, and suddenly felt a sense of danger, so he quickly dodged to the side, and then saw a poison needle shot on the ground where it was originally. Seeing that he was attacked by surprise, Eevee was extremely angry and immediately launched a counterattack. In a flash of lightning, Eevee used this skill first and slammed into the centipede. In response to Eevee's attack, the centipede did not dodge, but rolled up and turned into a tire, looking like its evolved wheel cocoon, and then used the rounding. Without time to make more preparations, the centipede was knocked out by Eevee. Although it was knocked out and looked very embarrassed, the centipede took the opportunity to resolve the damage caused by Eevee's collision. Then, the centipede used rolling and rushed towards Eevee. Xuanjian raised his eyebrows and found that the speed of the centipede seemed to have increased a little. It seems that the characteristic of this centipede is acceleration. Seeing that the opponent rushed over again without knowing whether to live or die, Eevee was a little angry. He turned around and used the iron tail on the rolling centipede, knocking it out again. But soon, the centipede rolled back again, and this time it was even faster. After 2 consecutive attacks, Ibrahimovic still hadn't solved the opponent, so he was naturally a little annoyed, but he also understood the opponent's trick of using the opponent's force, so he didn't fall for it. He jumped lightly to avoid it, and then sent a shadow ball to the opponent. If you continue to use physical skills on it, it will be difficult to prevent the opponent from using force, so the power of rolling will become stronger and stronger. The shadow ball accurately hit the centipede, causing its curled wheels to loosen under the impact, and the rolling skill was also interrupted. Seeing that the attack was effective, Ibrahimovic immediately used shadow balls one after another on it. The centipede didn't dare to confront it head-on and could only dodge continuously. When the centipede dodged the attack, its speed became faster and faster, and Ibrahimovic's shadow balls hit the air one after another. The speed increased again, and the centipede jumped away again, trying to avoid a shadow ball, but it didn't expect that this time the shadow ball suddenly accelerated and hit it accurately. Seeing that the skill hit, Ibrahimovic showed a smug smile. It also noticed the change in the speed of the centipede. It was just deliberately paralyzing the opponent before. After being hit by the skill again, the centipede, which was not strong enough to begin with, was already close to its limit. Knowing that it could not drag on any longer, it immediately rushed towards Eevee. Seeing the opponent rushing over, Eevee did not dare to be careless, and immediately charged and sent out a shadow ball that was obviously a circle larger. Looking at the shadow ball that was shot over, the centipede did not dodge at all, but continued to rush towards Eevee. When the shadow ball was about to hide him, a layer of light golden light appeared on his body, blocking the attack of the shadow ball. It was the defensive skill, Hold. After blocking the opponent's attack, the centipede successfully broke through in front of Eevee, and used the poison skill, Poison Tail, with its sharp tail against Eevee. Eevee was hit by the skill immediately before he could defend himself, but fortunately he was not poisoned. However, the centipede's performance ended there. The next moment, Eevee used his trump card against the centipede, directly knocking it out, and it fell to the ground and lost its combat effectiveness. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. If Eevee was not unfamiliar with the centipede, the battle would have been resolved long ago. As the centipede was knocked down, the white light of evolution lit up on Eevee's body. Xuanjian's heart couldn't help but lift up. It was time to verify his inference. At the moment the white light lit up, Xuanjian sensed that Eevee had a violent resonance with the land through the moss rock. The surrounding plants began to transmit their power to Eevee. For a while, green light spots and white light enveloped Eevee. Suddenly, Xuanjian felt a burst of restlessness and the power of Changpan in his body, all rushing out and resonating strongly with the surrounding environment. With the emergence of the power of Changpan, the surrounding plants responded more violently to the evolution of Eevee, and more power was emitted by it and entered the body of Eevee, and the power of Changpan also separated a stream, connecting Xuanjian and Eevee. As the connection was established, Xuanjian immediately thought of the rise and fall of the Yakiri forest in his mind, and unconsciously recalled all kinds of things in the Changpan forest. In such a viewing and recollection, Xuanjian experienced the rotation of the 4 seasons, the rise and fall of all things, and was immersed in it for a while. While Xuanjian was immersed in it, the seed of Changpan in his body completely cracked and grew into a small bud. Xuanjian's Changpan power became stronger. When Xuanjian woke up from it, Eevee had completed the evolution. A beautiful leaf elf stood in front of him. The air around him seemed to be purified because of its existence, and it was filled with a fragrance. Seeing Xuanjian wake up, the leaf elf immediately stretched out its tongue and gently licked Xuanjian's cheek, smearing saliva all over Xuanjian's face. Although you have evolved and your saliva also has a fragrance, you can't lick my face like this. Xuanjian pushed this naughty guy away helplessly. This guy, his personality didn't change much after evolution. Since the Elf Encyclopedia does not store the information of the leaf elf, it is impossible to directly measure the characteristics of Eevee, but Xuanjian can roughly judge it through some simple methods. Xuanjian first let Eevee come to an open space with a back view, and after resting for 10 minutes, he measured the time of its 100-meter sprint. Then he came to the sun, let it rest for 10 minutes, and measured the time of the 100-meter sprint again. Then he compared the time of the 2 sprints. Not bad, not bad. The time spent in the sun is about half of that in the shade. Even if there is an error, it can't be so big. The leaf elf should have acquired the chlorophyll characteristics. Xuanjian said happily, so my guess is correct. But unfortunately, I haven't explained why I knew in advance that Eevee would have 2 different characteristics after evolution, so this discovery can only be delayed. However, we can first announce the news that Eevee has an evolutionary type like Leaf Eevee and the method of evolution, and then collect the data of Eevee that has evolved into Leaf Eevee, and finally we can come to the discovery of the influence of the environment on the characteristics after evolution. Well, I just sensed that most of the energy absorbed by Eevee comes from grass. Does that mean that if the energy absorbed during evolution comes from grass, it is the key to stimulate and induce Eevee to evolve chlorophyll characteristics? Well, write it down, and I can study it later if I have the conditions. Maybe it was because of the resonance with the forest. Xuanjian felt that his inspiration came out all of a sudden, and he quickly came up with a lot of guesses, so he hurriedly lowered his head and recorded them in his notebook. When he finished, he found that it was already afternoon, and the sun was about to set. Sorry, Leaf Elf, I kept you waiting for a long time. Xuanjian put away his notebook and scratched his head embarrassedly. But then he noticed a purple bug lying at his feet. Centipede? Why is this guy here? Xuanjian looked at this guy strangely and recognized that this was the centipede that fought with Eevee before. Woo woo woo. Leaf Elf called to Xuanjian, and Xuanjian quickly understood what it meant. You mean, you defeated this guy, so you want to take him as your younger brother, and he also agreed to join us. Leaf Elf nodded, and then used the leaves on his head to touch the Pokeball on Xuanjian's waist, indicating that he should put away the centipede. Okay. Xuanjian also admired this centipede. Not only did it have a rare acceleration trait, but it was also very smart in battle. It was just that he was busy helping the Leaf Elf evolve and forgot to subdue it for a while. Unexpectedly, the Leaf Elf actually convinced it. Go, Pokeball. Xuanjian threw out an empty Pokeball and successfully put the centipede into it. The centipede had no intention of resisting, so it was naturally successfully subdued. Okay, we have another partner. Let's take it back and introduce it to everyone. Xuanjian said. The Leaf Elf nodded and followed Xuanjian to the Pokemon Center. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Joey's Request. With a successfully evolved leaf Pokemon, Xuanjian returned to the Pokemon Center. He unexpectedly discovered that not only did he gain something, but Duoga also had a cute little fellow following him. Is this conductive flying squirrel? Xuanjian asked curiously, looking at the little fellow standing on Duoga's shoulder, looking at him with a pair of big brown eyes. Hey, I didn't expect you to know even the Pokemon in Unova. Duoga said unexpectedly. Yes, this is my new partner, conductive flying squirrel. How about it? Cute, right? Duoga, how did you capture this little fellow? Have you overcome your fear of fighting? Duoga was not prepared to become a master of water Pokemon. The reason why the Pokemon in her hands are all water type is because they are all prepared for her by her family, and she will be nervous when she encounters a battle. So far, not only has she not captured any Pokemon by herself, but she has not evolved any Pokemon in her hands. No, Duoga shook his head. This little guy stole the dinner I made for you, and finally ate too much. When he was gliding away, he lost his direction and hit the wall and fainted. Then I captured it. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Xuanjian's forehead. It was rare to see a Pokemon that was so greedy. Thinking so in his heart, he said, well, it's really a breeder-style way to capture. However, both of them gained something, which was undoubtedly a happy thing. Xuanjian also released the Leaf Elf and the Centipede, introduced them to Duoga, and then sent them to Miss Joy for treatment. After all, the two sides had a fight today and both suffered considerable injuries. Miss Joy, please help treat these two little guys. Xuanjian handed the Pokeball to Joy. No problem, Joy took the Pokeball readily. By the way, come and get the Pokeball tomorrow morning. By the way, fulfill your promise. No problem. Xuanjian nodded, but he was still a little curious, wondering what Joy would ask him to do. That night, although Xuanjian made a lot of guesses, he was still surprised when the answer was revealed the next morning. What? You said that what you want me to do for you is to develop this place into a metropolis, like Xuanjian City? How can such a thing be done? Xuanjian roared at Miss Joy. Before, Miss Joy helped him cure the elves, so he promised her that he would agree to one of her conditions. Unexpectedly, the other party actually asked him to help her develop this place into a metropolis, like Xuanjian City. You might as well let me help you find a way to change your work location with Joey in Xuanjian City. This idea is more reliable. Xuanjian complained. That's fine. This will also be considered as you fulfilling the agreement. Joey said happily, but I guess you still can't do it, so let's lower the standard a little bit. You? Xuanjian lowered his head weakly. This weird guy was obviously joking, but he always made you feel that she was serious. Ahem, Joey cleared his throat and said to Xuanjian, I'm not teasing you. Actually, what I want you to do is to help those tribes in the desert. Huh? What do you mean? The tribes in the desert here have always relied on mining ore as their main source of income, but I noticed that in recent years, the ore they sent to the town has become less and less, which means that the veins have been almost mined out, and their lives will become extremely difficult. But I can't do anything about this kind of thing? I can't make them more veins. Xuanjian spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Joey nodded and said, "Of course I know it's difficult, but I hope you can try your best to help them find a way to make a living. I've seen your illustrations and know that you are a trainee researcher. People like you should be able to help them." Miss Joey, you think too highly of me. I'm just a trainee researcher." Xuanjian felt a huge pressure in an instant. Is it really okay to entrust such an important matter to himself? But it feels good to be trusted by others. Just when Xuanjian was excited about Joey's trust, Joey said, "Ha ha ha, it's true. Every time I say that, you guys act like you'll do your best to complete it. How funny. So deceptive." In an instant, Xuanjian threw the excitement that had just risen to the wind. "Hey, Miss Joey, are you really okay like this?" Xuanjian said helplessly. "Well, out of control. Out of control." Joey waved her hands, looking like you don't care, and continued, "Anyway, this is what I'm asking of you. You and Maggie go to their tribe to take a look. It would be great if you can help them." "Okay. Then I'll go with Sister Maggie," Xuanjian said, but he didn't have much hope. "Then please. Here, this is your Pokémon and Pokédex, along with the centipede you captured today. I'll treat you. Also, I've updated your Pokédex for you, so you can use it in the Unova region." "Thank you." Xuanjian put away the Pokéball and Pokédex, and thanked Joey. Although he was a bit of a joker, he was indeed a warm-hearted person. "Let's go." Joey waved his hand and made a gesture to drive him away. "You don't want to drag out the time and let Maggie and the others leave first, so you don't have to fulfill your promise." "No way." "Then let's go," Xuanjian said, and he and Duogi left the Pokemon Center and walked towards Maggie's boarding point. "Have a good trip. Don't come back for me to treat you." Joey waved to the two people who were leaving, and gave her a unique blessing. "This Joey is really a good person," Duogi exclaimed. "But he's just a little too weird," Xuanjian added. "In fact, I think she just showed that she didn't have much hope for you just now, so that your pressure will be much less. As far as I know, there are basically no trainers in this area, let alone researchers." Duoga said his guess. Compared with the boys with thick nerves, the gentle and delicate girls can better understand Miss Joy's good intentions. "Well," Xuanjian nodded and said nothing more. "This area is not really ruled by the Alliance, so the Alliance will naturally not spend too much time to help develop the economy here. For scientists and researchers who can discover the value of this area, this land is nothing special, and helping these people will not bring them any benefits. In this way, the people in this area can only stick to the traditional mining industry. But unfortunately, minerals are limited after all. Now the mineral resources in this area have gradually dried up. If they don't help them find a new way out, then this place will definitely become turbulent. Although I don't think I can handle these things, I'll still try my best." Xuanjian thought, not only for Joey's entrustment, but also to see how far he can go. Because they often need to trade ore with Xiaozi, the Duduli tribe has a fixed station in the town. When Xuanjian and Duoga came, Maggie and the others were packing up and preparing to return to the tribe. Duduli was carrying a bigger bag than when he came, but because it was filled with less dense daily necessities, Duduli looked a lot more relaxed. "Hey, Xuanjian, Duoga, what's the matter?" Maggie asked, looking at Xuanjian and Duoga running towards her. Although they didn't spend much time together, she was so enthusiastic that she already regarded them as friends. Xuanjian and Duoga told her purpose. After listening, Maggie sighed first, and then said excitedly, "Great! Our tribe is really in trouble. It's great that you can help. Thank you and Miss Joey. The mineral veins that the tribe depends on for survival have actually been exhausted a long time ago, but the tribe has come up with some ways to cover it up, so that the tribe has not declined rapidly. But despite this, the tribe is getting weaker day by day. You're welcome, but I can't say that I can definitely help. I can only try my best," Xuanjian said a little embarrassedly. Seeing Maggie so excited, Xuanjian also felt a little pressure. If he couldn't help, the other party would be very disappointed. "No, it's great that you can come to help. My grandfather said that if you were still young, he would definitely go out to travel and find ways to help the tribe. You are all people who travel everywhere and are knowledgeable. You will definitely find a way." Xuanjian and Duoga looked at each other and said nothing more, but secretly decided in their hearts that they must do this job well. Chapter 130 Meet again. On the way to the Duduli tribe, The group passed by the landing site of the airship again. The rescue personnel had arrived and were urgently replacing the airbags of the airship. According to the progress of the project, the airship would probably be able to take off again in the evening. After a few pleasantries with the captain, Xuanjian and Duoga followed Maggie and the group on the road again. Because the load was lighter this time, and Xuanjian and Duoga had almost learned to ride Duduli, Duduli was running at high speed throughout the journey. When the sun was about to set, the group arrived at the Duduli tribe. We are finally here. The sun will set completely in a while, and we won't be able to hurry. After all, Duduli's night vision is not good. Maggie pulled the reins and asked Duduli to slow down, then pointed to the place where the smoke was curling not far away and said, "That is the Duduli tribe. Everyone is waiting for us to go back." The Duduli that Xuanjian and Duoga were riding saw that their companions slowed down, and without the need for two people to control it, they also slowed down and followed Maggie to the tribe. Xuanjian began to look at the tribe from a distance. The Duduli tribe was built under a mountain wall. The mountain behind it blocked the wind and sand, providing the people of the tribe with an area where they could live in peace without worrying about being buried by the wind and sand. The people of the tribe built houses with stone slabs polished from a reddish-brown rock. From a distance, they looked integrated with the desert and seemed extremely heavy and solid. On the mountain wall behind the tribe, people dug out a lot of caves. Judging from the Dudu and Duduli coming in and out of there, it might be a nest made for Dudu and Duduli. Duduli, carrying a lot of goods, was very conspicuous, and the people in the tribe soon discovered the group. Seeing that the caravan of their tribe had returned, the people in the tribe immediately cheered and came to the village entrance to greet everyone like welcoming heroes. "Everyone, we are back." Maggie also excitedly waved to the crowd who came out to greet them and shouted loudly. Although she had only been away from the tribe for a few days, she had already begun to miss home. Enthusiastic people quickly gathered around and helped the caravan unload the goods on Duduli's back. Several strong young men moved them into the house, while Duduli was led by several teenagers about the same age as Xuanjian to the nest on the mountain. Others excitedly surrounded the house filled with goods, waiting with smiles on their faces for the people inside to distribute the supplies. Although these people's clothes looked simple, their spirit was very outstanding, worthy of being the most powerful tribe. Without staying there for long, Maggie brought Xuanjian and Duoga to a stone house in the middle, and then said to the two, "You can stay here tonight. There should be a bonfire party to celebrate in a while. You can go with us. You can eat some unique delicacies at that time. By the way, the temperature difference between day and night here will be relatively large. I will have someone send you 2 leather jackets in a while. You can make do with them." "Thank you, Sister Maggie." The two thanked. Although the house looked a bit simple, it could be seen that it had been carefully cleaned. There were exactly 2 bedrooms in it, one for each of them. After putting away their things, the two walked towards the center of the tribe according to Maggie's instructions, where the party would be held. When the two arrived at the center of the tribe, a tall bonfire had already been lit, and people had gathered around the bonfire waiting for the party to begin. The tribe does not often hold such bonfire parties, which are usually held during festivals or when there are major events. Although tonight is the day when the caravan returns, it is not enough to hold such a party, but this time Xuanjian and Duoga came together and were treated as distinguished guests by the tribe, so there was such a party. Xuanjian originally wanted to talk to the people of the tribe, but after the people around knew the purpose of Xuanjian and Duoga's visit, they were extremely respectful to the two of them, and they would perform a great salute as soon as they saw the two of them, which made Xuanjian and Duoga very embarrassed. In the end, they had to sit in their seats obediently and no longer walk around. "Come, let's have our tribe's specialty." Maggie, dressed in her best clothes, came to the two people with 2 eggs as big as a baby's head, and said to them, and then she demonstrated, "The top of this egg has been opened, so you just need to gently peel it like this, and you can take off the eggshell and taste the deliciousness inside." Maggie's deft left hand fingers pressed the lower part of the egg, and with her right hand gently peeled it. The top of the eggshell fell off, revealing the deliciousness inside. What a nice smell! Xuanjian and Duoga smelled a tangy fragrance the moment the eggshell was peeled off, and they couldn't wait to taste it immediately. The egg was filled with egg-stewed rice, that is, rice, opened eggs and other ingredients were put together, and slowly stewed, and the taste was very delicious. However, this egg-stewed rice is different from the general egg-stewed rice. The general egg-stewed rice will be more cooked, but this one is moderately soft and hard, and it also has a barbecue aroma. It's delicious. Miss Maggie, this is to put rice and other ingredients into the egg, and then bury it in the fire and stew it, right? But what kind of egg is this? The taste is very different. Duogi asked. Yes, it is indeed made as you said, and this egg, of course, is a Duduli egg. Maggie's words shocked the two people. Duduli eggs? Isn't that an elf egg? Can it really be used as food? You know, although elves are slightly lower than humans in status, they are also regarded as intelligent creatures and are statically used as food. As if seeing the surprise of the two, Maggie smiled and said, not all Duduli eggs can be hatched. They will also lay some eggs that cannot be hatched. We can use such eggs as food. But such eggs are rare, even in our tribe it is a rare specialty. After listening to Maggie's words, the two of them were relieved and tasted this rare delicacy. Feeling the enthusiasm of the Duduli tribe, Xuanjian and Duoga paid more attention to this mission. So early the next morning, they began to investigate the Duduli tribe in preparation for finding a direction that could help its development. Maggie, who was most familiar with the two, naturally became the guide, and the main location of the investigation was the tribe's mine. The main ore mined by the tribe is iron ore, and this mine is also mainly iron ore, but each vein cannot have only one kind of ore, and is often accompanied by other ores, and in many cases, the value of these associated ores is often higher than the main ore, so we have to check if there are any high-value associated ores there. Xuanjian said the reason for choosing the mine is the target of the investigation. But do you know the value of the ore better than the people in the tribe? Duoga questioned. Well, it makes sense, and I can't even refute it. Xuanjian was also a little embarrassed. Indeed, as an outsider, what qualifications do I have to doubt that others have not found valuable ores? It's okay. Maggie said, although we make a living from this and know more about ores, Xuanjian might have some different discoveries. And isn't it said that we should have a comprehensive understanding of our tribe? The mine is also an important part of the tribe. If you don't see it, you can't say you fully understand it. Yes, that's it. Let's go. Xuanjian said. Duogi no longer refuted, and the group walked towards the mine. As Maggie said, the mine is also an important part of their tribe, because their tribe has been making a living from mining for hundreds of years. The entrance to the mine is not far from the tribe. Under the leadership of Maggie, the group entered the mine. Come out, stone crab. Maggie summoned an elf, and then said, you also summon an elf. The mine here has been abandoned for a long time, and there are many wild elves in it. The two nodded. Xuanjian first summoned the centipede that he had just subdued, and Duoga also summoned the conductive flying squirrel that he had just subdued. Since they were in the Unova region, it would be better to use local elves. After summoning their own elves, the three of them walked into the underground mine. After hundreds of years of continuous excavation, the mine tunnel has formed a huge underground maze. After the mine tunnel was abandoned, some fluorescent fungi settled here and decorated the underground maze like a dream. Later, all kinds of elves occupied this place and regarded it as their home. When Xuanjian and the other two broke in, the elves immediately felt that their territory was invaded and started to make a commotion. So many elves. Xuanjian looked at the commotion elves and said in surprise. When he was outside, he hardly found any elves, but he didn't expect to see a lot of them here, including stone crabs, rolling bats, dead mask, centipedes, stone balls, etc., making this underground world seem particularly lively. Compared to the outside world, the temperature here is not high, and the temperature difference between day and night is not large, so many elves like to live here. Maggie introduced. Randomly ordered the stone crab to drive away the elves peeping around, and took the two to observe in it. As he continued to go deeper, the light in the mine did not dim, but became brighter. It turned out that there were a lot of luminous fungi growing here, which made the whole underground world beautiful. This was the real version of the underground world in various online games in the previous life. Compared with this place, any cave was weak. With sufficient light, this place was better than the outside world. A large number of elves settled here, making the whole underground world look vibrant. With such beautiful scenery and rich elf resources, as long as some artificial management was added, it was completely suitable to build a wild wilderness area for those trainers to come here to catch elves. However, the difficulty was that this place was a bit remote and not well known enough, so how to track those trainers was a problem. After recording this idea in the notebook, Xuanjian began to tour it attentively. This mine cave was a relatively old one and had been abandoned long ago, so it formed its own unique ecosystem, while other mine caves had just been abandoned not long ago and no elves had moved in. Jian and Duoga checked one by one under the leadership of Maggie, but there was no gratifying discovery. How is it, did you find anything? Except for those mines that are still being mined, the three of them have walked through all the mines in the past few days. Maggie asked Xuanjian with an expectant look. One thing, Xuanjian nodded, and expressed his idea of establishing a wild wilderness area, while also pointing out the difficulties. What a pity. Maggie sighed. She was full of joy when she heard Xuanjian's words just now, but when she heard about the difficulties she encountered, she was deeply disappointed. There was nothing in the tribe to attract trainers, and there were too few trainers coming here. Finding that this road seemed to be blocked, Xuanjian came up with other ideas. I heard that many associated mineral veins are very valuable. I wonder if there are any associated mineral veins here. Yes, Maggie nodded, there are a large number of associated mineral veins in the veins being mined now. It is because of these associated mineral veins that our ore output has decreased. However, those veins are the kind that can be used to make metal coatings. Unfortunately, the purity of the ore in this mine is too low, and it does not meet the requirements for making metal coatings at all. Currently, metal coatings are mainly used to help either evolve into Giganotosaurus or to be used by Steel-type Pokémon to help them increase the power of their Steel-type skills. Both of these use very little metal coating, but the purity requirements are extremely high, so this vein does not meet the requirements at all. Hearing what Maggie said, Xuanjian had an idea in his mind. At present, the secret of onyx's evolution into steelix has not been discovered. With onyx's huge size, the metal coating required for evolution must be not a small number, and the purity requirement must not be that high. As long as it is announced that onyx can evolve into steelix, these ores will immediately be valued, and because of the large amount, trainers are likely to come here directly to help onyx evolve, and the popularity here will be booming. In this way, the wilderness area can also be built. However, whether these mineral veins can be used to make metal coatings to help onyx evolve is still a question, and it needs to be verified in practice. Onyx is also rare in the Unova region, so I can only think of a way after I return to Kanto. At this time, the stone crab suddenly cried, and Maggie immediately alerted, "Be careful, there is a situation." The stone crab is extremely sensitive to ground vibrations, and if other things get close, they can be discovered immediately. Hearing Maggie's warning, Xuanjian and Duoga immediately perked up and looked around nervously. Xuanjian also immediately let go of his senses and tried to find his opponent, but before he could find him, the opponent came out by himself. "Don't be nervous, it's me." A blond man walked out of a mine tunnel. It was Caesar, who had traveled with Duoga and Xuanjian for a while. Seeing everyone, he smiled and said, "Long time no see, both of you. Only one chapter today, Con. Chapter 131 Purpose. Caesar? Why are you here?" Xuanjian stared at the other party and asked in a deep voice. Ever since he was sure that the other party had bad intentions, he and Duoga had parted ways with each other. Unexpectedly, he met each other again here. I remember Duoga said that his home was in Unova. Could it be here? Speaking of which, this area is indeed the border area between Sinnoh and Unova. Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. It can even be said that our goals are the same. Caesar spread his hands to indicate that he had no ill intentions. Period. What do you mean? Xuanjian did not relax his guard. Instead, he put his hand on the Pokeball on his waist. If the other party made any unusual movements, he would immediately release other Pokemon. You want to help this tribe, and I want to restore this land to an oasis. Think about it, if this place is restored to an oasis, these tribes can make a living in other ways, right? Your goal will be achieved. Xuanjian did not speak. This world has all kinds of incredible things. It is not impossible to turn a desert into an oasis. Duoga was a little unconvinced and asked, turning the desert into an oasis? How is that possible? Of course it's possible, Miss Duoga, and it requires your power. Caesar replied, and then without waiting for Duoga to ask, he immediately explained, Miss Duoga, you have inherited the power of Kyogre, the god of the sea. As long as you are willing to help us, we can call on Kyogre's power to bring a lot of precipitation to this desert. In that way, this desert will soon be restored to an oasis. And don't worry, your power is just a trigger, and this plan will not cause any harm to you. This is something that everyone, including the Alliance, wants to see, and you don't have to worry about any bad effects. When it's done, we will thank you very much." After listening to Caesar's words, the three of them didn't speak. Xuanjian knew that Duoga had a special power, but he didn't expect that it was actually from Kyger's power. If Caesar didn't lie, the feasibility of this plan was very high, at least much more effective than the methods he thought of. But he couldn't believe the other party so far, so he didn't say anything, and Duoga and Maggie seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing that the three did not speak, Caesar continued to persuade them. "This beautiful lady is Miss Maggie from the Duduli tribe. I heard that the output of your tribe's mineral veins has been greatly reduced because there are too many useless associated minerals. If you don't find a way out, the decline of your tribe is inevitable. Please think about what happened to those declining tribes in the desert. I had some misunderstandings with these two before, so they don't believe me. But this time I am sincere. Please help me persuade them for your tribe." After listening to Caesar's words, Maggie was somewhat moved. She knew her own situation. In fact, the situation of the tribe was far more serious than the outside world knew. It had indeed reached a very dangerous point. Moreover, over the years, the tribe has been intimidating other tribes as the most powerful tribe in the desert. Once it declines, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Maggie looked at Xuanjian and Duoga hesitantly and said, "Mr. Xuanjian and Ms. Duoga, if it's okay, Maggie, don't believe him." At this time, another familiar voice came in and interrupted Maggie's words. Then a man dressed like the Duduli tribe came out of another mine tunnel. It was Muleng who robbed the airship before. Hearing Muleng's voice, Maggie looked at Muleng in surprise and said, "Muleng, why are you here?" Hearing Maggie and Muleng greet each other, Xuanjian and Duoga were also a little surprised. They didn't expect that the two of them knew each other. At this moment, things became complicated. Muleng ignored their surprise and continued, "This land has become a desert for many years. Even if Kyger's power brings rain, it will take too long to grow plants again. Before that, abnormal precipitation will cause everything here to be destroyed, and the tribe will face a greater crisis." Xuanjian nodded and agreed with Muleng's statement. The sudden heavy rainfall will not only cause the death of rock-type and ground-type Pokémon in this desert due to environmental changes, but also pose a great challenge to the people who have lived here for generations. All the means they relied on to make a living will lose their effectiveness, and they will have to learn everything from scratch. In this way, they will definitely find it difficult to maintain their original status and face a greater crisis. Moreover, if memory serves me right, the power of Kyger, who created the sea, and Groudon, who created the earth, are balanced with each other. If Kyger's power is used, it is hard to guarantee that there will be no trouble. Caesar did not refute, or could not refute, but he was not a person who would sit and wait for death. Looking at Muleng, Caesar said, "I didn't expect that Muleng, a famous gangster in the Unova region, was actually known by the people of the Duduli tribe, and they seemed to be very familiar with each other. It was really surprising. But this matter actually has little to do with Miss Maggie. Humph, whether it is related or not, I don't care. Since you dare to come here today, then I will avenge your family for taking my level. Come out." Bangila. Muleng took out a Pokeball and summoned a ferocious Bangila, which was his trump card. Bangila, it's really a powerful Pokemon. The family suffered a lot from it last time. But today I also brought a lot of helpers. Caesar clapped his hands, and then 4 people in black clothes with numbers on their backs ran over from the surrounding mine tunnels. "Get rid of the fish that slipped through the net," Caesar ordered. The 4 men in black nodded and each summoned an elf, namely Pang Yangui, Gangster Crocodile, Centipede King, and Proud Pheasant, all of which were elves in their final evolutionary form. "Humph, this kind of trash wants to kill me. If you don't want to die, go out and fight. I'll wait for you outside," Muleng said as he took the lead to walk out with Bangila. Both sides used powerful elves. Fighting in this narrow mine pit not only couldn't be used, but it was also easy to cause the mine cave to collapse, and everyone would be doomed. Seeing Muleng walking out, the other 4 did not stop him and also commanded the elves to walk out. They also couldn't afford the risk of mine cave collapse. As the few people walked out, Maggie hesitated for a moment, and finally followed them out. For a while, only Xuanjian, Duoga, and Caesar were left there. "Okay, it's finally quiet. What do you think? Do you want to cooperate with me?" Caesar asked. Xuanjian glanced at Duoga and found that she was thinking about something. Without answering, He asked, "That Mulang seems to have a grudge against you." "To be precise, he has a grudge against my family." Caesar did not hide it, but confessed, "Before, he drove a group of gangster crocodiles out of the territory, and then opened up a trade route and set up checkpoints there to collect fees. My family defeated him, took away that checkpoint, and then he could only become a roaming sand bandit. Speaking of which, he was really unlucky. The first order he robbed was from you, but he failed." "Then what is his relationship with the Duduli tribe?" "He is an orphan raised by the Duduli tribe, and later went out alone. However, he is not as talented as you, nor as lucky as you, so he had to go into the underworld in the end. The Duduli tribe has been running at a loss for many years, and he has been secretly subsidizing the Duduli tribe over the years, otherwise this tribe would not have maintained its status as the largest tribe long ago." Caesar patiently answered Xuanjian's questions, without any arrogance as before. "Let's go out and see how their battle turned out." After asking everything, Xuanjian was not in the mood to continue talking to Caesar, so he became concerned about the battle outside. Duoga nodded and followed Xuanjian out. Caesar didn't say anything either, and they also walked out together. Outside the mine, the sun was setting, and a 1 versus 4 battle was going on. Under the powerful sand-raising characteristics of Bangila, all the sand around was rolled up, forming a sandstorm in the air, so that the strength of the Centipede King and the Proud Pheasant was greatly restricted. Although Pangyangui and the Rogue Crocodile were not affected, they were completely unable to match Bangila alone. For a while, Bangila was still in a great advantage against 4, and people had to decide that it was worthy of being a quasi-divine beast. However, although it had the upper hand, the consumption of 1 against 4 was undoubtedly very large. Now it depends on who can't hold on first. Watching the duel, Duog also made a decision and said to Caesar, "I'm sorry, your plan is great, but I don't want to get involved in it. I think we should leave." Before Caesar answered, a voice rang out, "Caesar, it seems that your plan has failed again. The other party doesn't seem to buy it." I said, "This kind of thing doesn't need to be so troublesome, just conquer the other party with strength." Then, a gray-haired man came over from the side, with an artificial cell egg floating beside him. I don't know how it was hidden just now, and no one noticed it at all. Seeing the middle-aged man, Caesar saluted and said, "Father, violence can't solve the problem. Please let me persuade them again." "Violence can't solve the problem, but it can solve the people who create the problem. Just watch me solve it," the man said to Caesar. Hearing the other party's unfriendly words, Xuanjian did not dare to neglect it. He took back the centipede and then took out another elf, Giant Mantis. "Come out. If you want to use violence, you must have enough weight, otherwise you will be taught a lesson by others." "Giant Mantis, I haven't seen it for a long time." "Young man, you are very good, no wonder my son lost to you. But you still underestimate others, let me teach you what humility is," Caesar's father said, and then ordered the elf beside him, "Go, artificial cell egg, teach him a lesson." Chapter 132 Compromise. It was obvious that this artificial cell egg was a very strong guy. Xuanjian did not dare to neglect it and immediately ordered, "Giant Mantis, use lightning flash." Hearing the order, the giant mantis immediately spread its wings, kicked the ground with its legs, and turned into a residual shadow to rush towards the artificial cell egg floating in the air. The artificial cell egg completely ignored the attack of the giant mantis. It only saw its 2 hands crossed in front of its chest, and then a lavender square appeared between its 2 hands and expanded instantly, covering the venue. It was the superpower skill, the magic space. "Damn, this skill again." Xuanjian cursed inwardly. Last time at the dream-inducing taper, he suffered a lot from this skill. He didn't expect to encounter this skill again, and this time the opponent seemed to be more difficult than last time. The expansion of the magic space brought a little resistance to the giant mantis's attack, but it did not prevent the lightning flash from successfully hitting the artificial cell egg, and the floating artificial cell egg was immediately knocked away. However, this was the limit of the giant mantis. The speed of the artificial cell egg was much slower than that of the giant mantis. In this space, it was faster than the giant mantis. The artificial cell egg that was knocked out had just stood firm, and a ray of light flashed on its body. It used the self-regeneration skill to completely make up for the damage caused by the giant mantis. "Giant Mantis, bullet punch!" Xuanjian ordered again, and the giant mantis immediately launched another attack. Its fist brought out a piece of afterimage and hit the artificial cell egg, causing the artificial cell egg that had just recovered to be hurt again. Knowing that there would be no chance of winning if it continued like this, the artificial cell egg also responded to the trainer's command. With its hands raised, a layer of reflection wall formed around its body. The bullet punches of the giant mantis rained down after encountering the reflection wall, and the strength was greatly weakened, and it could hardly cause effective damage to the artificial cell egg. With the protection of the reflection wall, Caesar's father finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not for the strong enough physical strength, with the fragile physical defense of the artificial cell egg, he would have been almost killed by the giant mantis. Then, he ordered, "Artificial cell egg, use the key bomb." The artificial cell egg nodded after hearing the order, and then gathered a ball of energy between its hands and smashed it towards the giant claw mantis. Seeing this, Xuanjian did not dare to neglect it, and immediately ordered, "Giant claw mantis, prepare to use the defensive holding." Although the key bomb has the problem of low hit rate, its super high attack and no side effects make it the most powerful special attack move in the fighting system. Xuanjian did not dare to bet whether this attack would miss. After all, with the special defense of the giant claw mantis, if it was hit by the key bomb emitted by the artificial cell egg, it would undoubtedly suffer extremely serious damage. The following situation also proved that Xuanjian's preparation was correct. Although the key bomb turned left and right, it finally hit the giant claw mantis. The giant claw mantis immediately used the defense. Long. The light blue key bomb and the golden hold skill collided instantly, and huge energy was released. Not only did the giant claw mantis retreat again and again due to the energy impact, but even the magic space was slightly affected and fluctuated. Artificial cell egg used the key bomb continuously. Seeing that the attack was successful, the opponent ordered again. The key bomb consumption is not large, but the success rate of the skill of holding is lower the more it is used. If it drags on, you will definitely win. Xuanjian also knows this, and immediately ordered, "Giant mantis, pay attention to evading defense, and use the wild dance when you have the chance." In this space, the speed is limited, and it is unrealistic to stop the opponent from using skills. Only by attacking the opponent desperately and knocking him down before losing his combat effectiveness can you have the possibility of winning. Holding is a preemptive skill, and the speed of the move is very fast. It can be used when it is sure that the opponent's moves will hit. Soon, another key bomb was released by the artificial cell egg, but this time its luck was not so good. The key bomb fell directly to the ground after it was released, and the dust in the sky exploded. The giant mantis also seized the opportunity, and with the cover of the dust, it broke through to the artificial cell egg and used the wild dance to hit the artificial cell egg. The two hard pincers of the giant mantis were seen waving wildly around the artificial cell egg, and they kept smashing down on the artificial cell egg in the center. Under the restraint of the attribute, even with the defense of the reflection wall, the artificial cell egg was also seriously damaged. But this attack did not make the artificial cell egg lose its combat effectiveness after all. Instead, it made it withstand the crazy attack of the giant mantis and use the true key bomb again. Seeing the true key bomb, the giant mantis subconsciously wanted to distance itself and prepare for defense, but it did not expect that the true key bomb exploded directly in the hand of the artificial cell egg. The two parties who were very close to each other were hurt by the true key bomb at the same time and were blown away by the shock wave it generated. Because the skill did not hit directly, both parties were only pulled away by the impact of energy and did not suffer much damage. After the two trainers confirmed that the Pokémon were safe, they immediately issued orders again. Artificial cell egg, self-regeneration. Giant mantis, lightning. The red figure of the giant mantis rushed towards the artificial cell egg again like lightning, and the artificial cell egg also desperately used the recovery skill. At this moment, both sides were racing against time, and the leading side was destined to have a huge advantage. Because of the explosion of the true key bomb just now, both sides were pushed away by a considerable distance, so that the giant mantis was a step slower after all. When its pincers fell on the artificial cell egg, the light green light had already covered the whole body of the artificial cell egg, greatly increasing its health. Then, the artificial cell egg took advantage of the impact of the giant mantis's lightning attack to open up the distance again. Artificial cell egg, use mental power. Giant mantis, shadow clone. Xuanjian ordered. The artificial cell egg had recovered some of its physical strength, and the idea of quickly resolving the battle by itself fell through. Now it can only delay as much as possible and find another opportunity. But unfortunately, Xuanjian did not get what he wanted this time. The opponent did not know how to see through the giant mantis's shadow clone, making Xuanjian's shadow clone invincible. This little trick is useless. Attack the one at 35 degrees to the upper left. No. We've been discovered. Get out of the way. As a trainer, Xuanjian knew the position of his Pokémon and immediately ordered Mantis to change its position, but it was too late. The artificial cell egg immediately executed the order of its trainer without hesitation and accurately hit Mantis in the air. The main body was attacked, and the shadow clone that Mantis had just split out immediately dissipated. Mantis, are you okay? Xuanjian looked at Mantis falling from the sky with concern. Although it reduced a lot of damage with its attribute advantage, Mantis must not feel good after taking this attack. Mantis nodded and raised its pincers to prove that it was fine, but then it felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Its physical strength had reached its limit. Feeling that he had made a fool of himself, the proud Mantis struggled to stand up, but was then knocked to the ground by a mental shock. Give up. Little guy, your Pokémon level is too low. It's not easy to get to this point. You know, many things can't be done by just showing off. Caesar's father lit a cigar at some point and said while blowing smoke rings. Damn it. Xuanjian stretched out his hand to take out the Pokéball from his waist, but was stopped by Duoge. Let me decide my own affairs. Duoge stopped Xuanjian's action and walked towards Caesar's father. Period. You just want me to help you summon Kyogre's power, right? That's right, Caesar's father nodded, but this ceremony needs to be held regularly in the future, so you need to keep in touch with us at any time so that we can find you at any time. Isn't this a disguised surveillance? Duoge laughed sarcastically. However, the other party did not care and continued, the strong are qualified to decide the fate of others. Moreover, our dragon clan has a long history and profound heritage. If you cooperate with us, you will get a lot of benefits. Oh. Duoge sneered and continued, then what can you give me? A lot. At least the other party paused and continued, we can help you revive your family. You don't even need our help. As long as this plan succeeds, the power of your family's inheritance will be unprecedentedly valued, so it will not be difficult to obtain the treatment of the Zhao Ke clan and the Yulong clan. And before your family develops, our family will do its best to give your family the greatest help. Hearing the conditions offered by the other party, Duoge was silent. If she wanted to cooperate with the other party just because of the other party's strength before, then now after listening to the other party's words, she was really moved. Reviving the family has always been a heavy burden lingering in her heart. Now this opportunity seems to be within reach, how can she not be moved? But Duoge was still a little hesitant and looked at Xuanjian. Since the journey, Xuanjian has always been the leader, and she has become accustomed to relying on Xuanjian. Xuanjian and Caesar had a big conflict because of him. If he chose to cooperate with the other party, it would definitely hurt Xuanjian's heart. Seeing Duoge looking at him, Xuanjian immediately understood her hesitation and said, it's okay. If you want to go, then I support you. The conflict between him and Caesar was a trivial matter, and he didn't mind it for a long time. Hearing Xuanjian's words, Duoge finally nodded and agreed to trade with the other party. Seeing Duoge nod, Caesar's father laughed, okay. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Then please go to our castle first. Then he said to the artificial cell egg, watch the door for the two guests. The artificial cell egg nodded, released a mental suppression of the giant claw mantis, came in front of everyone, and a lavender energy ball lit up between his hands and hit the front. The lavender energy ball opened in the air and turned into a portal. This is a portal that the family built based on the magic and supernatural powers of the elves in the ancient ruins. Please follow me. Please move faster, this won't last long. He said and took the lead to step into the door. Xuanjian took back the giant mantis, and looked at the portal curiously with Duoge, and then quickly followed him into it. Chapter 133 The Sudden Appearance of the Elf. It has been 2 days since they came to the sand castle. Even Caesar, who did not return through the portal at that time, has returned to the castle. During these 2 days, Xuanjian and Duoge were received by the other party as the most distinguished guests, and all places in the castle were open to them. Xuanjian even figured out the reason for the other party's portal, a scale of Pokia, the god of space. With the help of the spatial power on this scale, and the superpowers of the psychic elves, the other party can finally achieve short-distance teleportation. This method is undoubtedly difficult for others to imitate, which makes Xuanjian, who originally wanted to learn this ability, extremely disappointed. In these 2 days, in addition to experiencing the luxurious life of the nobles, Xuanjian and Duoge also figured out the specific principles of the ceremony that the other party is going to hold. As a mythical beast in charge of the sea, it is undoubtedly impossible to summon it to come even from a distance, and the other party intends to use Duoge as a medium to imitate and steal Kyogre's power. The biggest problem in this plan is that it requires enough energy. However, this problem has been solved in the murals left over from ancient times, and this time one of the methods is used. The ceremony will use more than 300 artificial eggs as the main energy supplier. This magical elf can hold hands with its own kind to achieve brain connection like through the internet, so that the spiritual power can be greatly enhanced and can be maintained at the same frequency. After more than 300 artificial eggs hold hands and resonate, the spiritual power generated will be so strong that even the divine beasts will have to retreat, and this huge spiritual power will be displayed in the form of superpowers as energy to supply the entire ceremony. Superpowers are a very plastic power that can achieve healing, destruction, and even other abilities. It can be said that superpowers are the most plastic power without considering the attribute restraint. This is why Kanto is one of the strongest alliances, even though the number of elves is not rich and the population is not the largest, because the psychic elves and people with superpowers here are the most in the world. After these artificial eggs produce a large number of superpowers, they will use the power inherited from Kyogre in multi-track as a primer to transform it into Kyogre's power, and finally completely transform into Kyogre's power, and use this power to release a rain-praying skill that is enough to cover the entire desert. To be honest, I think you don't need my help at all. You can just find enough water spirits and release the rain-praying skill. Duoge, who understood the principle of this ritual, said to Caesar who was accompanying him. No, Caesar shook his head. The power is enough to release such a large-scale rain-praying skill, but it will never succeed. Why? Xuanjian asked curiously. Because ordinary Pokémon cannot support such a large-scale rain prayer. The energy of ordinary Pokémon and the energy of divine beasts is not only different in quantity, but also in quality. With the same amount of energy, ordinary Pokémon can only release a rain prayer skill that covers 1 square kilometer of land at most, and then it can no longer expand. But if divine beasts use it, or if the energy of divine beasts is converted to use it, the rain prayer effect will be able to cover the entire desert. According to the ancient materials, it seems that the energy of divine beasts contains traces of certain laws, and these traces can magnify the effect of energy countless times like a lever. To let the rain prayer cover this desert, based on the standards of the 3 major families in various places, it will take about 10,000 final evolved 3 major families. Xuanjian nodded, agreeing with the other party's explanation. Kyogre, who holds the power of the sea, is even a symbol of the law of water attribute. Its strength definitely does not only come from the huge energy, but also from the understanding of the law. This ritual of Caesar and his team can be said to be that they stole Kyogre's authority through multi-tracking, and created a Kyogre to use the rain-praying skill for the entire desert. However, I wonder if such behavior will cause any adverse consequences? After thinking about it, Xuanjian tends to think that it will not. Not to mention that the data in the ruins show that this ritual has been used many times in ancient times, and the Unova region is not the habitat of Groudon and Kyogre. Such a fake Kyogre is not enough to alarm the 2 Pokémon living in the distant Hone and destroy the balance between the two. The only thing to worry about is whether this sudden power will alarm the several mythical beasts living in the native land. Hearing Xuanjian's worry, Caesar smiled and said, no, not to mention that the ancient rituals did not alarm the local beasts. Even if they are alarmed now, it's nothing. Our family is a family blessed by the Dragon God, and the Dragon God will not be angry. Xuanjian nodded. The ancestors of Caesar's family had a deep relationship with several dragon-attributed beasts in the United States, so that they obtained the power of the dragon and were blessed by it. This is the confidence of Caesar's family to challenge the United Alliance. Although they failed in the end because several dragon-attributed beasts were unwilling to interfere in human society, the United Alliance did not dare to do too much. It just drove them out of the dragon's hometown and did not do anything to eradicate them. However, in this way, the rock type, ground type and other elves in this desert that do not like water will suffer. They have long adapted to the arid environment in this desert. The sudden rainfall will make them seriously uncomfortable and even sick and die. This also applies to the tribes living here. The sudden change in the environment will definitely bring many diseases, cold and other problems. If it is not dealt with in time, even with the physique of the people in this world, it will cause a large number of deaths. This is why Mu Lang does not want the Caesar family to carry out this long-term plan. With the help of this ceremony, Caesar's family can also greatly weaken those tribes and become the most powerful force here. In order to survive, those tribes must even submit to Caesar's family. It's really a good plan to kill two birds with one stone. Xuanjian sighed. It's a pity that it's a bit unjust to do so. If the other party hadn't forced him, he would never agree to multi-track participation. After all, according to the lessons in his memory of his previous life, this kind of thing usually doesn't get any good rewards. Thinking of this, Xuanjian thought of Mu Lang again. That guy actually defeated the 4 people sent by Caesar alone that night. It is said that he has now persuaded several other tribes to form a resistance team and attack this castle. Unfortunately, not all tribesmen had such a powerful Pokémon like him, so they were intercepted by the trainers of the Caesar family, and the two sides were in a fierce conflict. While Xuanjian was thinking, there was a commotion in the castle, and then Xuanjian saw 3 Pokémons rushing towards him quickly. Chapter 134 Holy Swordsman. In this world, there are some elves whose racial values are not very outstanding, but because of their rarity and uniqueness, they are called legendary elves. At this moment, the 3 elves that appeared in front of Xuanjian were such legendary elves. They were Viridian with grass attribute and fighting attribute, Gapalian with steel attribute and fighting attribute, and Galakian with rock attribute and fighting attribute. These 3 elves are legendary elf guardians, and they are called Holy Swordsmen because they all mastered a fighting skill Holy Sword. These 3 elves are not difficult to deal with individually, because their attributes are not very good, but these 3 elves often act together, and the attributes of the 3 can complement each other, which will give the opponent a headache. Even Kyurem, the legendary beast of the Unova region, is very troubled by them. The 3 elves are very fast. Led by Viridian, the 3 stood in a triangle formation. In the blink of an eye, they came in front of Xuanjian and the other 2 and stopped. Viridian, who was leading the group, looked at Xuanjian and the other 2 and said in ventriloquy, "Human trainers, we are the 3 holy swordsmen who come to stop you from changing the climate of this area. Come with us and leave." Although they were very tempted by Viridian's proposal, they were now in the enemy's base camp, and it was obvious that the enemy was strong and they were weak. If they rashly agreed to the other party and couldn't escape in the end, they would be asking for trouble. So Xuanjian and Duoga looked at each other and didn't say anything. Unless the situation was clear, they would not easily express their opinions. Xuanjian and Duoga didn't say anything, but Caesar couldn't remain silent immediately. He immediately said, "No." He knew that Xuanjian and Duoga actually had some doubts about changing the climate, but they were forced to agree after their father showed his strong strength. If they had the chance, they wouldn't mind escaping from the castle. This is a big plan related to the rise and fall of the family. I won't allow you to destroy it. Come out. Sun Elf. It seems that this guy's Eevee has also evolved. It's still a good Sun Elf. Xuanjian commented on the side, hoping to watch the fun. Although all the evolutions of Eevee have the same racial value, their actual combat capabilities vary greatly due to different attribute allocations. The Sun Elf not only has a more reasonable attribute allocation, but also its 2 characteristics, synchronization and magic mirror, are very useful, making it a relatively powerful evolution of Eevee. However, although this evolution has been discovered, the specific evolution method is still being explored. Caesar is really lucky to be able to evolve Eevee into a Sun Elf. Duoga also gave full play to the professional ethics of the melon-eating crowd and said, "Strange, didn't his family inherit the power of the dragon? But they seem to prefer psychic elves." "Yes, I looked at their family tree these 2 days and found that most of the elves used by their family are psychic attributes. I guess it may be because the dragon power on them is oppressive to most elves, so that only psychic elves can cooperate with them," Xuanjian guessed. On the other side, the holy swordsman confronted Caesar. They were originally waiting to see Xuanjian and Duoga's attitude, but they didn't expect that the 2 of them would discuss it without paying attention to others, and they couldn't help but roll their eyes in their hearts. "Human, this land has been a desert for many years. If you change the environment rashly, many elves will lose their homes or even die. Even the humans living here will be greatly affected. For the sake of those poor elves in your kind, give up this plan." Viridian continued to persuade. Perhaps influenced by the grass attribute, Viridian has a very gentle temper, like a good man. What does their life and death have to do with us? Caesar said coldly. For the revival of the family, nothing can be sacrificed, not to mention those elves who have nothing to do with themselves. As for the people of those tribes, as long as they submit to the family, their safety can naturally be guaranteed. Viridian, don't waste time talking to him, defeat him quickly, and then take the other two away directly. When we broke in, we had already alerted the guards. There is not much time left. Delakian said. Compared with the clear voice of Viridian, its voice is deeper and its personality seems to be more violent. Hearing his companion's words, Viridian nodded. Although he didn't like fighting, his companion was right. Everything should be done to stop the enemy's plan first. Since I can't convince you, I can only apologize. Viridian said, and turned into a residual shadow, crashing towards Caesar and the Sun Elf. Seeing Viridian rushing towards him, Caesar didn't dare to neglect it. After all, this was a famous legendary elf. Sun Elf, reflective wall. The Sun Elf nodded, and the ruby between his eyebrows flashed a beautiful light, and then formed a solid reflective wall in front of him, blocking Viridian who was rushing over. Let me do it, said Delakian, and then raised his forehooves and crashed into the reflective wall. The legendary Delakian is an elf that can even crash through the city wall, let alone the reflective wall emitted by the Sun Elf. With just one hit, this reflective wall collapsed. After breaking through the reflective wall, Delakian did not stop, but continued to rush forward and hit the Sun Elf hard. With the Sun Elf's fragile physical defense, such a collision directly knocked it out and lost its combat effectiveness. Sun Elf. Damn it. Caesar looked at the Sun Elf who had lost its combat effectiveness under the attack of Delakian with worry. In the end, he did not run over, but grabbed Delakian's horn, and the power of the dragon surged in his body. With the blessing of the dragon's power, Caesar actually wanted to fight against Delakian, who was famous for his strength. Is this the power of the dragon? It's really powerful. Xuanjian looked at Caesar, whose momentum changed suddenly, and couldn't help but admire. It's a pity that this world is dominated by elves after all. Even if the power of the dragon is so strong, it is almost the limit to be able to fight Delakian alone. If it is a king, it can completely do it alone. Because of the power of the dragon, people in Caesar's family can easily gain powerful strength after birth, but it is also destined that they will find it difficult to find elves who can cooperate with them, and it is difficult for them to break through the King of Heaven. It can be said that the power of the dragon makes them successful, and the power of the dragon also makes them fail. On the other side, seeing that Delakian and Caesar were in a stalemate, Xuanjian also moved. Although it is a bit unfair to take advantage of someone's misfortune, I must do this for justice. Then he bumped into Caesar. Just as Xuanjian was taking action, Caesar's father's voice rang out, spiritual shock. Chapter 135 Escape. As the voice fell, a purple light that was almost condensed into substance shot out from the place where the voice came from, and a powerful telekinetic wave broke through the air and hit Caesar's Xuanjian. Under such a fierce attack, Xuanjian had to give up attacking Caesar and turned around to resist the attack head-on. Even so, under this powerful telekinetic impact, Xuanjian was beaten back again and again. No, the enemy is chasing us, Viridian said. Just now, they alarmed the guards when they entered the castle. Ordinary guards were naturally not their opponents, but those masters were not easy to deal with. Knowing that they could not entangle with the enemy too much, they used their speed to get rid of the enemy, but they did not expect the enemy to catch up so quickly. Defense formation, Viridian said, and then Delakian also gave up the wrestling with Caesar, and immediately gathered together with his companions, back to back in a circle, guarding against the enemy chasing them. I was wondering who was so bold as to break into the castle. It turned out to be the Holy Swordsman. It seems that the family's collection will increase again. The person who came was Caesar's father Alexander, forgive my inability to name. There were 7 artificial cell eggs floating above his head. In addition to the one in the middle that had fought with a giant claw mantis before, there were 6 other equally strong ones. The 7 artificial cell eggs held hands and amplified each other's mental power, so even the Holy Swordsman, who was a legendary elf, did not dare to underestimate them. The opponent is too strong, let's go first, Viridian said without paying attention to the opponent's provocation. Xuanjian and Delakian also nodded and agreed with Viridian's point of view. The skills released by the 7 artificial cell eggs after resonance were unbelievably strong. In addition, the superpower attribute restrained them, so it was better to go first. The three elves immediately raised their forehooves and ran in 3 directions. Can you leave? Artificial cell eggs, trick space. Hearing the master's order, the artificial cell eggs immediately used the trick space skill. The magic space released by the 7 elves after resonance was much larger than normal, completely filling the entire room. The 3 fleeing elves were also dragged into it. Once they fell into the magic space, their speed immediately slowed down. The distance that was originally a blink of an eye suddenly became like a natural chasm. Their escape failed. Work together to break its magic space. Seeing that the escape failed, Viridian said. Then a light appeared on the horn on his head, and then a lightsaber formed above his head. At the same time, Xuanjian and Grapalian also summoned a lightsaber. The 3 lightsabers merged together and turned into a huge lightsaber, and then chopped it fiercely into the air. Sizzle. Boom. The lightsaber cut through the air with a piercing sound, and then chopped on the floor, immediately splitting a huge crack in the floor. The crack continued to extend, and then the entire floor was shattered. Everyone fell down. No, come out and help, Butterfree, Zbat. Xuanjian grabbed Duoji and ordered at the same time. Then the 2 Pokeballs on his waist opened automatically, and Butterfree and Zbat flew out. Zbat grabbed Xuanjian's clothes on the back and flapped its 4 wings vigorously to stop it from falling. Butterfree also sent out a burst of telekinesis to support Xuanjian and Duoji. On the other side, the artificial cell egg did not care about maintaining the magic space, and hurriedly used its superpowers to support its master, Caesar and the Sun Elf, stopping their falling trend. The prepared holy swordsmen had already escaped to a safe place with their flexible bodies. I will cover the rear, you take those 2 people with you, Viridian said, and then shot a piece of magic leaves at the artificial cell egg still in the air. Xuanjian and Grapalian rushed towards Xuanjian and Duoji, lifted them up before they landed, carried them on their backs, and then rushed out of the window. Disturbed by Viridian's attack, and having to take care of Caesar and his father who had not yet landed, the artificial cell egg was unable to stop the other party from escaping, allowing the 3 holy swordsmen to successfully escape from the window with Xuanjian and Duoji. The 3 holy swordsmen were worthy of the name of legendary elves, and although they did not have the ability to fly, they still jumped down from the 2nd floor window easily, landed smoothly, and then raised their 4 hooves and ran out. HMPH, what kind of place is Sandcastle? You can come and go as you please. Alexander, who landed steadily with the help of the artificial cell egg, looked at the 3 legendary elves fleeing outside, and ordered into the miniature walkie-talkie on his collar, guards, close the gate, stop Viridian, Terrakian, and Grapalian. Yes, Chief, said the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie, our gates and walls are made of extremely high-strength alloys, even Terrakian is enough to stop them. Sitting on the broad back of Terrakian, with Butterfree and Zbat following behind him who were a little confused, Xuanjian couldn't help but have a lot of ideas. I'm also a person who has ridden a legendary elf, but it's a pity that I don't have a camera, otherwise I could earn several months' living expenses with just this one photo. However, looking at the door that was gradually closing in front of him, and then visually estimating the distance between the group and the door, Xuanjian had to pull back his thoughts that were drifting to who knows where, and said to Terrakian under him, the door is about to close, I feel that you can't run out at your current speed. Terrakian didn't reply. It really had no interest in paying attention to this guy who had just had an ambiguous attitude. It continued to run forward for a while. Seeing that the door had been completely closed, Terrakian shouted, brother, change people. Then it suddenly accelerated, leaped forward, and threw Xuanjian into the air. $, you will die if you say it first. Xuanjian was caught off guard and was shocked when he was thrown into the air. Fortunately, Viridian immediately caught up and caught Xuanjian steadily, but Xuanjian was still scared. Sorry, my brother is more bold, so he is not very considerate. Viridian, who caught Xuanjian, apologized. It's okay. I'll forgive you since you're so polite. Xuanjian said. Then he felt that Viridian was easygoing, so he went over and asked, I have a question to ask you. Is that okay? Of course. Viridian said gently. Thank you. Xuanjian first thanked him, then hugged his slender neck tightly, and then asked, from what you call each other, are all 3 of you holy swordsmen male? Do you have any kindred spirits? In his memory of his previous life, the 3 holy swordsmen were the only legendary elves, and they were genderless, but Xuanjian, who was in close contact with them, couldn't help but want to confirm it. While running, Viridian nodded, yes, we are all males, but I prefer the way humans call us. You can say we are three men. Our existence is unique and we have no one of the same race." Then, Viridian rubbed his neck. Xuanjian hugged him so tightly that it made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he said, "Can you relax a little? We run very steadily, don't worry about falling." But Xuanjian was unmoved by his words. Instead, he continued to hold him tightly, and then asked, "Since you are all non-males and have no one of the same race, how do you reproduce or meet your physiological needs? Is there a relationship between you that goes beyond friendship?" Hearing Xuanjian's question, even the good-tempered Viridian had the urge to throw the other off his back, but fortunately his usual good temper stopped him from doing so. However, he did not answer Xuanjian's question, or he could not answer it. Feeling that Viridian was not angry, Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief, and the hand that was tightly holding the other's neck loosened a little, and continued to push forward. "Well, okay, if you don't want to answer, it's fine. I'm just curious as a researcher." "Well, I was thinking wrong. You can actually interact with elves of other races. After all, there is no reproductive isolation between you. I think the body shape of the Four Seasons deer is quite suitable for you. By the way, when it is safe, can I observe your lower abdomen?" Although the other party said that he was a male, the information in the previous life was genderless. Maybe Viridian was just a male in his mind? It would be better to verify it in person. For an elf in this form, that part should be in the lower abdomen near the hind legs, right? Hearing Xuanjian's words, Viridian, who was running at high speed, felt a chill between his legs and almost stumbled and fell, but fortunately his extremely high body coordination allowed him to adjust instantly. "Didn't you say it was running smoothly?" "Fortunately, I didn't let go." Xuanjian, who didn't realize that he was the culprit, complained, and reminded, "By the way, you haven't answered my question yet. Please don't talk to me while running, it will distract my attention and easily cause traffic accidents." Viridian said. With a good temper, it was completely unable to resist Xuanjian's serious words that made others very embarrassed, and could only find an excuse to cover up. Then he didn't say anything again, just ran forward with his head down. At this time, Delakian, who had been carrying Xuanjian, had rushed to the front of the team and was very close to the door. During this time, waves of energy surged from his body, and he used sword dance and self-motivation one after another. With his knowledge, he could naturally see that the metal gate was far from being comparable to those brick and stone walls, even if it was difficult to destroy it. "Brother, help!" Delakian shouted, and then used the holy sword skill, forming a lightsaber floating in front of him, looking like he had a horn. Viridian and Grappalian also used their holy sword skills. The two lightsabers shot towards the lightsaber in front of Delakian, and merged into a huge lightsaber again in the air. Roar, roar, roar. Delakian roared, and then used his close combat skills, pushing the huge lightsaber towards the gate in front. The huge lightsaber and Delakian's strong body hit the gate one after another, making a deafening sound. The vibrations caused by the collision tore the ground into cracks, and even Xuanjian, who was separated by a distance, was blown by the airflow caused by the collision and couldn't open his eyes. "Awesome! It's worthy of being a legendary elf!" Xuanjian exclaimed. Viridian didn't say anything, but stopped and quietly looked at the gate and Delakian surrounded by the smoke and dust produced by the collision, waiting for the result to appear. Guess, can they run away? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Tribal Alliance. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the scene in front of the gate became clear. The first person to appear in everyone's eyes was Delakian, who was facing away from everyone. The horns on his head had completely sunk into the metal gate. He was steaming all over and trembling slightly. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy. Although the originally smooth and flat metal gate was completely deformed by Delakian's impact, it still stood up stubbornly, firmly blocking everyone's way. It's not broken," Viridian said in surprise. As a companion, he knew very well how powerful Delakian's impact was. It could even break through a wall several meters thick. Moreover, before that, the holy sword released by the three people was added. Under such an attack, such a gate had not been penetrated. It was really surprising. "What should we do?" If even the most powerful Terrakian could not penetrate this gate, everyone's plan would completely fail and they would be trapped here. The material of this door is quite special, so it is very strong and difficult to attack. It is normal that it cannot be penetrated. Xuanjian said, maybe we should break through the city wall. No, Viridian shook his head. This city wall is built entirely of complete stones, and the thickness is more than 10 meters. There is no way to break through it. There is also a defensive electric grid on top, and it is impossible to flip over from the side. Viridian's face became more and more ugly, and the always calm Gopalian also became a little anxious, constantly going back and forth. Delakian said, I will try again, I should be able to penetrate this door. No. Viridian and Gopalian objected at the same time, your body can't withstand the backlash of launching such attacks twice in a row. The collision just now has consumed most of Delakian's physical strength, and he has suffered a lot of backlash. If he does it again, he will probably lose his combat effectiveness. And even if you come again, you won't be able to break through that door. Xuanjian said, the material of that door is a very tough metal, and each part has a metal mesh, which is very restrained against your kind of power-based attack. Moreover, the force on the deformed door becomes uneven, and the power of your attack will be greatly weakened. Hearing Xuanjian's analysis, the faces of the three holy swordsmen turned ugly. Are the three brothers really going to die here? But there is a way to escape. Xuanjian said faintly. Tell me. What is the way? The three elves asked anxiously at the same time. Continue to attack the door. Xuanjian said. What? Did you just say that you can't break through that door? Viridian asked puzzledly. Our goal is to escape, not to break through that door. Xuanjian said. Is there a difference? The three elves couldn't figure it out for a while. Of course. The difference is huge. What should we do? The mountain man has his own tricks, Xuanjian said proudly, and then said, the door is very tough, even Delakian's attack can't penetrate it. But the parts that fix the door on both sides are not that strong, and the door has been seriously deformed. As long as the fixing parts on both sides are destroyed, won't the door open? Good idea. Viridian's eyes lit up and he exclaimed. Delakian consumed a lot of physical strength in the attack just now, so let us do it next. Gopalian on the side also heard Xuanjian's words and agreed. Holy Sword. Viridian and Gopalian used the Holy Sword skill at the same time. Two lightsabers flew out from their heads and hit both sides of the door. Suddenly, a huge scratch appeared on the wall. It works, keep going. Xuanjian said. The two elves nodded and launched the Holy Swords to attack both sides continuously. After several times, the door edge, which was already damaged due to the deformation of the gate, was completely destroyed. The gate lost its support and fell to the ground with a bang. I'll lead the way in front, and you follow me. Gopalian said, and then he changed the multi-track on his back to Delakian, and then rushed out of the gate first. He had just wasted a lot of time, and there must be a large number of enemies outside to intercept his group. The attack just now consumed a lot of Delakian's energy, and his state declined. It was no longer suitable to lead the way in front. Among the three holy swordsmen, Gopalian had the strongest defense and the least restrained attributes, so it was most suitable for it to lead the way. Viridian and Delakian were not hypocritical. They let Gopalian go in front, and the two followed behind it, passed through the doorway, and rushed out. When the holy swordsmen fled with Xuanjian and multi-track, the tribes in the desert also gathered their teams and launched an attack on the sand castle. For the tribes in the desert, although they have been fighting each other for countless years, they all come from the same source and have always followed a tradition of fighting but not breaking. The fight between each other is only to maintain the strength of the tribe, not a fight between enemies. The Dragon Clan is a complete outsider to all the desert tribes. Their arrival has divided the few resources in the desert, which has long made them dissatisfied. It was only because of the powerful strength of the other party that they endured it. But now the plan of the Dragon Clan has a direct impact on their survival. Even if the plan is successfully implemented and the entire desert becomes an oasis, they will not get much benefit, but will completely decline. Therefore, when Yuleng came to persuade them, they immediately turned to Yuleng without hesitation and agreed to help encircle and suppress the Dragon Clan. The sand castle of the Dragon Clan was built on a mountain in the center of the desert. After the warriors of the 5 desert tribes gathered, they headed towards the sand castle. In order to win this battle that is related to survival, the Duduli tribe even sent out Dudu, who was just able to participate in the battle, and the other tribes also showed their full strength. What are you worried about? Maggie rode on the doodooly, following Muleng. Seeing that Muleng was a little distracted, she asked, Alice, I'm worried that our strength is not enough to stop the other side. Muleng said. Although he had assembled an army of tens of thousands of people, the number of trainers among them was only about 1%, and most of them were not strong, while most of the others were strong tribal warriors. Even those well-trained real soldiers, soldiers with hot weapons, could hardly match an ordinary trainer, not to mention these tribal warriors who were still using cold weapons. As a gangster, he knew the details of the enemy clearly, the family that had challenged the United Alliance. Although the other party failed in the end, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and it is almost impossible for the coalition forces on his side to beat the other side. Don't worry, don't we have reinforcements too? Maggie comforted, and not only the legendary holy swordsman, but also that lady came to help us. Maggie subconsciously looked at a tightly wrapped knight at the back of the team. Seeing Maggie looking at him, the knight nodded to Maggie, and as he shook his head, the tightly wrapped headscarf loosened a little, revealing the fair skin and a strand of pink hair underneath. Well, Muleng nodded and said, I'm not too surprised that the holy swordsman would come, but I'm a little surprised that this lady would come too. As far as I know, although the Alliance's attitude is a little ambiguous this time, it is undoubtedly on the side of the Dragon Clan. Turning the desert into an oasis will greatly expand the living environment of mankind, and it may also bring a new tax area instead of a desert that constantly needs Alliance funding. The Alliance will never refuse such a good thing. As for the elves who died because of this, no one will care. I told you that the lady is a good person. She couldn't bear to watch those elves die because of climate change. Although her identity prevented her from directly joining the war, she still hid her identity to help us. And because of her, a trainer came to help. Well, I must thank her in the future. Muleng said, then looked up at the horizon. The sand castle in the distance was already in sight. The team would soon enter the first line of defense of the Dragon Clan. I don't know how the Holy Swordsman and the trainer who were responsible for the rescue are doing. I hope they can succeed. It should be no problem. After all, it's a legendary elf. Maggie said. Muleng nodded and said, that's right, but I don't know what the specific attitudes of the two are. If the other party is willing to cooperate with the Holy Swordsman's rescue, then with the Holy Swordsman and the other party's strength, it is not difficult to escape, but if the other party has been completely convinced by the Dragon Clan, then the Holy Swordsman will be in danger. Chapter 137 Background. On the other side, the three Holy Swordsmen who were placed great hopes by Muleng and Maggie were in trouble. This number is too amazing. Xuanjian said in surprise as he looked at the army of artificial cell eggs floating in front of him. Although he had long known that the Dragon Clan would use 300 artificial cell eggs for the ceremony, Xuanjian had never seen them. It was not until this moment that he saw the dense artificial cell eggs in the air. After listening to Xuanjian's advice and opening the door, the group quickly ran outside, but they had to stop just after running out of the door because they encountered an army of artificial cell eggs that intercepted them. Artificial cell eggs are the final evolution of the single egg cell ball of the superpowered elves. Although the race value is not very high, with 500 as the standard, and 500 or more as high, the attribute distribution is extremely reasonable, and the skills are also very good. It is a powerful elf. For such an elf, it will definitely take a lot of time and energy to cultivate it from a single egg cell ball into an artificial cell egg. Before, Xuanjian had always thought that the 300 artificial cell eggs sent by the other party were the kind of elves that were catalyzed and cultivated by special means, and they were just here to make up the numbers and cooperate to complete the resonance. But after seeing the army of artificial cell eggs, Xuanjian knew that he was completely wrong. Each of these artificial cell eggs was a well-developed and energetic elf, and was not the kind of guy that was catalyzed and strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Some of them were even stronger than Alexander's. The cost of cultivating so many excellent artificial cell eggs is simply unimaginable. Should we say that they are worthy of being a family that dares to challenge the United Alliance? Duog also said in shock. As a breeder, she knew better than Xuanjian how much it cost to cultivate so many excellent artificial cell eggs. Not every single egg cell ball has the potential to evolve into an artificial cell egg. A large part of them will be difficult to evolve due to innate qualifications. After successfully evolving into a double egg cell ball, a large part of them cannot evolve into an artificial cell egg, Not to mention that it is impossible for every evolved artificial cell egg to be so excellent. After such screening, only about 1/20th of the initial single egg spheres can evolve into qualified artificial cell eggs, which means that there are at least 6,000 single egg spheres cultivated at the beginning, and this does not take into account the various errors that occurred during the cultivation. Duoga even thought that there might not be so many single egg spheres in the entire Unova region. You know, psychic elves have always been rare, not to mention elves with low fertility rates like single egg spheres. In addition to the huge number of elves, the cost of cultivating so many single egg spheres from their initial form to the mature form of artificial cell eggs after 2 evolutions is probably enough to maintain the operation of the entire United Alliance for more than 10 years. If these artificial cell eggs were cultivated by the Dragon Clan themselves, then their strength would simply make people unable to think of resisting. The camera returned to the scene. At this time, Xuanjian and Duoga had already gotten off the backs of Viridian and Delakian and hid in the doorway of the city wall. In front of such a large army, the Holy Swordsmen were already in a difficult situation, unable to protect themselves, let alone escaping with 2 burdens. In order to avoid being accidentally injured by the battle between the 2 sides, Xuanjian wisely took Duoga back into the doorway and sat back on the side of the Dragon Clan to watch the battle between the 2 sides. A thick layer of purple light curtain was erected in front of the artificial cell egg. It was a series of overlapping magic spaces, blocking the escape route of the Holy Swordsmen. The Holy Swordsmen did not dare to cross the line. They looked at the magic space defensively, ready to retreat immediately once the other side pushed the magic space forward. The magic spaces of so many artificial cell eggs were superimposed, and the speed would be as slow as a snail if they were trapped in it. It was impossible to escape. You can't run away, surrender. As the commander of the artificial cell egg army, wearing a large number 1 printed on his body, he shouted to the 3 Holy Swordsmen. In such an encirclement, even the flying elves would find it difficult to escape. Holy Swordsmen will never succumb to evil. Viridian replied loudly, while constantly retreating away from the approaching magic space. What a pity, we have no choice but to do it. Said number 1, I hope you can survive. After all, the Holy Swordsman is one of the more distinctive legends of Unova. If you all die, the impact will be very bad. He had seen the attack of the artificial cell egg army once. That force could tear any enemy that blocked it into pieces. Perhaps only the legendary dragon god could block such a powerful attack. Artificial cell eggs, attack. Number 1 waved his hand, and the artificial cell egg army immediately stopped advancing. The magic space stopped. After all, the main purpose of this skill was to prevent the Holy Swordsmen from escaping. If they continued to advance, they would inevitably force the opponent back into the castle. Not only would they be restricted in fighting, but they would also cause damage to the castle, which would not be good. The elves in the stopped artificial cell egg army took action from left to right according to the odd and even numbers. The odd-numbered ones continued to maintain the defense circle of the magic space to prevent the Holy Swordsman from escaping, while the even-numbered artificial cell eggs stopped performing the magic space, gathered a ball of energy in front of their foreheads, and gathered together to send out a powerful mental shock. Here it comes. Get out of the way. Viridian shouted. Then the 3 Holy Swordsmen jumped around to avoid the purple light as thick as a bucket. After they avoided it, the purple light hit the ground and instantly melted the sand on the ground. The physical damage of the superpower skill was not strong, but the attack of the artificial cell egg army directly burned the sand, which shows its power. Well, the first type of aggregation attack is indeed not very suitable for dealing with these fast guys. Switch to the second type of attack mode. Number 1 ordered. Following number 1's order, the artificial cell egg army no longer gathered their telekinesis together, but launched attacks separately. For a moment, a series of lavender lights shot at the 3 Holy Swordsmen like raindrops, which looked very much like the scene of artillery fire in modern wars. Light wall. Gapalion used a skill to defend against the opponent's attack, but it was shattered by the dense attack the moment it was used. Viridian quickly waved his leaf blade to intercept, but under the intensive attack, the leaf blade quickly shattered into countless energy fragments and disappeared. Delakian used rock slide to fight back, but the thrown rock was crushed into powder as soon as it flew out. After the intensive attack tore through all obstacles, it fell on the 3 elves. Delakian, who was restrained by the superpower attribute, had low special defense, and had just been counterattacked, immediately groaned in pain. Hold. Gapalion, who had the strongest resistance to superpower skills, saw his companion being injured and immediately used this defensive skill. The golden energy instantly opened up and blocked the dense lavender mental shock. Even without the skill learning machine provided by humans, they have learned most of the skills through their own understanding in their long lives. Humph, let's see how long you can hold on. Seeing the attack blocked, number 1 snorted coldly. Although holding is a defensive skill, it cannot be used infinitely, and the final winner will definitely be his side. But number 1 obviously underestimated the strength of the holy swordsmen who were called the legendary elves. When the skill of holding was used at full strength, the skill time was greatly extended. The army of artificial cell eggs attacked for a long time, but the golden shield was still standing upright. And since Garpalion could hold, there was no reason why Viridian and Delachian could not. With a replacement, the army did not know how long it would take to wear it out. Number 1, now is not the time to train soldiers. Don't waste the power of artificial cell eggs. End the battle as soon as possible. Alexander's voice came through the intercom. The ceremony was about to be held. If the consumption of the army of artificial cell eggs was too great, it would not be a simple matter to recover. Yes, Patriarch. It was my fault for not considering it. I will adjust the tactics immediately. Number 1 said immediately. It was a pity that I didn't know when I could command such a powerful army. Thinking of this, number 1 ordered the army of artificial cell eggs to stop attacking and think about tactics by himself. The holy swordsman also had a chance to breathe and began to think about countermeasures. Do you think they can escape? Chapter 138 Special Pokeball. Although it was the first time for number 1 to command the army of artificial cell eggs, his combat quality was very good. After a little thought, he immediately came up with a countermeasure and ordered the army of artificial cell eggs, change the skill, mental wave joint attack. The army of artificial cell eggs immediately started to act after hearing the order, and changed to using mental waves with lower power and consumption. However, under the joint attack of multiple artificial cell eggs, this skill, which was originally not very powerful, suddenly changed qualitatively. Circles of purple ripples were emitted from the artificial egg cells. Because the amplitude and frequency between them were extremely similar, they instantly resonated, greatly enhancing the power of the mental wave. Seeing such a powerful thought wave coming, the 3 holy swordsmen did not dare to neglect it, and immediately Viridian used the defense to defend. However, unlike the previous scattered attacks that caused the power to decrease, the mental wave attack was continuous and concentrated, and the power was very considerable, which caused a great consumption of the defense skill, so that Viridian's defense soon broke under the impact of the mental wave. Although Delachian then replaced Viridian and used the hold, everyone knew that the holy swordsmen were not far from complete defeat. We must fight back, otherwise we will never be able to defeat the enemy no matter how hard we try. Garpalion said. The number of enemies is hundreds of times that of our side. It is undoubtedly not a good idea to use defense to consume the enemy. Only by counterattacking and tearing a hole in the enemy's defense circle can we have a chance to escape. Viridian and Delachian nodded and agreed with each other's judgment. When Delachian's hold failed again, the 3 launched an attack at the same time, Holy Sword. Joint attack. This time, the 3 holy swordsmen tried their best, and the holy swords they summoned were more than 3 times more powerful than before. The huge lightsaber was raised high, and then slashed towards the light curtain, and the army of artificial cell eggs formed in the magic space in front. Seeing the huge lightsaber slashing towards him, number 1 did not panic, but said calmly, I have been waiting for this move of yours. Single number artificial cell eggs, stop maintaining the magic space and release the light wall. Double number artificial cell eggs, use mental shock to attack together. The army of artificial cell eggs that received the order immediately executed the order without hesitation. As they stopped maintaining the light curtain formed by the magic space, the light curtain instantly collapsed and returned to the normal shape of the magic space, a sphere centered on the artificial cell egg. At the same time, a huge wall of interwoven light appeared in the air, blocking the holy sword, but because the energy was somewhat dispersed, it was eventually pierced by the holy sword, but the light of the holy sword was also dimmed a lot. After piercing the light wall, the holy sword encountered the mental shock that gathered together, and the huge lightsaber and the purple light column collided in the air, causing a huge explosion. The violent explosion produced a powerful shock wave, and the first to be affected were the army of artificial cell eggs floating in the air. Under the violent shock wave, the artificial cell eggs were blown to the ground by the turbulent airflow caused by the shock wave, and they could no longer maintain the joint formation of holding hands. Although the holy swordsmen on the ground were also affected by the shock wave, they were much less affected because they were standing on the ground and their bodies were heavy. Seeing that the formation of the artificial cell eggs was destroyed, they immediately realized that their chance to escape had come. Go! Viridian shouted, and then he took the lead in turning into a residual image and rushed towards the defense line formed by the artificial cell eggs. Gapalion and Delakian also rushed forward closely behind him. They did not have the delusion of escaping with Xuanjian. In the current situation, they had tried their best to obtain such a glimmer of life. It was undoubtedly unrealistic to take two more burdens with them. Damn it! Number 1 looked at the defense flaws exposed by the artificial cell eggs being dispersed, and immediately cursed, but he was completely powerless to do anything about it. Seeing the 3 holy swordsmen exerting their own extraordinary speed, constantly turning and moving, avoiding the magic spaces suspended in the air, breaking outward, and about to break out of the encirclement. Suddenly, a purple light shot out from the back and accurately hit Terrakian, who was protected in the middle by his companions. Terrakian, who had lost a lot of physical strength and suffered serious injuries before, immediately lost his combat effectiveness under the attack. His strong body rolled forward and fell down under the inertia and resistance of the ground. Spiritual and strong thoughts combined attack. Xuanjian immediately recognized the attack, and then looked in the direction of the attack. He saw Caesar's father Alexander standing on the city wall with 7 artificial cell eggs floating around him. Obviously, he had arrived when the artificial cell egg army was fighting with the 3 holy swordsmen, but he had been forbearing until this time to attack and give the holy swordsman a fatal blow. Viridian and Gapalion stopped immediately after Terrakian was knocked down and guarded each other. They are honored as holy swordsmen not only because they can use fighting skills, holy swords, but also because of their noble qualities. In this case, they will never abandon their companions and run away. While the 2 were being held back by Delakian, the army of artificial cell eggs quickly regrouped and surrounded the 3 holy swordsmen. They were completely passive, and there was no possibility of escape unless a miracle happened. Although they were very reluctant to capture the holy swordsmen and hoped that a miracle would happen, the world would obviously not be transferred by human will. Under the attack of the regrouped army of artificial cell eggs, Viridian and Gapalion soon followed Delakian's footsteps and fell to the ground, completely losing their combat effectiveness. After confirming that the opponent had lost his combat effectiveness, the artificial cell eggs also stopped attacking, and only used mental power to suppress the opponent and prevent it from waking up. Number 1 looked at the 3 elves lying on the ground, and a trace of greed flashed through his mind. These are the legendary elves. The battle just now has proved their strength. If he can get them, then he will soon stand out. However, such greed was soon wiped out. It was true that these 3 elves were legendary elves, but he had no ability to control them. Moreover, the army of artificial cell eggs around him would listen to his command only because he was number 1, otherwise he would not be able to command them to do anything. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Alexander jumped down from the city wall with the help of 7 artificial cell eggs, and said to Xuanjian and Duoga in the doorway, and then took the lead to walk towards the 3 fallen holy swordsmen. Let's go, let's follow. Xuanjian said. Although he knew that the other party's behavior was a little bit of a knock on the ambiguous attitude of the 2 of them just now, Xuanjian still decided to follow. Well, Duoga nodded. She had a good impression of the 3 holy swordsmen. She was afraid that Alexander would do something bad to the 3 elves, and had long wanted to go over to protect them. At this time, Xuanjian invited her and immediately nodded and agreed. Hurry up and follow Alexander. The 3 of them quickly came to the front of the 3 holy swordsmen. Since they were attacked by psychic type, the 3 elves had no obvious damage on their bodies, but from their tightly furrowed brows, it was obvious that their spirits had been greatly damaged. After observing the 3 holy swordsmen, Alexander nodded with satisfaction. Very good, they are indeed legendary elves. They are fully qualified to be the family's collection. Then he took out 3 gray elf balls from his waist and put the 3 elves in. That is, the prison ball. Xuanjian looked at the gray elf ball in Alexander's hand and said in surprise. Since replacing the seal stone is a tool for storing elves, the elf ball has been continuously developed and upgraded. Among them, many elf balls that have not been divided into different types have appeared, and this gray prison ball is one of them. This kind of elf ball does not help to improve the capture rate at all, and it is not comfortable to live in itself, but it has a very powerful feature, Once it is successfully loaded into this kind of elf ball, it is difficult for the elf to break free from it. In addition, its material conditions that can only maintain the production of elves. This kind of elf ball is often used to imprison those Pokémon. However, this kind of Pokéball is extremely difficult to make, and the demand is very small except for special departments, so it is very rare. This is the first time Xuanjian has seen it. Good eyesight. Alexander praised, and then threw 3 prison balls to number 1, take it to the family collection room and lock it up. Sell it after this matter is over. The teleporting Pokémon in the Unova region, this title alone is enough to attract many people. Yes. Number 1 took the 3 Pokéballs respectfully and turned away. You have also seen the power of the family, take care of yourself. Alexander said to Xuanjian and Duoge, then turned away. It seems that we can't be so ambiguous. Duoge said. Although the other party didn't say anything this time, he had euphemistically expressed his dissatisfaction with the two people's fence-sitting behavior. The other party has shown strong strength. If they don't cooperate, the consequences will be very serious. Well, Xuanjian nodded and agreed with Duoge's point of view. At present, the other party needs Duoge's power, so he will be more tolerant of the two, but if the two continue to be so ignorant, after using Duoge, the other party may turn against them. What should I do? Theoretically, standing on the side of the Dragon Clan is the best way to deal with it, but for some reason Xuanjian felt a little unwilling. Suddenly, Xuanjian raised his eyebrows, as if he had discovered something interesting. Let's go around. Xuanjian said to Duoji Yui, and at the same time made a secret gesture to her. Hearing Xuanjian's words, Duoji Yui was stunned for a moment. There was yellow sand everywhere, how could it be good? But when she saw Xuanjian's gesture, she immediately understood and agreed, well, I haven't visited outside the wall yet, so it's a good opportunity to walk around. Chapter 139 Choice. There was really nothing to see around. Unlike the birdsong and flowers inside the wall, there was endless yellow sand outside the wall. A wall divided the inside and outside into 2 worlds. After avoiding the guards' prying eyes, Xuanjian brought Duoge to a small sand dune. After confirming that the guards on the wall could not see the two of them, he stomped on the ground and said, "Come out, I found you." Duoge looked at the ground curiously, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement, so he couldn't help but look at Xuanjian. "Do you think I'm tricking you?" Xuanjian shook his head and took out the Pokéball from his waist. "Come out, Gyarados, use Earthquake on the ground." A flash of light appeared in front of him, and it was the Gyarados that had not appeared for a long time. Although it was not used to the desert environment, it was still quite excited to be able to go out for a ride. After hearing Xuanjian's order, Gyarados immediately raised its tail and slapped it heavily on the ground. Even though the ground was sand with strong buffering ability, it was violently shaken by it. Roar. For the opponent hiding underground, the earthquake attack is obviously very effective. After being attacked, the opponent can no longer hide. After a low roar, a large onyx that is larger than Gyarados breaks out of the ground. However, due to the attack of the earthquake and the influence of Gyarados' intimidation characteristics, Onyx seems to be a little timid. So, a funny picture appeared. The two giant beasts confronted each other, but the one that was obviously larger shrank into a ball in fear, staring at the other nervously. "Don't come out yet, do you want me to help you with a water gun?" Xuanjian looked at the onyx that shrank into a ball in front of him and said lightly. Hearing Xuanjian's words, Gyarados also opened his mouth, as if to launch a water gun attack on the opponent. "No, I'm out." A voice came from Onyx, and then Onyx lowered its head and opened its mouth, and a young man with short red hair crawled out of Onyx's mouth. After landing on the ground, the man looked at Xuanjian and asked, "Strange, I hid in Onyx's belly, and Onyx was hiding underground, but you still found me." Xuanjian had no intention of answering the other party's doubts. Onyx, a combination of rock and ground, has a weak sense of existence in Xuanjian's perception based on the power of Changpan. If you don't look for it specifically, it will be easily overlooked. But the other party, as an ordinary human, is very obvious in Xuanjian's perception and can be easily distinguished, even if the other party is hiding in Onyx's mouth. However, there is no need to tell the other party about this kind of thing. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" Xuanjian asked. The other party has been lurking under the feet of the two people with Onyx since he and Duoge were taken out of the city wall by the 3 holy swordsmen. Xuanjian's intuition tells him that the other party is in the same group as the three holy swordsmen, and their purpose is the same, so Xuanjian led the other party here and forced him out. Hearing Xuanjian's question, the other party stopped looking at Xuanjian and said righteously, "As for me, you can call me Xuan. I came here on the orders of Miss Zoroa to stop you from holding that evil ceremony." Zoroa. Xuanjian was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that this name seemed to belong to that Joey. Then he was a little surprised that the other party was also involved in this fight. However, Xuanjian, who had seen the strength of the Dragon Clan, had no idea of changing his camp for the time being. Stop the ceremony with your Onyx. Although Onyx looks huge and very powerful, it often makes novice trainers think that this kind of Pokemon is very powerful. But in fact, this is a guy who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Except for the outstanding physical defense, everything else is terrible. Of course, for novice trainers, Pokémons mostly master physical skills, so it is understandable that they can't do anything with this big guy. Akaji is not a novice, so he naturally understands Xuanjian's ridicule. For orthodox trainers, who have the three starters, as long as they overcome psychological barriers, Onyx is not scary at all. After all, except for the fire type, all the three starters severely restrain Onyx. Even trainers who use the three starters as fire-type Pokémons are not afraid of Onyx because they have many fire-type special attacks. Looking at the opponents Gyarados and Onyx, which is already trembling under the intimidation feature, Akaji sighed helplessly and took out another Pokéball. Go, Bosquardora. Bosquardora. Xuanjian looked at this Pokémon covered with steel armor and felt a little jealous. Bosquardora is a standard physical attacker, which Xuanjian doesn't care about. What Xuanjian cares about is its unparalleled feature after its super evolution, filtering. If Gyarados has such a feature, it would be a wonderful thing. Seeing Xuanjian staring at his elf closely, Xuan said proudly, "How about it? Is this enough? Come with me, don't stay here to help the evil. The tribes outside have organized a resistance army and are hiding here." Reluctantly withdrawing his eyes from Bosquardora, Xuanjian shook his head and said, "Sorry, I refuse." Reject? Why? Because you are too weak. Without giving the other party a chance to ask questions, Xuanjian continued to explain, "You also saw the battle just now. The three powerful holy swordsmen couldn't defeat the opponent. With your strength, it is even more impossible. Although we are not very interested in this ceremony, there is no reason to stand on the side that is bound to lose." After listening to the other party's words, Xuan lowered his head. What Xuanjian said was indeed very reasonable. His side was indeed much weaker than the Dragon Clan. However, this was a task given to him by his beloved Miss Soraya. In order not to disappoint Miss Soraya, he couldn't give up like this. Thinking of this, Xuan looked up and said, "Although what you said makes sense, I can't give up. Since the other party can use strength to make you surrender, then I can too. Go ahead, Bosquardora. Why bother?" Xuanjian shook his head. "Let's not talk about whether you can take us away. Even if you succeed, where can you take us to escape? Can the tribal army resist the attack of the other party and protect us?" Xuan was not moved by Xuanjian's words at all, and said firmly, "I know this, but for Miss Zoroa, I will do my best. Take out your Pokemon and have a duel. If you lose, come with me." What a stubborn guy. Xuanjian curled his lips. "Although your Bosquardora is very strong, you don't think that I am so easy to deal with. Gyarados, let the other party see your strength." Gyarados nodded and swam forward from Xuanjian. Although there is no water in the desert, the sand is very soft, which is more suitable for its activities than ordinary land, and the opponent seems to be very good, which makes it very excited. As for Gyarados, Bosquardora was not affected by the intimidation attribute like Onyx. Generally speaking, the stronger and larger the Pokemon is, the more immune it is to the intimidation attribute. Onyx was so scared because its attributes were severely restrained and its own strength was much worse than Gyarados. But Bosquardora had no such problem at all. Soon, the two giant beasts walked between the two and began to confront each other, waiting for the trainer's order. The two did not talk too much and started fighting directly. Bosquardora, Iron Head attack. Gyarados, Water Tail. Both sides issued orders at the same time, and the two Pokemon immediately collided with each other. Gyarados' powerful tail was wrapped in water and raised high, smashing towards Bosquardora. Bosquardora also raised its hard head and faced Gyarados. The huge bodies of the two sides collided with each other, and it was difficult to tell who was better. Boskator, grab its tail, then pull the other party over, and use the Taishan top. Akaji ordered. Although Gyarados is bigger than Boskator, it is actually much lighter than Boskator, which is covered in metal. It is not difficult to throw it out with Boskator's strength. Hearing Akaji's order, Boskator nodded and immediately grabbed Gyarados' tail. Gyarados immediately struggled, but could not shake this opponent who was almost twice as heavy as himself. With Boskator's roar, Gyarados was immediately pulled by Boskator's tail and grabbed. Then the heavy body immediately pressed down on Gyarados, pressing Gyarados under it and unable to move. Period. Gyarados, water cannon. Xuanjian ordered. Gyarados, who was pressed by Boskator, roared, and shot out a thick water cannon from his big mouth, hitting Boskator's face directly. The water cannon's hit is a big problem for a guy like Gyarados who is not good at shooting, but at such a close distance, it would be unfair if it didn't hit. As a rock-type Pokémon, Boskator was not able to overcome its weakness of being afraid of water. After being hit by Gyarados' water cannon, it immediately retreated in panic, not even caring about the pressure from the mountain. This allowed Gyarados, who was pressed under it, to resume its actions again. Xuanjian immediately ordered Gyarados to launch a counterattack. Gyarados, use Earthquake. No, Boskator, quickly use double-edged headbutt to counterattack. After receiving the order from the trainer, Gyarados immediately raised its tail and slammed it heavily on the ground. Waves of earthquake waves followed its slaps and attacked Boskator. Boskator was immediately shaken by the ground and fell to the ground. For it, which has the attributes of steel and rock, ground-type skills have 4 times the damage. However, since it is located in the desert and the soil is soft, the power of the earthquake is greatly reduced. In addition, its super high physical defense means that the damage it received in the end is not great. After the earthquake skill ended, Boskator immediately climbed up from the ground, rushed towards Gyarados, and launched a double-edged headbutt. Gyarados, water cannon. Xuanjian saw that the opponent was not knocked down by the earthquake and used the double-edged headbutt to counterattack, so he immediately ordered. After receiving the order, Gyarados immediately sprayed a stream of water cannon from his mouth, shooting at Boskator who was rushing towards him. With the opponent's speed, it was naturally impossible to avoid this attack, and the water column immediately hit its head. But this time, probably because it did not hit directly, Boskator was not too afraid, but rushed towards Gyarados against the water column. The sharp long horns pierced the water column and hit Gyarados' head heavily, knocking it flying. Gyarados. Xuanjian immediately rushed towards Gyarados who was knocked away by Boskator, and saw that Gyarados was lying on the ground and had lost its combat effectiveness. After a careful inspection, Xuanjian found that Gyarados was not seriously injured. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and then took out the Pokéball. Gyarados, come back. You are very good. Although Gyarados has an advantage in attributes, its level is lower than the opponent, and the environment is not suitable for Gyarados to perform. The opponent's physical defense is too strong. It is not surprising that it loses. However, with Gyarados' temper, it is estimated that some people can't accept it. In this way, it seems that it is a good thing that Gyarados fainted now. You win. Xuanjian put away Gyarados and was about to say to Xuanjian that you won, but found that the opponent's Boskator also lost its combat effectiveness. It seems that it was hit by the double-edged headbutt. It seems that this guy's Boskator is not a stone head. Silently putting away his Boskator, Xuanjian was also a little helpless. Although he withstood the attack of the water cannon, it does not mean that Boskator was not hurt. In addition, the double-edged headbutt caused the counterattack. It is not surprising that it loses its combat effectiveness. It is already a pleasant surprise to be able to defeat the opponent before losing its combat effectiveness. I mainly move around in desert areas, so most of my Pokémon are ground and rock type, which is really a disadvantage against water type opponents. Although my Pokémon attributes are at a disadvantage, I still have to fight on. I can't let Mr. down. Akaji said firmly, and then said to Onyx beside him, Onyx, please. Onyx nodded. Without Gyarados, it no longer had the suppression it was under. Hearing the trainer's order, it immediately crawled towards Xuanjian. Wait, Xuanjian said, I have more than one water-type Pokémon in my hand. You have no chance of winning. But your determination touched me. I have a better idea here. Do you want to listen? What idea? Akaji asked, and at the same time signaled Onix to stop. He also knew that his chances of winning were slim. Even if the opponent had no water-type Pokémon, it would still be difficult to defeat the opponent with Onix. You were able to move freely underground with the help of Onix before. That's because the other party had no time to take care of you, but once they take us with them, it will be completely different. You have also seen the failure of the 3 holy swordsmen just now. The defense here is so strict that even they can't take us away, let alone you. In this case, we can't force our way in, we must use our horns. How to use our horns? Go back and notify the tribe's army and let them launch an attack. In this way, the main force of the Dragon Clan will be attracted over, and then it will be much easier for us. Xuanjian was silent for 2 seconds, nodded and said, I think it's okay. But this still needs to be communicated with other people. Okay, then go. Xuanjian said, we'll wait for you here at this time tomorrow. Xuanjian nodded, turned around and crawled back into Onix's mouth. Onix closed its mouth, lowered its head and touched the ground with its horn, digging a big hole, then dived into it and disappeared on the ground. Digging a hole is such a practical skill. Xuanjian sighed as he watched the hole on the ground being gradually buried by the flow of sand after Onix disappeared. The soft soil will make all traces disappear after Onix leaves, so it is very difficult to track them. The other party is really good at it. Do we really have to stand on the side of the tribe? Is it because of Joey? But even if Joey joins them, it can't change the balance of power, right? Duogi asked Xuanjian. She really couldn't understand why Xuanjian would give up the obviously stronger Dragon Clan and choose to stand on the side of the tribe. This is totally unlike his character. Well, Xuanjian nodded, there is a saying in my hometown that those who are righteous will have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous will have few supporters. Although the other party looks weaker, they will undoubtedly have more support. Even Joey supports them, so I decided to stand on their side. Although justice is an illusory thing, there is no doubt that the righteous side is always easy to get support and relatively easy to win. In the history of thousands of years in the past life, the side that occupies the moral high ground can always turn the tables by defeating the strong with the weak. Moreover, as a man, being forced to agree to this will always make me feel uncomfortable. Is that so? Although I don't quite understand, I believe you. Duoga said. Thank you. Xuanjian thanked. To be honest, I always feel that this ceremony will go wrong, but I can't find a problem after thinking about it, so I told Xuanjian this. I guess this is a way out for me. Chapter 140 Preparation. After separating from Akaji, Xuanjian also began to make preparations. Although riding Onix is a good choice to escape underground, a fatal weakness of escaping underground is insufficient mobility, which makes it easy to be targeted. Moreover, he did not have a Pokémon like Onix. Once he chose this way to escape, he would be completely dependent on Akaji. Xuanjian did not like the feeling of completely entrusting his safety to others. Therefore, he had to find a backup way to escape, and riding Charizard from the air was undoubtedly a good choice. Although Charizard is more suitable for riding than Gyarados, flying is much more dangerous than swimming. Fortunately, compared with his suddenly evolved Gyarados, Charizard's power control is stronger, and the evolution is gradual, so there will be no loss of control like Gyarados. But Charizard did not know how to fly before, and at this time it just learned to fly because of evolution. In fact, it is still very immature, so it is not easy to train. In order to prevent himself from falling from the air and becoming the first trainer to be killed while learning to ride Charizard, Xuanjian asked Butterfree and Crossbit to escort him. Facts have proved that such preparation is necessary. After taking Xuanjian with him, Charizard, who couldn't fly very steadily, was extremely nervous and flew up and down, so that Xuanjian fell off his back many times. If it weren't for Butterfree and Crossbit to rescue him, Xuanjian might have died long ago. However, under such cooperation, Charizard's improvement was also very fast. Soon it mastered the 3 skills of Steel Wings, Swallow Return, and Heat Wind. For Pokémon, the period after its evolution is when its strength is rapidly improved. If there is a trainer to accompany it to train and give it correct guidance, it will quickly adapt to the newly acquired power. As Charizard gradually controls its own power, Xuanjian and it cooperate more and more handy. After just a few days, Xuanjian can already skillfully ride Charizard in the air. And Xuanjian also fell in love with a feeling of flying at high speed in the air, which is a completely different experience from riding an airplane or an airship. The Dragon Clan did not interfere with Xuanjian's training, and seemed to be unaware of it. However, they seemed to have accelerated the pace of preparation and asked Duogi to rehearse the ceremony many times. Although these rehearsals did not actually carry out the ceremony, each time they exhausted all of Duogi's strength before stopping, causing Duogi to be so tired every day that he didn't even have the energy to take care of Xuanjian's elves. Xuanjian had to do everything by himself. On the other hand, the resistance army led by Muling also gave a response. They agreed to the method given by Xuanjian, and Miss Jo even lent her favorite elf to Xuanjian to help Xuanjian escape. After seeing this elf, Xuanjian was more confident that the two would escape successfully, and he made a new plan for this. After receiving Xuanjian's plan, Muling immediately began to attack the sand castle, and the Dragon Clan had obviously anticipated the opponent's attack, so they built a high wall for defense early. "Bangela, it's up to you," Muling said to the giant beast beside him while riding on the back of a Duduli. "Roar." Bangela roared, nodded, and walked towards the city wall. Seeing the giant beast that was almost as tall as the city wall coming towards them, the guards on the city wall did not dare to neglect it and immediately launched an attack on Bangela with the guns in their hands. Using guns to attack humans will be condemned by public opinion and will make many people turn to the other side, but there is no such concern when using guns on elves. So these weapons are not used against humans at the beginning, but elves. Bullets shot out of the gun, cutting through the air, making a sharp sound, and finally shot at Bangera's body. However, with Bangera's defense, these attacks are just tickling. Use the sand-raising feature with all your strength, and then use Earthquake, Muling ordered. Although Bangera couldn't withstand the attack of guns, its eyes are still relatively fragile. If it is injured by bullets, it will be bad. Bangera nodded, and a yellowish-brown light shone on his body. Then the sand on the ground around him became agitated, floating into the air, spinning around Bangera and flying, forming a huge sandstorm. Then, Bangela raised his foot high and stomped hard on the ground. Suddenly, waves of earthquake waves hit the city wall, shaking the guards on it to the ground, and it was difficult to maintain the attack on Bangela. However, Muling was not satisfied with this result. What he wanted was to completely destroy the city wall. Therefore, he ordered again, "Bangela, use the billion-ton impact." Bangela nodded, and violent energy rose from his body. The energy turned into a surging shock wave and rushed towards the city wall in front, even dispersing the sandstorm in the sky. In front of the billion-ton impact from Bangela, the originally solid city wall was like paper, and was easily torn apart by the shock wave. The guards hiding on the wall also suffered and were crushed by the collapsed city wall. "Well done, Bangela. Come back first." Muling saw that the attack was effective and the enemy's defense was broken. Bangela, who had used his skills, was in a state of stiffness. He immediately took Bangela back, then pulled Duduli's reins and shouted, "Brothers, charge!" Then he shook the reins and controlled Duduli to rush towards the enemy. Behind him, countless tribal warriors, either riding various mounts or running at high speed, followed him to charge. When Muling captured the first line of defense, the people in the castle immediately received reports from the front line. After a little preparation, a large number of castle guards came out in droves to reinforce the front line, and the defense force in the castle was greatly reduced for a while. "It's time." Xuanjian used the power of Changpan to sense it once, and found that there were indeed fewer people in the castle, so he said to Duoga beside him, "Well, let's go." Duoga replied weakly. She was repeatedly called to hold ritual drills in the past 2 days, which made her exhausted and a little listless. Led by Xuanjian, the two came to the back garden of the castle. After making sure that there was no one around, Xuanjian took out the Pokeball. "Come out, Gem Starfish. Use the water gun to destroy all the cameras around." Gem Starfish nodded, and shot a stream of water from the top of each horn, shooting at the surrounding surveillance probes. After evolving, the number and power of the water guns it controls have greatly increased. In the preparations of the past few days, Xuanjian has figured out the location of the cameras in the garden with it, so it is naturally familiar with it now. After Gem Starfish fired the water gun, the guards in the monitoring room who were monitoring through the camera only saw a stream of water hitting the camera, and then the entire screen was blurred. Knowing that the camera was destroyed, they immediately reported the situation to Caesar and Alexander. Alexander listened to his subordinate's report, sneered, and ordered Caesar, "Sure enough, they are not honest. Fortunately, we are well prepared." Caesar, I leave it to you, go and catch them back. Yes, father. Caesar nodded and immediately ran to the back garden, and at the same time, there were 7 artificial cell eggs. Guess what that elf is and how to use it. If you guess correctly before the next chapter is released, you will be rewarded with a large enough supporting role. P.S. The following plot will take place in Kanto. If you want to appear as soon as possible, please set the task in Kanto. By the way, the red envelopes were sent in the group, but no one went to claim them. Chapter 141 Leaf Elf's Debut. When Caesar came to the back garden, he saw Duogi and Xuanjian standing next to the rockery, but the original rockery had turned into a huge pit. Xuanjian and Duogi were standing next to the tunnel, and seemed to be trying to escape through the tunnel. It seems that I am not too late, you can't run away. Caesar shouted, artificial cell eggs, destroy the tunnel. No, hurry up. Xuanjian also saw Caesar and shouted immediately. But it was obviously too late. The 7 artificial cell eggs resonated and shot a bright purple light at the hole. Under the attack of the purple light, the tunnel collapsed immediately, leaving only a big pit in the original place. Damn it, Xuanjian looked at the collapsed tunnel, a little annoyed. We have long guessed that you were planning to escape, so we arranged people to monitor you. Now it seems that this decision is correct. Caesar said proudly, just surrender obediently. You can't run away. Huh? Besides this, I have other ways to escape. However, it looks like we have to have a showdown first. Duel? Happy to accompany you. Caesar said, and then motioned the artificial cell egg beside him to fly over. No, no, no. Xuanjian looked at the 7 artificial cell eggs holding hands and floating in the air, shook his head and said, the artificial cell egg is not your Pokémon, and it's meaningless to fight it. I mean to fight with the Sun Elf. Are you sure? Caesar asked, although I know you have more than one Pokémon, shouldn't you first defeat the artificial cell egg that can best stop you from escaping? In theory, but even if I defeat the artificial cell egg, can't you use the Sun Elf to stop me from escaping? Xuanjian explained, in that case, why not start with the simple ones and defeat them one by one? Besides, my Eevee has also evolved. You used tricks in the last battle, so it ended in a draw. I really want to know which of our EVs is stronger after so long. It sounds reasonable, but I always feel something is wrong. This doesn't seem to be your style. Caesar looked at Xuanjian and said with some doubt. Why worry so much? People always change. Don't you have confidence in your home's defense? Or are you afraid of being defeated by me? Xuanjian provocatively said. Caesar was somewhat tempted. He was very concerned about the fact that he was not as good as Xuanjian. Hearing Xuanjian's provocation, he could not help it. He glanced at Duogi who was standing motionless beside him. After confirming that she could not escape, he finally nodded, okay. In this case, let's compete again. Then he took out the Pokeball from his waist. Sun Elf, go. Prove that we are the strongest. Seeing the other party summon the Sun Elf, Xuanjian said, are you so confident? Don't you know that there is a type of evolution in Eevee that evolves into a Moon Elf with evil attributes that completely counters the psychic type? Caesar was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know this. It was a complete coincidence that Eevee would evolve into a Sun Elf. When he took it to the event that day, the unchanging stone necklace on Eevee's neck suddenly broke, and Eevee immediately evolved into a Sun Elf. He only found out that this was the evolution of Eevee's psychic attribute after checking the information, but he was confused about the evolution conditions. It seems that you really don't know. Xuanjian looked at Caesar's confused expression and smiled. Then I will be kind enough to give you some popular science as a reward for your hospitality during this period of time. There are currently 6 known evolutionary types of Eevee. In addition to the common water elves, fire elves, and lightning elves that rely on waterstone, firestone, and thunderstone to evolve, there is also your sun elves with superpower attributes, and the moon elves with their corresponding evil attributes. Most of the two have evolved accidentally, and the way they evolve is still unknown to most people. However, considering that you used to entertain me in a 5-star hotel, I can tell you for free that for them to evolve, they need to raise their levels high enough, and at the same time, they must focus on activities during the day or at night. Caesar nodded and said, I'm taught you. So your Eevee has evolved into moon elves. No. Although the moon elves have attributes that restrain the sun elves, but it's hard to say who will win or lose in a real fight. Although the moon elves have attributes that restrain the sun elves, Their attribute distribution is not as good as the Sun Elves, and the outcome of a fight between the two is unpredictable. Didn't I just say that Eevee currently has 6 evolutions, and mine is naturally the remaining one? Xuanjian took the Pokeball from his waist, saying, "Come out, Leafling." Caesar looked at the Eevee evolution named Leafling that appeared in front of him. The moment this Pokemon appeared, the air around it was filled with the fragrance of grass and trees, which made people feel relaxed and happy. After looking at it for a while, Caesar asked, "Leafling?" The grass attribute Eevee evolution. The theory that Eevee has multiple evolutions has been proposed for a long time, but no evidence has been found. The grass attribute Pokemon in front of him is called Leafling, so it is undoubtedly the grass attribute evolution of Eevee. Yes, this is the evolved form I newly discovered. You are probably the first trainer in the world to fight against Leafling. How about it? Are you surprised? Such opportunities are rare. You may very well go down in history because of this. I am very generous to give you such a big gift. Looking at this opponent, about whom he knew nothing except his attributes and name, Caesar's face was a little solemn, but his momentum was not diminished at all. Who wants to go down in history with such a thing? I want to go down in history with such a great event as turning this desert into an oasis. Come on, let me see if your Leafeon is qualified to be the opponent of my Sun Elf. Come on, Sun Elf, use Illusion Light. That's what I meant, Leaf Elf. Use Leaf Blade to block it. Both sides attacked at the same time. The good gem on the Sun Elf's forehead flashed, and it sent a colorful light towards the Leaf Elf. It was the illusion light that would cause chaos after hitting the Leaf Elf. The Leaf Elf was not slow either. The leaves on its head kept swinging, throwing out pieces of emerald green leaves, blocking the Sun Elf's illusion light. Seeing that the illusion light was blocked, Caesar was not angry and continued to order, "Sun Elf, strengthen your mind. Leaf Elf, dodge with a flash of lightning, and then use the grass flute." After hearing the order, the Leaf Elf immediately launched a flash of lightning to avoid the attack from the Sun Elf. At the same time, the leaves on its tail and head swayed rhythmically, making a soothing sound. Combined with the fresh breath emanating from its body, the hypnotic effect was unexpectedly good. The Sun Elf tried to resist the deep sleepiness, but his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he finally fell asleep. Good opportunity. Rush over and use the Leaf Blade. Hearing Xuanjian's order, Leaf Eevee immediately rushed to the sleeping Sun Elf, and the leaves on his forehead lit up, turning into a sharp Leaf Blade, slashing at the sleeping Sun Elf. Well, this chapter has not been revealed yet, so let's postpone it to the next chapter. Chapter 142 Escape. Seeing that the Leaf Elf's Leaf Blade was about to hit and lay the foundation for victory, Caesar suddenly said, "Sun Elf, use Sleep Talk." Hearing Caesar's order, the sleeping Sun Elf smacked his lips, and then a barrier appeared in front of it. It seems that the Sun Elf is lucky and actually drew the reflection wall skill. Under the protection of the reflection wall, the power of the Leaf Blade was greatly weakened, and finally only caused a negligible amount of damage to the Sun Elf. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Leaf Elf, use Sword Dance to strengthen yourself. With a reflection wall, it is difficult for the Leaf Elf to defeat the sleeping Sun Elf. And the Leaf Elf does not have skills such as Dream Eater that specifically counter the sleeping state. Its special attack cannot cause much damage to the Sun Elf, and after the sleep ends, all these damages are replenished, which is a waste of effort, so it is better to strengthen yourself. Sun Elf, do Sleep Talk again. Seeing that the opponent strengthened himself, Caesar ordered again. This time, the Sun Elf drew the high-speed star, and then, golden 5-pointed stars shot towards the Leaf Elf, but were immediately blocked by the Leaf Elf waving the Leaf Blade. On the other side, the Sun Elf also woke up after using the Sleep Talk. As a psychic elf, it is obviously more resistant to hypnotic skills. Caesar was not in a hurry to let the awakened Sun Elf attack. At present, it seems that the strength of the two elves is not much different. It is obviously difficult to defeat the other one. Therefore, Caesar chose the advanced layout. Sun Elf, foresee the future. Leaf Elf, sunny day. Xuanjian saw the other party's actions and understood the other party's thoughts. He immediately ordered the Leaf Elf that it was time to use the killer. The Leaf Elf opened its mouth and sprayed a ball of light into the air. The moment the ball of light appeared, the already bright sunlight became blazing. The blazing sunlight sprinkled on the Leaf Elf, and the Leaf Elf let out a comfortable groan. At the same time, the color of the body became darker, looking like a verdant leaf, and the fragrance in the air became stronger. The Sun Elf couldn't help but squint in the strong sunlight, and at the same time, he looked at the changing Leaf Elf vigilantly, guarding against its attack. It's a pity that the Leaf Elf didn't learn the Sunshine Blaze. It's a bit of a waste to only use the sunny day to increase the speed. Xuanjian thought so, and then ordered the Leaf Elf, "Leaf Elf, show your speed, attack." The Leaf Elf, who received the order, let out a cheerful cry, and then turned into green afterimage and rushed towards the Sun Elf. The scorching sun made it feel full of strength. This feeling was really great. With the cooperation of the sunny day and the characteristics of chlorophyll, the Leaf Elf speed doubled directly. The speed that was originally only slightly slower than the Sun Elf doubled, and it was so fast that the Sun Elf couldn't catch it. At the same time, the scorching sun greatly accelerated its own photosynthesis, and the energy supply became extremely abundant. The Leaf Elf rushed towards the Sun Elf at a high speed, and before the Sun Elf could react, it used multiple leaf blades to attack the Sun Elf in succession. Even with a reflection wall defense, the Sun Elf was still knocked out. What? Caesar was shocked when he saw the Sun Elf being knocked out. He didn't expect the opponent's speed to become so fast. However, Xuanjian obviously would not give him time to be dazed, and continued to order, "Leaf Elf, use Shadow Ball. Then use Lightning Flash to attack. Don't give the opponent a chance to breathe." Leaf Elf nodded, and a dark purple energy ball condensed in his mouth, and hit the Sun Elf who had not yet landed, and then turned into a residual image and hit the Sun Elf again. Under the absolute speed suppression, the Sun Elf had no power to fight back. The Leaf Elf, who used Lightning Flash, knocked the Sun Elf away again. When it was about to continue the combo, a ball of light purple energy suddenly appeared in front of the Leaf Elf and hit the Leaf Elf, blocking its attack. It was the Foresee the Future skill that the Sun Elf used before that finally worked at this moment. Foresee the Future caused great damage to the Leaf Elf who was caught off guard, interrupting the Leaf Elf's continuous attack, and the Sun Elf also regained a chance to breathe. The two trainers ordered their Pokémon to use the recovery skill at the same time. Sun Elf, use Morning Light. Leaf Elf, use Photosynthesis. The two elves have similar stamina, and the effects of the skills they use are basically the same. Bathed in the scorching sun, the stamina of both sides has been greatly restored. Time is running out, we must make a quick decision. Xuanjian thought as he looked at the weakening sunlight in the sky. Using the sunny day skill in the desert is naturally more effective than in other places, but it cannot last indefinitely. According to Xuanjian's estimation, half of the sunny daytime has passed, and there is not much time left. Leaf Elf, Shadow Clone, and then continue to attack with Lightning Flash. Xuanjian ordered. Although the recovery skill was used after the Sun Elf, the Leaf Elf had already completed the recovery first with its attribute and speed advantages. Sun Elf, use See-Through to avoid the opponent's attack. Caesar ordered. The See-Through skill was activated faster, and the Sun Elf completed the skill first, while on the other side, the Leaf Elf quickly completed the Shadow Clone, and then several Leaf Elves rushed towards the Sun Elf. With the ability to see through, the Sun Elf accurately identified which one was the real one. However, even if the Sun Elf did find the real body of the Leaf Elf, due to the speed difference, it had no time to dodge and was knocked to the ground by the Leaf Elf. It's useless. Even if you see through or attack, what does it matter? Your body can't keep up with your thoughts, and you can't dodge. Xuanjian said, Leaf Elf, Leaf Blade. Sun Elf, Iron Wall. The Iron Wall released before had failed under the attack of the Leaf Elf. Without the protection of the Iron Wall, the Sun Elf's fragile body would lose its combat effectiveness in a few hits, so Caesar hurriedly asked the Sun Elf to release the skill again. But the speed of the Leaf Elf was too fast. When the Sun Elf just reacted, the Leaf Blade had already chopped it and sent it flying, and the skill failed to be released. Fight, Sun Elf, destroy the Death Light. Caesar ordered as he looked at the Sun Elf who was sent flying. Not good, Leaf Elf, hold on. Xuanjian shouted immediately after hearing the order. The Sun Elf, tumbling in the air, tried to twist his body, raised his head and shot a brilliant golden light at the Leaf Elf. Light-type skills are very fast, and it is difficult to dodge unless you predict them. This is why Xuanjian did not order the Leaf Elf to dodge. After receiving the order, the Leaf Elf immediately took a defensive stance and welcomed the opponent's attack. With the Sun Elf's special attack, combined with a big move like the Destruction Death Ray, it would be very difficult to defend the skill, let alone hold on. Xuanjian could only pray that the Leaf Elf, in a sunny state, could use this skill to its fullest and survive this attack. At this moment, time seemed to be infinitely stretched, and both sides stared at the two elves on the field, waiting for the result to be revealed. The golden light ejected from the sun elf's mouth became thinner and thinner, and finally disappeared, and it fell from the air and fell to the ground in embarrassment. On the other side, the leaf elf was panting and trembling, but fortunately it survived. Leaf elf used the last struggle to fight back. The leaf elf nodded, gathered all the energy in his body, and gathered it on the leaf on his forehead. In an instant, the leaf became huge and bright, and then chopped down at the sun elf who was lying stiff on the ground. Under this fierce blow, the sun elf was directly chopped into the ground and lost his fighting power. Seeing that the sun elf had lost his fighting power, Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief and ordered, "Leaf elf, use photosynthesis." The weak leaf elf nodded, and green light appeared on his body again, absorbing the energy from the sun and healing himself. After this treatment, the leaf elf regained a lot of physical strength, but his spirit was obviously exhausted and was not suitable for fighting anymore, so Xuanjian took it back. Yuan, Caesar also took back the sun elf and said to Xuanjian, "But you still can't escape from here." "That's not necessarily true," Xuanjian said, and at the same time opened the Pokeball that he had already held in his hand. "Charizard, use smoke." Roar. After Charizard appeared, it first roared habitually, and then opened its mouth and blew out a thick black smoke, choking Caesar who was unprepared and coughing continuously. At the same time, the black smoke blurred everyone's vision. Taking this opportunity, Xuanjian quickly took Charizard into the air. Artificial cell egg, magic space. In the smoke, even if Xuanjian's movements could not be seen, Caesar guessed that Xuanjian must have taken action, and immediately ordered the artificial cell egg. The artificial cell egg under the protection of the cell fluid was not affected much by the smoke except for the sight. Hearing Caesar's order, it quickly opened the magic space, but unfortunately it was still a step slower, allowing Charizard to carry Xuanjian to a high enough height to avoid the magic space. Shoot it down with mental power. Seeing that Xuanjian was not trapped in the magic space, Caesar continued to order. Charizard, burn up. Xuanjian also ordered. Both sides respectively sent out telekinesis in blazing flames that were almost condensed into substance, and the two collided in the air, causing a violent explosion. Just like when fighting against a holy swordsman, the 7 artificial cell eggs were blown away by the airflow caused by the explosion, but Charizard relied on its huge body to stabilize in the air. Charizard, use hot air. Xuanjian took advantage of the victory and pursued. After receiving the order, Charizard immediately accelerated and flapped its wings, blowing a gust of hot air towards the artificial cell eggs, blowing the artificial cell eggs that had not yet recovered stability back, and even the formation was scattered. Taking this opportunity, Xuanjian also controlled Charizard to fly to a higher place, completely out of the attack range of the artificial cell eggs. Seeing that the formation of the artificial cell eggs was broken up, Caesar knew that something was wrong. If the artificial cell eggs fought alone, they would definitely not be able to beat Charizard. They had to rely on the amplification of their companions. However, now the artificial cell eggs were blown to pieces by the hot air, and it was obvious that they could not be gathered in a short time. Moreover, the opponent had already escaped into the air, and the attack radius of the artificial cell eggs could not reach the opponent, and the opponent's speed could also quickly escape. At this time, Caesar noticed Duoga who was still standing aside, and immediately paid attention. Xuanjian, you won. You can indeed escape on the fire-breathing dragon, but it doesn't matter, because we don't need you, but Miss Duoga. As he said, Caesar signaled the remaining artificial cell eggs around him to surround Duoga to prevent her from escaping. The main force needed for the ritual is Duoga, not Xuanjian. Xuanjian was left behind just to make Duoga cooperate with the ritual better, but there's more than one way to make Duoga cooperate with a ritual. Therefore, it doesn't matter if Xuanjian escapes, Duoga just needs to stay. You're right. Xuanjian stood on Charizard's back, watching Caesar's movements, and nodded gently, but it seems that you noticed this a little late. What? Caesar was stunned for a moment after hearing Xuanjian's words, and then immediately looked at Duoga, but saw a weird smile on Duoga's face, and then his figure blurred and turned into a red-haired and black-haired fox Pokémon, which was the evil Pokémon from the Unova region, Zoroark. Let's go, Zoroark. Xuanjian shouted to Zoroark, and then said to Charizard, Charizard, go down and take Zoroark with you. Charizard nodded, and immediately dived down, and the moment Zoroark revealed its true form, it immediately launched a sneak attack on the 3 artificial cell eggs surrounding it, knocking the 3 artificial cell eggs that had not yet reacted to the ground, and then a burst of dark red energy burst out of his body, and he activated the skill Dark Blast, which once again dealt a heavy blow to the 3 artificial cell eggs, making them completely lose their combat effectiveness. When Charizard reached the lowest point in its dive, Zoroark jumped nimbly and landed on Charizard's back. "Thank you for your hard work, Zoroark. Come back first." Xuanjian took out the Pokeball and took it back. Although Charizard usually obeyed his words, it was actually a very proud guy, and would not allow Zoroark to ride on its back. Therefore, Xuanjian immediately took back Zoroark. "Goodbye then." Xuanjian shouted to Caesar on the ground, who was stunned by a series of unexpected events, and then patted Charizard, who immediately understood and took Xuanjian into the air and left the sand castle. Xuanjian had asked Starfish to destroy the surveillance camera before, but the real purpose was not to escape, but to cover the implementation of the plan. At the moment the camera was destroyed, Zoroark turned into Duoge and replaced Duoge. Duoge, along with a Kawa, escaped from the tunnel with the help of Onix. After that, everything Xuanjian did was to delay Caesar and give Duoge enough time to escape. Watching Xuanjian riding away on Charizard, Caesar also thought of the previous suspicious points, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, pulled up a miniature walkie-talkie on his collar, and was about to issue an order for people to hunt down Xuanjian. But at this time, Alexander's voice rang from the walkie-talkie. "You seem to have failed again and let the 2 little guys escape." There was no joy or anger in the voice, but Caesar couldn't help but tremble. "Sorry, father, I was careless. I'll send someone to capture them right away." "Forget it," Alexander said. "That little guy is so slippery that it will take a lot of time to catch him. The energy we collected before is enough for a ceremony. As soon as the ceremony is held, most of the resistance forces will be defeated, and it won't be too late to capture the 2 little guys." "Yes, father," Caesar replied respectfully. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Ritual starts. After escaping from the castle, Xuanjian quickly rode on Charizard to the front line where the 2 sides were fighting. At this time, the 2 sides had just fought a big battle and were resting. The tribal coalition broke through the second line of defense and won a small victory. Xuanjian ordered Charizard to lower its flight altitude and hover over the army to find its target. The action of Charizard immediately attracted the attention of the warriors in the tribe. They didn't know whether the newcomer was an enemy or a friend, and they immediately became nervous. At this time, Xuanjian saw a big rock snake standing up and roaring at him. He immediately knew that it was Xuanjian who was pointing the way for him, and immediately ordered Charizard to fly over there. Seeing Charizard swooping down at everyone, the army suddenly became nervous. Fortunately, Mulang said loudly at this time, "Don't panic, my friend is here." Hearing Mulang's words, the army suddenly quieted down. After curiously looking at Xuanjian and Charizard, they no longer cared. When landing, Xuanjian noticed that Miss Joy was taking Jigglypuff to treat the injuries of many people and elves, and she looked very busy, and Duoge, who had already arrived here, was also helping. "Hello. Welcome to join the tribal coalition, friend." Looking at Xuanjian who was landing, Mulang walked over to say hello. "Humph, I didn't say I wanted to join you, and it seems that we are not friends." Xuanjian naturally did not have a good face for the culprit who caused himself and Duoge to fall into this desert, although he already knew that the 2 of them came to Huzhong completely as a trap set by the Dragon Clan, and it was only a matter of time before they were involved in this dispute. Hearing Xuanjian's words, Mulang was a little embarrassed, but he didn't care, and replied, "I'm sorry about that, but I had no choice. The Dragon Clan took away our place of survival, and we had to take action against you. It's really unlucky to meet a tough guy like you for the first time. It seems that I am not suitable to be a sand bandit. For the losses caused to you and Miss Duoge, I will compensate you after winning this battle." Looking at Mulang with a sincere face, Xuanjian didn't know what to say. Although this guy pushed all the responsibilities to the Dragon Clan and wrote himself a big blank check, he really couldn't do anything about him. Just now, he stabilized everyone with just one sentence, which shows that this guy is very famous in the army now. Since they didn't want to fall out with the other party completely, there was no need to mention those things again, so Xuanjian said, "Since you are so sincere, I will forgive you. Now that we have escaped from the castle, what are you going to do next?" "Of course we will continue to attack the castle," Mu Ling said, "not to mention that the 3 holy swordsmen are still in their hands and need our rescue. We have already made enemies with the Dragon Clan. If we stop here, if they start to make a fuss later, we will easily be defeated one by one." Xuanjian nodded and agreed with the other party's opinion. This time, his and Duo Gi's actions undoubtedly completely annoyed the Dragon Clan. If they don't cut the roots and defeat them completely, there will be endless troubles. At this time, a Duduli knight suddenly rode Duduli and rushed towards the 2 of them. After coming in front of the 2, he controlled Duduli to stop suddenly, turned over, and said to Mu Ling, "My lord, the guards of the Dragon Clan suddenly gave up their defense line and retreated." "What?" Mu Ling was surprised when he heard the other party's words. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Is the other party setting a trap for us to fall into?" "Yes," the Duduli knight said affirmatively. "In order to determine whether the other party is pretending to retreat, we have sent a team of Duduli knights into the other party's defense line, but found that none of them were there." "Strange, what's going on?" Mu Ling was a little confused and didn't understand the purpose of the other parties doing so. Although the previous 2 lines of defense relied on the powerful quasi-divine beast Bangula to open the way, he also won after a hard battle. This line of defense is already the last one outside the wall of the sand castle. He thought that he would encounter unimaginable resolute resistance here, so he asked the army to stop and rest for a while, but he didn't expect that the other party would give up directly. "I'm afraid the other side has made some moves. I sense a huge amount of energy gathering. Since the other side has retreated, let's press on," Xuanjian said to Mu Ling. Although theoretically the ceremony could not be held without a multi-track Dragon Clan, who knows if there will be any accidents? Mu Ling thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's set off immediately." In the sand castle, all the guards have withdrawn and are protecting the castle most closely to ensure that the ceremony can proceed smoothly. On the rooftop of the castle, more than 300 artificial egg cells gathered here. They held hands and danced around the center of the rooftop. As they continued to dance, a large amount of super energy was released by them, gathering above the rooftop and converging into purple ocean. And below the purple energy sea, Caesar and his son were quietly watching this amazing scene. "It's really spectacular." Caesar looked at the super energy condensed into substance above the rooftop and couldn't help but sigh. "It's also the luck of the family that we found these artificial cell eggs that have been sleeping in the basement of the castle since ancient times, otherwise there would be no way to hold this ceremony. So many artificial cell eggs, even the United Alliance would find it difficult to gather them, not to mention the family that has already failed in the struggle. Yes, it's a pity that the family didn't find these artificial cell eggs earlier, otherwise with this army of artificial cell eggs, we would definitely be the rulers of the United States now." Alexander also said. "But father, I don't understand. Now that we have such a powerful army of artificial cell eggs in our hands, we can completely force the United Alliance to accept us again. There is no need to spend so much effort to transform this barren desert, right?" Alexander shook his head. "It's not that simple. Let's not talk about the fact that if we ask to rejoin the United Alliance, we will definitely be assimilated by the United Alliance. The most important thing is that we don't have complete control over this army." Caesar didn't understand what it meant to having complete control. This is the biggest secret of the family, but now that the plan is about to succeed, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Alexander said, "These artificial cell eggs were left behind by the ancient kingdom that once ruled this desert. They were instilled with a mission of maintaining the vitality of this land since childhood. After the fall of the kingdom, these artificial cell eggs relied on their super vitality to sleep in the basement of the castle until we found them. When they woke up, they found that the land they once guarded had turned into a desert and lost its vitality, which made them very painful. It happened that my elves are also artificial cell eggs, so I successfully communicated with them and understood their intentions, so we reached an agreement." "What agreement?" "I helped them fulfill their obsession to restore vitality to this land, and they pledged allegiance to me. Before the agreement is completed, they will only take action on matters related to the restoration of this land. Only when the agreement is completed will they truly recognize me." Alexander said, but that day is not far away. So that's it. Caesar nodded. No wonder he didn't send this army to completely conquer those desert tribes before. Otherwise, if this army was dispatched instead of the family guards, those tribes would be completely vulnerable. Fortunately, all this will soon be a thing of the past, and this powerful army will soon fall into the hands of the family. It's almost done. Alexander said excitedly as he looked at the purple ocean in the sky that almost surrounded the entire rooftop, and then took out a blue crystal from his pocket. Fortunately I was prepared and collected the energy from that little girl early on. This energy is enough to complete this ritual. When the rain stops, the overall situation will be settled. P.S. Why did no one reply to my message? Did everyone go to watch pirated copies? Guess again. Can Xuanjian stop this ritual from starting? If 20 people guess correctly, I will send a red envelope. Well, the same. The message is valid. Chapter 144 Praying for Rain. The purple energy ocean has expanded to its limit, completely surrounding the rooftop of the sand castle, and even the troops outside the city wall can see it. What is that? It should be the super energy generated by a large number of artificial cell eggs. It seems that they have started the ceremony. Xuanjian, who knew what this ceremony was about, said. But didn't Miss Duoge escape? How can they complete the ceremony? Muling asked. I don't know. Xuanjian shook his head and was about to say that he didn't know, but suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Did they secretly collect the power of Duoge during the rehearsal to perform the ceremony? It's very likely. Muling nodded in agreement. In that case, then we will launch an attack immediately and can't let the other party complete the ceremony. Well, Xuanjian nodded, but he didn't quite believe that the army could capture the wall before the ceremony was completed. After all, even the 3 holy swordsmen were defeated here. On the rooftop of the sand castle, the artificial cell eggs have already stimulated all the energy in their bodies, and now they are only relying on mental power to maintain that energy ocean. Alexander did not dare to neglect it, and placed a blue crystal in his hand in front of his artificial cell egg, and let it plunge into the purple energy sea. The moment the blue crystal entered the purple energy sea, the material part of the crystal was completely shattered by the erosion of energy, and the blue energy in it was completely exposed. It was as if a drop of blue dye was dripped into the purple, and the blue quickly began to spread in the purple. But the difference is that the blue energy did not feel diluted at all during the diffusion, but continued to grow, transforming the purple energy sea little by little. Under the city wall, the army encountered the resolute resistance of the Dragon Clan. In order to resist the attack, the gate that the 3 holy swordsmen broke through that day had been completely sealed, and everyone could only take a hard attack. But the city wall was too thick. Even with the attack power of Bangila, using 2 billion-ton shock waves, it only opened a small gap, and this gap was immediately sealed by the rock-type Pokémon, such as Pangyanga, in the hands of the guards. These guards are not real members of the Dragon Clan, so the elves they use are similar to those of the Desert Tribe. We must stop these guards from repairing the city walls, otherwise we will never win. There are not many rock-type Pokémon that are outstanding in attack, but they have a great advantage in defense. Those Pokémon must be defeated. Charizard, let's go. Roar. Charizard roared, carrying Xuanjian to the top of the city wall, and then threw out 2 Pokéballs. Come out, Gyarados, use Surf. Gemstar, use Thunder. The Pokéballs opened in the air, and Gyarados swung its tail, creating a huge wave that rushed towards the guards and Pokémon on the city wall, instantly knocking many guards and Pokémon toppled. Then a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and was transmitted along the water flow to the guards and Pokémon, paralyzing them. Muling saw Xuanjian knock down the guards and praised loudly, well done. Then he ordered Bangila, use the billion-ton impact. Let's help too. Qian also said, Buscadora, double-edged headbutt. The attacks of the 2 behemoths fell on the city wall one after another, and the 2 elves immediately opened a gap in the city wall. In the absence of the guards to repair it, the gap in the city wall was then continuously expanded by other people in the back using various skills, and soon it became a passage large enough for everyone to pass. Seeing the city wall being opened, everyone cheered, and Xuanjian looked at the rooftop that was almost completely transformed into a blue energy ocean, and said, there is no time to wait for the army to attack together. Once the energy conversion is completed, we will lose. We must go over and stop them immediately. The normal road was full of defenses by the remaining guards. It would take too much time to break through, and it was too late. I'll go with you. Muling said, and then put away Banger and changed a Pokeball. Come out, Sand Dragon. I'll help too. Come back, Buscadora. Come out, Onix. Carrying their trainers, Charizard and Sand Dragon took off into the air and headed for the rooftop. Onix stretched its body and built a bridge directly between the ground and the castle. Maggie immediately took the extremely skilled Dodo Knight and rode the Dodo up. Stop them. Number 1, who was organizing the defense, saw that everyone was taking another route and heading towards the rooftop, and immediately ordered. The people who had flying Pokémons on the guard side immediately sent out flying Pokémons to stop them. Suddenly, all kinds of flying Pokémons immediately rushed towards everyone. Stop them. Muling said. He and Xuanjian could get rid of the opponent with their speed, but the Doodly Knights couldn't. Come out. Gardevoir. Come out. Zbat, Butterfree, and Scyther. Protect everyone from being attacked by them. After Gardevoir appeared, it immediately floated in the air with its powerful superpowers. Looking at the Pokémon rushing over, it smiled coldly, raised its hands, and suddenly a large amount of lightning shot out from its hands, hitting the first batch of flying Pokémon. Then, Zbat's ultrasonic waves also arrived, immediately causing a large number of opponents to fall into chaos. Then, Butterfree's colorful storm mixed with various scale powders attacked, causing the opponent to suffer heavy damage again. And Scyther landed on Onix's back. With its excellent bounce and agility, it defended against those Pokémon that broke through the defenses of the other 3 Pokémon and tried to attack Onix. Muling, help me. Xuanjian called out, and then said to Charizard, Charizard, the most powerful flame vortex. After Charizard received the order, the flame on its tail immediately surged and entered the fierce fire state directly. After a little brewing, it immediately spewed out a large ball of flames. The desert dragonfly also tacitly used burnout to add a fire to it. Then, under the control of Charizard, the flame turned into a cage, firmly wrapping the opponent in the air. Seeing that the enemy was surrounded by the flame vortex and could not break through for a while, Xuanjian nodded with satisfaction and said, "Let's go." Then he led many elves to rush to the nearby rooftop. On the rooftop, the energy conversion was nearing its end. The original purple energy ocean had almost completely turned into blue, like a real ocean. Alexander and his son stared at the energy that had been converted with fanaticism, and their bodies were trembling with excitement. Next, we just need to use this energy to pray for rain. Then everything will be settled. Alexander said excitedly. The revival of the family was no longer far away. He seemed to have seen it with his own eyes. What are you waiting for? Give the order quickly. Father. Caesar also urged. Compared to his father who grew up in the Dragon Clan during its heyday, the family's past was more like a dream to him. But this dream was about to become a reality, which made him more impatient than his father. Okay. Alexander was unwilling to dawdle. He ordered the already exhausted army of artificial cell eggs in a trembling voice, "Artificial cell eggs, use." At this time, a voice suddenly rang out, "Doodly, use lightning flash." Chapter 145, Sky-Splitting Sitting. As the rooftop was surrounded by a sea of energy, the group could not break through from the air and could only enter the lower level and then reach the rooftop. Although it took some time, they finally caught up. Under Muling's order, Doodly immediately rushed towards Alexander and his son, knocking the 2 defenseless people flying. "Catch the thief first, it seems that we have one," Muling said as he looked at Alexander and his son lying on the ground. Despicable guy, only able to sneak attack. Caesar climbed up from the ground. The dragon power gave him a strong body, so even if he was hit by Doodly without any defense, he did not suffer much damage. After getting up, Caesar immediately went to help Alexander beside him. "Father, are you okay?" Cough cough cough. Alexander coughed, and then got up with the help of Caesar. "It's okay, after all, I'm old and useless. When I was young, this kind of poor attack was not a big deal. Caesar, it seems that the family will be handed over to you in the future. I think after today, the Dragon Clan will probably not exist anymore, and you don't have to worry about this problem," Muling said on the side. He was a ruthless person who had been in the underworld, and he knew the principle of cutting the grass and rooting it out. Today, he was not going to let the people of the Dragon Clan go. "Oh no, the ceremony hasn't stopped yet. Stop talking nonsense, let them stop the ceremony quickly." Xuanjian, who arrived later, saw that both sides were talking nonsense and immediately reminded them. He couldn't control Duduli as skillfully as Mulang, so he could only climb up with his 2 legs, and finally he was a step slower. Alexander showed a crazy smile on his face. Did you find out? So what if you caught us? You lost in the end. Stop them. Mulang was furious, feeling that he was fooled. He immediately pulled out the scimitar at his waist and pointed it at Alexander and ordered. Haha, if you point this small piece of iron at me, will I be afraid? Alexander sneered. He didn't know how many sharper knives he had broken. The dragon clan with dragon power would never be afraid of this kind of weapon. And I can't stop them either. Alexander looked at Mulang mockingly. We are just a cooperative relationship. Completing this ritual is the lifelong obsession of these artificial cell eggs. I just cooperate with them. What? Xuanjian and Mulang were stunned, feeling that things were out of control. At this time, the artificial cell eggs in the air had completed the release of their skills. For ordinary elves, releasing a rain-praying skill is just a matter of a moment, but for more than 300 artificial cell eggs, this requires them to use the energy sea outside their bodies as energy and release skills synchronously. This is not a simple matter. If they had not received enough training in ancient times, they would not have been able to accomplish all this. But even they took a lot of time to complete the skill release, so Mulang thought they were still converting energy and did not stop them in time. As the skill was released, the blue energy sea surged, shrinking from the inverted bowl shape surrounding the rooftop at the beginning into a sphere, and then rushed into the air like a cannonball and exploded in the sky. After the skill was released, the artificial cell eggs breathed a sigh of relief, and then fell from the sky one after another. It was not easy to complete this ritual. They had almost exhausted all their spirit and energy. Seeing the ritual completed, they immediately fell down after losing their spiritual support. Alexander did not care about the artificial cell eggs that fell to the ground, but laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha, it succeeded. He didn't care about the ugly faces of the people on the side. Damn it. Mulang's face was livid, and he couldn't believe that everything he had done was in vain. But there was no point in doing anything at this moment. He could only look at the sky and pray that this skill was not as powerful as imagined. The people who were still fighting below also stopped, forgot about the fight, and stared at the sky blankly, as if they wanted to witness the miracle together. As the blue energy ball exploded, the blue energy scattered and disappeared in the sky. Then, everyone felt as if a layer of fine sand was covering the sun. The sun became a little blurry, and the previously scorching sun suddenly became weak. After the sunlight changed, the temperature of the air began to drop, and a wisp of cool breeze began to be generated with air convection, which immediately made the tribesmen who were accustomed to the desert environment feel goosebumps on their skin. As air convection began, the water vapor around began to gather, and spots of clouds appeared in the sky, and quickly expanded and thickened, and finally connected to each other to form dark clouds all over the sky. The dark clouds first appeared only in the sky above the castle, and blocked the sky tightly, but then they quickly spread out in all directions, surging in all directions like a tide. As the dark clouds spread out, the sky and the earth quickly darkened, as if the world was coming to an end. Time passed by little, and everyone's necks were sore from looking up, but the raindrops still didn't fall. It was just that the clouds were spreading wider and wider. The sky as far as the eye could see had become completely dark. Except for the occasional flash of lightning, there was almost no light. Xuanjian couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and then asked, Why isn't it raining yet? Wouldn't it be better if it didn't rain? Perhaps because the atmosphere was too depressing, a Duduli knight couldn't help but reply. Anyway, there's nothing we can do. It's better to die early and be reborn early, so that the dust can settle as soon as possible and we can feel comfortable. Xuanjian said. Under this dark sky, it was really too depressing, and the rain just didn't fall, which was really annoying. Yes, it's better if it rains earlier. Xuanjian also said, and then explained, you live in a desert area, so it rarely rains, so there are some things you don't understand. The heavier the rain, the longer it takes to brew, because it needs to gather enough water vapor from all directions. This rain has been brewing for so long, so once it falls, it will definitely be heavy. And looking at the range of the dark clouds, even if it does not cover the entire desert, it covers most areas. It seems that the goddess of luck is not on our side. We have failed. I'll make arrangements first. Mulang said, and then he stopped looking at the sky, released the desert dragonfly and left. As a qualified leader, he knew that what he should do at this time was not to watch this miraculous scene with everyone, or lament for a failure, but to prepare to deal with the situation that will appear in the tribe after this rainstorm falls. As Mu Lang left, the knights of the Duduli tribe also left, leaving Xuanjian and Qian on the rooftop. Feeling that the atmosphere around him was no longer so oppressive, Qian relaxed a lot and said to the election, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would not believe that this is something that the elves can do. Don't underestimate Pokémon, they can even do more powerful things than this," Xuanjian said, and at the same time he was a little curious. If he could achieve this level just by borrowing the authority of Kyogre, then what level could the real Kyogre do? And what about the Kyogre that is opposite to it? The area of the clouds was getting larger and larger, and even the sky above the town where Joey was before was covered by dark clouds. People looked at the dark clouds in the sky in surprise, and some were at a loss. The people who stayed behind in the tribe were even more unbearable. Many of them had never seen dark clouds and heavy rain. At this moment, when they saw the sky darken, they were immediately frightened and their legs and hands were paralyzed. They knelt on the ground and were at a loss. Finally, the dark clouds stopped expanding and began to calm down, and even the air convection stopped. Xuanjian knew that this was the calm before the storm, and the heavy rain was about to begin. Suddenly, the cool breeze that had stopped started to blow again, and it became more and more intense, blowing up the sand on the ground. Xuanjian suddenly felt a ray of sunlight shooting down from the sky, and he looked up quickly, only to see that a big hole had been torn in the dark clouds in the sky, and a green snake-like Pokémon was hovering in the dark clouds. It was a Pokémon of the same level as Kyogre and Groudon, Rayquaza. "What is that?" "An oversized green caterpillar," Akaji asked, pointing at Rayquaza in the sky. For most people, it is not easy to know the mythical beasts of their own region, let alone the mythical beasts of other regions. Xuanjian rolled his eyes, despied him, and then said, "That is the mythical beast of the Hoenn region, Rayquaza. It seems that things have turned around this time." Then he patted Akaji on the shoulder and said, "Come and help." He then took out a camera from his backpack and started filming Rayquaza in the sky. "I rented a camera specifically for traveling to Unova. I thought it would not be used, but I didn't expect it to be used here. Super Beast Rayquaza, such precious information is really hard to come by. But how could Rayquaza from the Hoenn region appear here? Is it traveling around the world?" Xuanjian was a little surprised. Generally speaking, these beasts are very homely guys and will not leave their territory at will. After all, their power is too strong, and arbitrary actions will cause great disasters. The atmosphere in the Unova region is Reshiram's territory. Is it really good for Rayquaza to appear here? However, Xuanjian immediately put these things behind his mind. These are too far away from him. What he should do now is to take this precious video. As soon as Rayquaza appeared, the airflow in the sky began to become chaotic, and a large number of dark clouds were dispersed. Then Rayquaza released a series of energy ions to control the airflow. As Rayquaza controlled the airflow, water vapor gradually flowed to other places with the airflow, rain stopped condensing, and the dark clouds became thinner and thinner. The sky gradually brightened, and the sun shone through the gaps in the dark clouds again. "What a warm sunshine," Akaji sighed, and then looked at Alexander and his son. Ever since Rayquaza appeared and began to dispel the dark clouds, the faces of the two became extremely ugly. They had studied Kyogre, so they would naturally not fail to recognize Rayquaza like Akaji, knowing how powerful it was. At this time, the stars of sunlight shone through the gaps in the clouds on the faces of the two, making them look dead. "It seems that the goddess of luck is on our side," Akaji said gloatingly. Caesar was a little annoyed by Akaji's ridicule, but Alexander seemed not to hear it, but kept muttering in his mouth, "Impossible. Impossible. How could this happen?" Seeing the somewhat crazy Alexander, Akaji shook his head and said, "Hey, old man, accept the reality. Look, most of the dark clouds have been dispelled, and the weather will soon return to its original state." "No, it can't be like this," Alexander murmured to himself. "Father, calm down, don't get excited, we still have a chance. We can start over." Caesar saw that his father was a little crazy and hurriedly persuaded him. "Yes, there's still a chance, there's still a chance." Alexander seemed to have thought of something after hearing what Caesar said. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he gradually woke up. Then he shouted to the people around him, "Artificial cell eggs. Get up quickly, there is a guy who wants to destroy our plan. Let's get up together to stop it." Hearing Alexander's words, the artificial cell eggs that had fallen down staggered and floated up one by one, holding hands again to form a formation. After a short rest, they have recovered some strength. Everyone, the elf in the sky is destroying our plan and our dream of reviving this land. We must defeat it. Alexander said, and then pointed to the sky. In the sky, this Pokemon obviously has the ability to control the weather. As long as we conquer it, our obsession for countless years can be realized. Seeing the artificial cell eggs, under the instigation of Alexander, their eyes became crazy, and Xuanjian was stunned and muttered, "Crazy. All crazy." In Xuanjian's concept, these elves called divine beasts are all existences that can destroy the world. How can humans resist? It's really crazy. Xuanjian nodded. If these artificial cell eggs were still in a state of full energy, then even if the opponent was Rayquaza, there would still be hope of winning. But now these artificial cell eggs have run out of energy. Although they have rested for a while, their combat power is probably only about 10% of the normal state. It is simply a foolish dream to defeat Rayquaza. Everyone, let's bet everything. Alexander said loudly, and took out a pill. Xuanjian recognized that it was a banned drug that the cat boss had taken in the underground arena. Seeing his father's actions, Caesar's face changed drastically. He rushed over and grabbed his father, shouting, "No, father, you can't do that. Let's think of other ways." Alexander shook his head and said, "No, I can't wait. Caesar, the family will be handed over to you in the future." Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and chopped Caesar's neck, and Caesar fell to the ground and fainted. "This banned drug will kill you if you take it." Xuanjian couldn't help but remind him. Alexander smiled, did not answer, but put the banned drug into his mouth, and then directed the artificial cell eggs to form a large circle. Then a burst of energy surged from the artificial cell eggs, and a portal opened in the center of the circle, and a purple crystal stone about the same size as Xuanjian's body emerged from it. Seeing the purple crystal stone appear, Alexander immediately mobilized the dragon power in his body and injected it into a transparent crystal stone embedded in the bracelet on his wrist. The crystal stone immediately resonated with the surrounding natural energy. After the crystal stone resonated with the natural energy, a powerful energy was generated and injected into the purple crystal stone. Chapter 146 The Battle Between Man and God. Energy was continuously injected into the purple crystal, but perhaps because the purple crystal was too big, there was no sign of stimulation for a long time, and at this time, the dragon power in Alexander's body had been almost consumed. Alexander seemed to have expected this, and his throat moved, and he swallowed the forbidden drug in his mouth. After the forbidden drug was swallowed into the stomach, it soon took effect, and the endless vitality was stimulated and transformed into dragon power, which continued to be injected into the purple crystal after resonating with natural energy. This way of utilization is undoubtedly much more efficient than that of the cat boss, and only a small part is wasted. But even so, Alexander's face gradually became ruddy, his skin began to glow with vitality, and his hair gradually became black, all of which were caused by the leaked vitality. Finally, the purple crystal seemed to be filled with energy and began to emit a faint light. Then, these lights refracted around through the countless cut faces on the surface of the crystal, and fell on the artificial cell eggs. Under the illumination of these lights, the artificial cell eggs let out a comfortable groan, and then the energy in the body quickly returned to normal levels. But Alexander did not stop, but continued to inject energy into the crystal. Xuanjian knew that this was because once the banned drugs took effect, they could no longer be stopped. Artificial cell eggs, send the strongest mental power to Rayquaza. Alexander ordered. The artificial cell eggs nodded, and at the same time condensed a thick energy and shot it at Rayquaza in the air. Compared with the battle with the three holy swordsmen, this time they really did not hold back, and the energy was almost condensed into substance. Rayquaza, who was dispelling the dark clouds in the air, did not expect that someone would dare to attack him. He was caught off guard and was hit by the purple energy column. Roar! Rayquaza, who was attacked by surprise, was furious. He did not expect that someone would dare to attack him. After finding the right direction, Rayquaza immediately launched a counterattack. Under the control of Rayquaza, dense wind blades were generated in the air, shooting down towards the sand castle like raindrops. Fuck. Is this an aircut? This power is too exaggerated. Xuanjian screamed as he looked at the giant wind blade shot down from the sky. A wind blade of this strength would cut a person in half if it hit him. Moreover, Rayquaza was aiming at the entire castle, which was an AoE group damage, and he would be affected too. However, Alexander was obviously more anxious than him, Because the artificial cell egg could compete with Rayquaza by relying on the resonance between each other, and the Holy Swordsman and Xuanjian had proved before that once this resonance formation was attacked, it would be easily broken, making the artificial egg cell lose its advantage. Therefore, he immediately ordered, "Artificial cell egg, light wall." As the order was issued, layers of overlapping light walls immediately opened in the air, blocking the wind blades that were shot down. Before passing through a light wall, the wind blades would be greatly weakened. Under the obstruction of a large number of light walls, the wind blades were finally annihilated in the air. Seeing the attack blocked, Alexander breathed a sigh of relief, and then ordered, "Artificial cell eggs, foresee the future." Then use the mental power again. The artificial cell eggs glowed with a lavender light, and then gathered into a purple light ball and disappeared into the air. And Rayquaza once again launched an air cut to attack, but it was undoubtedly blocked by the light wall in the air again. Then a purple beam of light shot towards Rayquaza again, but this time Rayquaza was prepared and used a substitute to block it, but was hit by the sudden appearance of Foresee the Future and was hurt again. Roar! After being injured one after another, Rayquaza realized that the opponent was not easy to deal with, and his body emitted a burst of white light, and he mega-evolved into a more powerful Super Rayquaza. As soon as Mega Rayquaza appeared, the airflow around him became more chaotic, and the dense dark clouds in the sky were greatly weakened again. In the sky closest to Mega Rayquaza, the dark clouds had all dispersed and returned to the original weather. Rayquaza ignored these, and used the more powerful Xuanjian meteor below. In an instant, countless dazzling lights lit up in the sky, and meteors with long flame tails hit the ground. The light wall in the air collapsed under the Xuanjian meteor, and the power of the Xuanjian meteor was constantly consumed. In the end, the light wall and the Xuanjian meteor disappeared in the air at the same time. Looking at the more powerful Mega Rayquaza, Alexander's face was solemn. He glanced at the crystal that was filled with energy again and said, "Let's get serious and use Z moves." After receiving the order, the artificial cell eggs immediately shrank the circle and surrounded the crystal as much as possible. Then a stream of energy was transmitted from the crystal and entered the body of the artificial cell egg. Supreme Spirit Destruction Wave Fire. A dark purple energy was launched from the crystal, and even the space became unstable wherever it passed. Mega Rayquaza also discovered the horror of this attack and immediately used the defensive skill without hesitation. The golden energy formed a shield, wrapping Mega Rayquaza tightly, and then the dark purple energy attacked Rayquaza, causing a huge explosion. The golden protective shield and the dark purple energy column collided with each other, and the power generated shattered the surrounding space. For a moment, many black cracks appeared in the air. Although they quickly shrank and healed, there was no doubt that the space here was greatly damaged. The power of the Z move was so great that even Mega Rayquaza's defense could not completely defend against it. Xuanjian observed through the camera that Mega Rayquaza had countless wounds on his body, and blue dragon blood continued to flow out of it and scattered in the air. The seriously injured Rayquaza felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, and realized that if he didn't use his best skills, he would probably capsize in this ditch. Rayquaza roared to the sky, and energy surged in his body, resonating with the natural energy around him. As a mythical beast, it was born to control the laws and could use the Z move without the cooperation of the trainer. One more time, the Supreme Spirit Destruction Wave. Alexander looked at the airborne Rayquaza, knowing that the opponent was about to use a big move, and immediately shouted, while the vitality in his body poured out like a reservoir with the gates opened, pouring into the crystal. The airborne Rayquaza ejected waves of energy, which gathered into a giant energy dragon, rushing straight down, while the artificial cell eggs on the ground also fired the Supreme Spirit Destruction Wave to meet the attack of Rayquaza. The attacks fired by both sides met in the air, resulting in a fierce collision, forming a huge energy ball, as if there was an extra little sun in the sky. The attacks of both sides were evenly matched, and the two groups of attack energy were deadlocked in the air. Seeing this, both sides increased their energy output again, trying to overwhelm each other. Gudong, Xuanjian swallowed hard. In this kind of attack confrontation, the losing party not only had to bear the attack of the opponent, but also suffered the backlash of his own attack, which could be said to be double the damage. At this time, the attack of either side was enough to blow up the castle, not to mention the attack of the mixed energy of both sides. Xuanjian didn't care about what would happen if Alexander won. He could only pray that his side would win in the end, otherwise he would be wiped out immediately. Maybe Xuanjian's prayer worked. The attack of the artificial cell eggs gradually overwhelmed Rayquaza, and finally, The energy ball was pushed towards Rayquaza. Bang! The energy ball hit Rayquaza heavily and then exploded. The dark clouds in the sky were also completely torn apart by the shock wave generated by the explosion of the energy ball. Rayquaza was directly beaten into mega form, fell from the sky, and fell heavily in the desert, raising dust all over the sky. I actually won, Xuanjian said in disbelief. Well, I won, but the price was too heavy, Xuanjian said on the side, and then looked at Alexander and the artificial cell eggs. Alexander took the banned drug, and the ending was already doomed. Although he looked like he had regained his youth at this moment, it was actually just a flash of life. The artificial cell eggs used a combination of moves, which was already a great burden on themselves. After using a Z move, their bodies were already at their limit. However, in order to fight against Rayquaza, they used Z moves repeatedly. Its body could no longer bear it and it was impossible for it to survive. Alexander ignored all this and ordered, "Teleport me to Rayquaza." The artificial cell eggs nodded and opened a portal in the air. Alexander immediately passed through it. I really want to complain about the names of the Z moves, each one is weirder than the other. Does it mean that the more words there are, the more powerful they are? Sweat. Chapter 147 Guardian of Balance. When Alexander emerged from the portal again, he had a Pokeball in his hand. He walked to Caesar and shook him awake. Father. After Caesar woke up, the first thing he saw was the young Alexander. He immediately understood what had happened, and his tone couldn't help but be a little sad. Child, Alexander stuffed the Pokeball in his hand into Caesar's hand and said, "This contains Rayquaza. The family will be handed over to you from now on." "Yes, Father." Caesar nodded, but tears could not stop flowing down. "Then I'm relieved." Alexander smiled, and then his body fell down. At the same time as Alexander fell, the artificial cell eggs in the air also fell down one after another and lost their breath of life. The bracelets on his arms and the purple crystal floats also shattered one after another. Not only Alexander and the artificial cell eggs were overloaded, but they were also. What should we do now? Should we run away or take advantage of this opportunity to defeat that guy and snatch Rayquaza? Akaji looked at Caesar, who was silently holding his father's body, and asked Xuanjian, who was putting away the camera. "Nonsense, of course I'm running away. Are we just going to leave it alone? I think it's better to snatch the other party's Rayquaza." Xuanjian asked with some doubt. "You don't think that the legendary beasts in the Hone region can be captured as easily as Rattata? Moreover, if Rayquaza is not seriously injured, this broken Pokeball cannot be captured at all. If you don't leave, I will leave." As he said this, Xuanjian was ready to leave. It is difficult to capture Rayquaza even with a Master Ball. Not to mention the Pokeball that Alexander used just now. Although it is much better than ordinary Pokeballs, it is still not enough to capture this legendary beast. "Wait for me." Seeing Xuanjian decisively escape, Xuanjian didn't quite understand, but decided to run away together. But the moment he turned around, he heard a slight cracking sound in his ear, as if something exploded. "No way." Xuanjian and Xuanjian turned their heads and saw the scene they least wanted to see. The Pokeball was broken, and Rayquaza was free. Roar. As soon as Rayquaza appeared, he immediately roared to the sky. Although it was seriously injured just now, as a divine beast, its recovery ability is not ordinary. Although it is still covered with scars, it has completely awakened. Li Kongzu looked around and did not find that the guy who had just fought with it had fallen to the ground and died. His anger became even stronger, and he immediately looked at the three people. The three people immediately felt a deterrent power brought by the divine beast. "Xuanjian, you crow mouth." Xuanjian scolded. "It has nothing to do with me, stop talking nonsense, think of a way quickly." Li Kongzu seems to be angry. "I have no way. Why not tell it that the guy in front of it is the son of the murderer who just attacked it, and we are actually on its side?" "Good idea, let's do it, leave it to you. Go over and tell it." "Why don't you go and tell it?" "I'm not good at expressing myself, and I don't think it will listen." Xuanjian. But the strange thing is that Li Kongzu, who is obviously angry, did not attack the three people, but looked up at the sky, where three powerful auras were really flying towards this side. "That's Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem," Xuanjian said in surprise as he looked at the three elves flying quickly from the horizon. He should have bought a lottery ticket today, seeing so many mythical beasts that others would never see in their lifetime. The three dragon-attributed mythical beasts were very fast, and in a flash they arrived above the sand castle, forming a circle and looking at Rayquaza below. These mythical beasts had a very strong sense of territory. They discovered Rayquaza's crossing of the boundary at the beginning, but they didn't want to cause any more trouble, thinking that it was just passing by. They didn't expect that Rayquaza would stay here all the time, which made them very dissatisfied, so they appeared here at the same time. Roar! Kyurem roared at Rayquaza, warning it to leave here immediately. Unova was their territory, and no other mythical beasts were allowed to invade. If Rayquaza was in a rational state, he might have retreated, but Rayquaza had just gone through a battle and was now furious. Not only did he ignore Kyurem's warning, but he also roared in provocation. Seeing that Rayquaza was so ignorant, Reshiram, Kyurem, and Zekrom were all angry at the same time and immediately launched an attack, and Rayquaza also launched a Mega Evolution again without showing any weakness. Dragon Wave. The three dragon-type beasts of the United Kingdom used this skill at the same time and attacked Mega Rayquaza. Rayquaza launched the reverse scale to counterattack without hesitation. For a moment, the rooftop was completely destroyed by the aftermath of the powerful attack of the four beasts, and the three fell from the rooftop at the same time. Butterfree, use telekinesis. Xuanjian immediately released Butterfree and pulled himself an Akaji, but under the power of the beast, Butterfree's strength was completely unavailable, and it was not enough to reduce the speed of the two people's fall to a safe level. At this time, Xuanjian suddenly felt another telekinesis extending from the side, helping Butterfree to hold himself an Akaji, allowing the two to land smoothly on the ground. But landing on the ground does not mean safety. The castle built with hard rocks has been severely damaged in the battle of the four beasts, and a large amount of rubble fell from the sky. Onyx, protect us! Akaji shouted, and then Onyx immediately stretched out its body, surrounded the three people, and blocked the falling rocks from the sky. But the danger not only came from the falling rocks from the sky, but also from the aftermath of the battle between the mythical beasts. Reshiram sent out the Dragon Wave to Rayquaza, who quickly dodged, and the Dragon Wave immediately shot towards everyone. After the powerful Dragon Wave smashed the falling rocks into dust, it swept across Onyx's sturdy body. With just this one move, Onyx's body was cut off by the Dragon Wave, and it was severely injured. Compared to watching the artificial cell egg and Rayquaza fight against each other before, everyone intuitively felt the power of the mythical beasts for the first time. The battle between the four mythical beasts in the sky has entered a white-hot stage. Although Mega Rayquaza was injured, his strength was far stronger than the other three, and he crushed the other three mythical beasts. The four beasts were completely crazy. Seeing that they could not defeat Rayquaza, Kyurem sent a signal to his companions, and he was about to merge with Zekrom to become Dark Kyurem to fight against Rayquaza. We must leave here, it's too dangerous here. Xuanjian said. If Kyurem and Zekrom merged, the intensity of the battle would be even higher, and everyone would definitely become cannon fodder. At this time, the space suddenly fluctuated, and a man wearing a classical linen robe, holding a golden scale, and a petite and cute elf lying on his shoulder appeared on the battlefield of the four beasts. Seeing the man appear, the four beasts stopped fighting, and Rayquaza, which had been a little crazy, immediately became very well behaved, took the initiative to end the Mega Evolution, shrunk its body to the size of an arbok snake, fell on the man's shoulder, and kept rubbing against the man, completely acting like a spoiled child. Where was the dignity of a beast? Xuanjian and the other two also noticed the changes in the sky, and stopped their steps to leave and looked up into the sky. Who is that man? He seems very powerful. Akaji asked Xuanjian. I don't know. Xuanjian shook his head, then frowned and looked at the man in the air, thinking that he looked familiar. But the guy on his shoulder, if I'm not mistaken, is the legendary elf in Kanto, Mew. Kyurem looked at Rayquaza, who was acting like a spoiled child next to the man, and roared. Although Kyurem's momentum was amazing, Xuanjian instinctively felt that he was not losing his temper or threatening, but communicating with the man in a humble tone. Period. The man was not afraid of Kyurem at all. He nodded and said, I understand. It was my order for Rayquaza to come here to disperse the dark clouds because someone stole Kyogre's power here. Such behavior will seriously disrupt the balance of the water cycle of the entire world and is very detrimental to the world. It is wrong for it to provoke you. I will teach it a lesson later. You go back first. I will take it away later. Kyurem seemed to trust the man very much. After hearing what the man said, he nodded and roared at his companions. Then the three beasts flew into the air and left. Seeing the three beasts leave, Rayquaza immediately became proud and turned his attention to the three people below. Although it was interrupted by Kyurem and the others, it did not forget that the guy who just heard it seemed to be in the same group with him. What should I do? Should I give them a sky dragon meteor? Seeing the action of Li Guangzhu, the man immediately scolded, "Go and disperse the dark clouds. The rain is about to fall. If you can't finish it, I will deal with you." Hearing the man's scolding, Li Guangzhu looked at the three people unwillingly, then flew to the sky in dejection and continued to disperse the dark clouds. After Li Guangzhu left, the man flew towards the crowd. The people who were relieved because Li Guangzhu left were worried again. "Hello, sir, what can we do for you?" Xuanjian asked tremblingly when he saw the other party flying over. The other party was a big man who even the divine beasts had to accept his scolding. If he angered the other party, the end would definitely not be good. The man glanced at Xuanjian and then turned his eyes away, as if he didn't have much interest in him. But the other party just glanced at him, and Xuanjian felt the power of Changpan in his body surge wildly in an instant, which scared him. The man's gaze fell on Caesar. "I am Isis, the guardian of balance. I want to ask you, was it you who stole Kyger's power and attacked Rayquaza just now?" Under Isis's gaze, Caesar felt a little breathless. Hearing the other party's question, he did not dare to lie, so he could only say obediently, "Yes, my father and I stole Kyger's power, and then Rayquaza ruined our plan, so my father attacked Rayquaza. If Rayquaza did not ruin our plan, my father would not attack it." Isis nodded. He already knew everything that happened here through dreams, and asking Caesar was just to confirm. Trying to change the climate of this place is wrong in the first place. There's nothing wrong with Rayquaza stopping you. I ordered it to do so. Caesar was a little annoyed when he heard what Isis said. It was because of the other party's intervention that his father paid with his life. Suddenly, he didn't care about being afraid and retorted loudly to Isis, "But in ancient times, this area held more than one ceremony to change the climate. Why didn't Rayquaza stop it at that time?" Isis was completely indifferent to Caesar's words, as if the person in front of him was just a little bug and it was not worth getting angry about its roar. He said calmly, "That's because I was asleep, so no one cared, but now I have woken up, everything is different." After a pause, Isis continued, "Ignorance is not a crime. Considering that you know nothing about these, the punishment this time will be lighter." Then, Isis raised his hand to Caesar and didn't take it. Caesar felt the dragon power in his body being drawn out uncontrollably. "My dragon power!" Caesar pounced on Isis, trying to stop him, but a gleam of light flashed in the big eyes of Dream on Isis's shoulder, and then Caesar could not move, and could only let Isis do whatever he wanted. "As a punishment, I will take back this power on behalf of Kyurem and the others. Those who destroy the balance of the world will be punished, remember that." Isis said to everyone. His voice was not loud, but even the people on the city wall not far away could hear it clearly. After saying this, Isis stopped looking at everyone and turned to fly into the air. At this time, Rayquaza had completely dispelled the dark clouds, and when he saw Isis, he immediately shrank his body to meet him. "Let's go," Isis said to Dream, who was lying on his shoulder. Dream nodded, then activated the teleportation, and Isis and the two elves disappeared into the air. Chapter 148 Steel Snake. The desert was filled with smoke and the long river was setting with the sun. At this moment, Xuanjian was sitting on a boulder with Tuoge, admiring the beautiful scenery and enjoying the rare peace after the war. After the arrival of many mythical beasts and Isis, the ambition of the dragon clan was obviously shattered, and they even lost the dragon power that had been passed down for countless years. They no longer had the will to resist the tribal army and finally surrendered. However, the final result was somewhat unexpected. The dragon clan was disbanded and joined the tribe. Xuanjian felt that this was probably because the many mythical beasts and Isis brought a huge shock to everyone, and everyone deeply realized their own insignificance, so naturally they had no intention of fighting for power. Although Isis's behavior can be said to have helped the tribe, such a guy who possessed unimaginable power for humans was a complete alien in everyone's eyes, and was truly worthy of defense. After all, no matter what, the dragon clan was within the acceptable range of everyone, and Isis was beyond people's imagination. Everyone who witnessed that scene, as long as they thought about it, would be afraid that they would be liquidated by the other party one day, but they had no power to resist. So they strangely developed a kind of common hatred with the dragon clan, and this mentality eventually led to their acceptance of the dragon clan as new tribal members. In fact, compared with everyone else, Xuanjian was the most touched. After Isis said his name, Xuanjian remembered who he was and why he looked familiar to him. Then, Xuanjian was terrified. He thought it was just an ancient hero who was not recorded in the original book, but he didn't expect that the other party was a living being and could command the beast. Such a big man was not mentioned in the original book. What was going on? At that moment, Xuanjian couldn't help but feel confused and panic, afraid that the information he had was wrong, and everything he had would be lost as the world changed. Duoge, do you think I am an excellent researcher and trainer? Xuanjian asked Duoge beside him. Of course, is there any need to question this? Duoge asked curiously. I started the journey with you because you were good enough, wasn't it? Well, I mean, if we put aside my knowledge of elves and only look at me personally? I know this idea is a bit strange, but I hope you will think carefully and answer me. Xuanjian stared at Duoge seriously, expecting his answer. What a strange question, why do you want to split these? Duoge said, but he still thought about it seriously, and then said, putting aside your profound knowledge, you are actually not good enough, just a little better than me. Huh? You scared me. Xuanjian glared at Duoge helplessly. After spending some time with Miss Soraya, Duoge also learned bad things. Duoge made a face and said to Xuanjian, I think your thoughts are very mature and unique, different from others, just like a person who has experienced the world. Even if you don't have such profound knowledge, you will be very powerful. Really? Of course. Duoge said affirmatively. Xuanjian let out a long breath and felt that the depression in his heart dissipated a lot. Traveling through time not only brings you an understanding of the world and rich knowledge, but also allows you to think and have vision far beyond your peers. As long as you have one of these, it is enough to achieve success, so what do you have to worry about? At this time, a voice sounded behind the two of them. Although I don't want to disturb you, I really need Miss Duoge's help, so I can only ruin the atmosphere. The two turned around and found Qian standing behind them, looking at them curiously. Duoge said quickly, don't bother us, I'm just enlightening Xuanjian, is there anything I can help with? Qian stopped teasing the two and nodded and said, my onyx was affected by the dragon's wave that day and was seriously injured. Its body became asymmetrical and it was very inconvenient to move. In order to make its body symmetrical, onyx had to constantly use rocks to polish itself, and eventually its body shrunk to only half of its original size. Although this is not a big deal for a Pokémon with rock attributes, it will grow back on its own after a while, but I think it would be better to ask Miss Duoge to help with the conditioning. Can I trouble you for a moment? Of course, no problem. Duoge nodded, I will do some conditioning for onyx so that it can recover as soon as possible. Thank you. Then I won't bother you for now, you continue. Qian thanked sincerely, and then was about to leave. Wait, I have a good suggestion, do you want to listen? Xuanjian stopped Qian and said. What suggestions? Onyx's body is made of rocks, and the source of these rocks is the rocks it usually swallows. Therefore, Onyx's body's strength is greatly affected by the rocks it swallows. If the quality of the swallowed rocks is good enough, doubling the defense is not a problem. I see that your Onyx's original body strength is not very good. Why not take this opportunity to reshape it? Of course. Qian said without hesitation. His Onyx usually eats some ordinary rocks, and its strength is not very good. If he can take this opportunity to reshape its body, it would be great to adjust it. But do you know where there are high-quality rocks? There seems to be no good stones nearby. Of course, follow me. Xuanjian said, and took the lead to walk towards the mineral vein of the Duduli tribe. Qian immediately followed Xuanjian. After discovering that Xuanjian was walking towards the vein, he could not help but said, Vein? Do you mean the ore in the vein? But as far as I know, although those ores can be smelted into iron, the strength of the ore state is not good, and Onyx doesn't like to eat it. What we want to use is not iron ore, but other ores. You will understand soon. Xuanjian said. The two of them soon came to the vein. The tribesmen who were mining immediately saluted when they saw them. In their eyes, the two were heroes who defeated the dragon clan. After Xuanjian saluted them in return, he pointed to the rocks on the mine road next to him and said, let your Onyx eat this ore, it will definitely change its physique. What is this? Qian looked at the ore on the mine road in confusion and asked. This is a kind of associated ore of iron ore, which is very good for Onyx. Don't worry, I read it a lot and won't lie to you. Under Xuanjian's urging, Qian released Onyx with doubts, and let it continue to swallow the rocks that Xuanjian mentioned. After swallowing for a while, Duoga also came to the mine tunnel and brought a box of energy blocks. Every 6 hours, let Onyx swallow a piece of this energy block. This energy block can speed up Onyx's digestion of rocks and greatly shorten the recovery time. Use 3 blocks a day. After this box of energy blocks is used up, Onyx should also recover. Yes, thank you. Xuanjian took the energy blocks from Duoga, counted them, and found that according to Duoga, Onyx would recover in just 3 days, which was much shorter than he expected. At this time, Onyx's speed of swallowing rocks had slowed down. After all, it was not Snorlax and could never be full. Seeing that Onyx slowed down, Xuanjian immediately let it swallow an energy block. As soon as the energy cube entered his stomach, Onyx immediately felt a stream of energy overflowing from the energy cube, which helped his stomach and intestines to quickly digest the rocks in his stomach. He actually felt hungry again very soon. Suddenly, Onyx immediately transformed into Snorlax and ate rocks crazily. 3 days later, after 3 days of hard work, Onyx had returned to its original size, but Akaji was a little unhappy and said to Xuanjian, "Hey, didn't you say that this kind of stone can help Onyx's body become harder? But why do I feel that it is not as good as before?" Then, in order to prove his words, he raised a pick next to him and knocked it against Onyx's body. Suddenly, the stones on the surface of Onyx's body immediately broke like crisp sandstone. This. Xuanjian was a little embarrassed. In fact, eating these stones could increase Onyx's physical strength. It was just a lie. His purpose was to let Onyx evolve into Steelix. Unexpectedly, after eating a lot of ore, Onyx did not evolve, but made its body become crispy. This is embarrassing. How to fool him? Seeing Xuanjian's evasive eyes, Qian immediately guessed that this guy was trying to evade him, and immediately grabbed Xuanjian's collar angrily. "You guy, you said you wouldn't lie to me. Look at Onyx's current state. What do you think we should do? It's not too bad. Maybe the place you just hid is just a special case, or try eating more rocks." Xuanjian, knowing that he was in the wrong, argued. "How could it be a special case?" Qian said, "And it has eaten enough rocks. Miss Duoga's energy block is very effective. Onyx recovered to its normal size last night. I thought it was because Onyx didn't eat enough rocks, so I let it eat a lot, but it didn't work. Onyx, use rock grinding. Let him see how crispy your body is." Onyx nodded and immediately used the rock grinding skill. This skill can make Onyx's body smooth and increase its speed in battle, and it can continuously grind away the fragile rocks on its body when used in normal times, making its body stronger. After Onyx used the rock grinding, the stones on its body immediately fell off like dough. It had no hardness at all. Xuanjian was speechless. He knew that he had really failed this time. Suddenly, a white light came out of Onyx, and the stones on its body fell off more quickly. As the stone skin fell off, a metal Pokémon appeared in everyone's sight. "Evolved," Akaji said in surprise as he looked at the Steelix in front of him with a new look. "That's right, it evolved." Seeing Onyx evolve, Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had not failed yet, but just lacked some conditions. Xuanjian broke away from Akaji's hand, walked up to Steelix and pretended to look at him, then patted Akaji's shoulder and said, "Onyx's evolved form has not been discovered yet. Yours is probably the first evolved Onyx. Well, I took a look and it should be a Pokémon with both steel and ground attributes. Why not call it Steelix? Steel-type defense is much stronger than rock-type defense. Steelix must be stronger than Onyx. See, I said I'm well-read and I won't lie to you." Chapter 149 Farewell and Return. Onyx successfully evolved into Steelix. Xuanjian not only reasonably discovered a new Pokémon evolution, but also completed Joey's entrustment and solved the development problem of the Duduli tribe. After completing their own planning and design for the establishment of the wild wilderness area, Xuanjian and Duoga planned to leave. According to the principle of territoriality, Xuanjian's discovery report on Leaf Pokémon and Steelix has been submitted by Miss Joey on his behalf, and it is estimated that he will receive the reward after returning. Although these two discoveries are not groundbreaking discoveries, the rewards should not be small. As for the video shot by Xuanjian, it is also of high value, but unfortunately in order to avoid Rayquaza, Xuanjian did not take pictures of the 3 dragon beasts, Isis and Dream Advent in Unova. Otherwise the value of that video would be raised to another level. Aren't you going to play for a while? You haven't been to many famous places in Unova yet. Maggie said to Xuanjian and Duoga who were about to leave. In addition to Muleng, Caesar and Xuanjian. There were also 3 holy swordsmen who came to see them off. No, Xuanjian shook his head. Thank you for your hospitality during this period. We have things to do in the Orange Islands. We originally planned to come here for a trip, but we didn't expect to encounter so many things. It's almost time to return, otherwise things over there will be delayed. Then you must come often when you have time in the future. By then, the tribe must have built a wilderness park, and it will definitely not be so depressed. Maggie said, thinking of the prosperous tribe in the future, she couldn't help but smile. Well, definitely. After all, this is my work. The design drawings and development plans of the wilderness area are all from his own hands. Xuanjian believes that the wilderness park, which draws on the experience of many theme parks in his previous life, will definitely be very popular. Then be careful on the road. Maggie couldn't help but remind her. Although she knew that the other party was very strong, they were just 2 children after all, which really made people a little worried. Don't worry. You won't meet arrogant guys like Mulang everywhere. I heard that the airship company deliberately challenged the regulations on the minimum flight altitude and minimum speed of airships because of the last incident. Xuanjian teased Mulang beside Maggie, which immediately made everyone laugh and dispelled a lot of sadness of parting. Mulang also smiled, a little embarrassed, and said to Xuanjian, "Thank you for helping our tribe find a new direction for development. I am deeply sorry for the last offense. By the way, this is for you, just as my apology. Open it and take a look." Mulang handed over a box. Xuanjian took the box and opened it, and found that the inside was similar to the badge box. The difference was that in addition to a bracelet in the center, there were 18 holes around the bracelet, 2 of which had been filled with a purple and a red crystal respectively. This is the bracelet and crystal that are required to launch Z moves. The bracelet is universal, and I have only collected the fire-attributed crystals. In addition, the best crystal after the giant crystal of the Dragon Clan was broken. You only need to concentrate your mind on the bracelet, and the bracelet will resonate with the crystal, absorb natural energy, and help the elves launch Z moves. But I want to remind you that Z moves are a great burden for both elves and trainers, so you must do it within your ability. Otherwise, you have seen the consequences. Thank you. Xuanjian said. Regardless of the value of this gift, Mulang gave him the fire-pure crystal that he could also use. This is a great thought. I hope to see you and Sister Maggie have a baby next time I see you. I can take him as my apprentice. Xuanjian teased. Through this incident, Mulang has successfully cleared his identity and gained people's recognition because of his excellent performance in leading the tribal army, and his underground love affair with Maggie that has been hidden for many years can also come to the sun, and the two are about to get married. Being teased by Xuanjian, Mulang was not embarrassed at all, but said solemnly, "Well, I will try my best. I must have more children, so that you can collect a lot of land in the future." Mulang's words made Maggie blush with shame, and she immediately used the 2 fingers and skill on Mulang's waist. Mulang immediately took a breath of cold air, and everyone immediately laughed. Who wants to have a baby with a shameless guy like you? Maggie twisted the soft flesh on Mulang's waist and scolded. If not with me, who will you have a baby with? You still say. Spare my life. Ignoring the 2 little ones flirting, Qian said, contact us more when you have time in the future. Compared with Mulang, he is much more miserable. Joey has not given a clear response to his pursuit so far, but there is no other closer opposite sex around Joey. Xuanjian thinks that if things continue to develop, this guy will either get the beauty or be a lifelong male bestie. Well, you should also work hard. Xuanjian sincerely wished this comrade who had fought side by side with him. Finally, Caesar said goodbye to the 2. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you before. Caesar said, with a faint expression on his face, obviously still lingering in the blow of his father's death and the deprivation of the power of inheritance. The Dragon Clan no longer exists, so I can't give you too much compensation. These things are not worth much, so I'll give them to you. Caesar handed over a book in a box of energy cubes. This book records many unique energy cube formulas, but unfortunately these energy cubes are very difficult to make, so it is difficult to promote them, so these formulas are not valuable. This is the energy cube I gave you last time, and its formula is also in this book. This kind of energy cube has a low success rate even for master level figures. There is only 1 box in the family, so I'll give it to you together. Thank you. Xuanjian took Caesar's gift and said politely that no matter how many conflicts he had with this guy, they were all in the past. In the future, the other party will no longer be a person at the same level as himself. In this case, why not be more generous? And this? Caesar handed over another box, which contained some medicine and a recipe. It was the medicine that stimulated vitality. I hesitated for a long time whether to give it to you. After all, this thing has harmed many people and is a bit unlucky. But in the end I decided to give it to you. Of course, I hope you will never need it. Xuanjian hesitated for a moment, and finally took the banned drug from Caesar. Although the side effects of this thing are terrible, if the moment comes when he needs to fight desperately, it can also be a trump card to turn the tables. Moreover, Xuanjian himself possesses the power of Changpan and can control his vitality to a certain extent. Maybe he can improve this drug. After Caesar, there were 3 holy swordsmen. After the surrender of the Dragon Clan, they were naturally released from the prison ball and regained their freedom. Xuanjian also asked them about Isis, but unfortunately they knew nothing about it. After all, they are just legendary elves, not even the lowest level beasts. Xuanjian and Duoga gave them a hug respectively, and when it was Bilijan's turn, Xuanjian asked, "Really, don't you consider cooperating with me to conduct some observation and research?" Everyone is very curious about this. Hearing Xuanjian's words, Bilijan suddenly felt a chill between his legs. Resisting the urge to stab the other party to death with a sword, Bilijan shook his head decisively. "No, I don't think this research has any value." "That's such a pity." Xuanjian sighed, and at the same time his eyes kept looking between Bilijan's legs. Feeling Xuanjian's gaze, Bilijan retreated again and hid behind his 2 companions who were unaware of the truth. At this time, the sound of propellers rang out in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw an airship flying from the horizon and slowly slowing down to land. This was the airship that Xuanjian and Duoga took last time. After contacting the captain, the other party agreed to take the 2 of them on the way back, saving the 2 from having to run to the airship station to take the airship. "Everyone, the airship has arrived, we're leaving first, take care of yourselves," Xuanjian and Duoga said. "Take care. P.S. It's not a waste of words, but because these people probably won't appear again, so write it in detail." Chapter 150, Durian Gym. With the blessings and gifts from everyone, Xuanjian and Duoga quickly returned to the Orange Islands by airship. Since the landing site of the airship was closer to Liugan Island, Xuanjian and Duoga went to Liugan Island to challenge first. Liugan Gym is located in Liugan Hotel. The owner is Liuli, the North Star, who is also the hostess of Liugan Hotel. Challengers and accompanying personnel can get a free 1-night stay in a luxury suite. After a night's rest, Xuanjian officially started the challenge of Liugan Gym. The competition venue is located on the 1st floor of the hotel. Many tourists come here to stay just to watch the challenge. At this time, the Orange Islands have entered the peak season for tourism. When Xuanjian arrived, the audience seats were already full of spectators. The game is a 2 versus 2 doubles match. When all the elves on one side lose their combat effectiveness, the game ends. "Is there any problem?" Liuli said to Xuanjian. "No problem." "Okay, let's get started," Liuli said as she took out the Pokeball. "Come out, Alakazam, Giragara." Seeing the other party release the Pokemon, Xuanjian did not neglect and also released the Pokemon. Go, Charizard, Leafa. As soon as Leafa appeared, it immediately attracted people's attention. The report submitted by Xuanjian has been passed in the Alliance, but most people still don't know what this Pokemon is, and some people even think it is just a Pokemon from other regions. Leafa? Is this the newly discovered Eevee evolution? It looks cute. As the gym leader, Liuli obviously couldn't be as ignorant as others. Although she didn't know much about Leafa, she still knew the general information. Yes, it's the grass-type evolution of Eevee. Not only does it look cute, but it's also very powerful. Xuanjian reminded. Then I'll have to learn from you. I won't hold back against special challengers, so you go first. Please give me your guidance. Xuanjian was not polite and immediately ordered, Leaflet, use Sunny Day, Charizard, spray flame. A dazzling ball of light burst out of Leaflet's mouth, immediately illuminating the entire duel venue. Charizard and Leaflet, bathed in the light, received a bonus of Sunny Day at the same time, which was why these 2 Pokemon were chosen to form a team. Well done. Alakazam, use Light Wall to block Charizard's attack, Gara, use Bone Boomerang to attack Leaflet. Seeing that the opponent was not the kind of trainer who is not familiar with doubles, Liuli also took it seriously and launched an attack. Seeing that Charizard's Jet of Flames was blocked by the light wall, and Gara also launched a special attack, Xuanjian immediately ordered, Leaf Elf, use Leaf Blade to hit the Bone Boomerang back. Charizard use Wings to attack Alakazam. Leaf Elf's Leaf Blade accurately chopped the Bone Boomerang, chopped Garagara's Bone Boomerang back rapidly, and Garagara, who was connected to it, almost dropped it. Looking at the Charizard rushing over, Liuli knew that she couldn't resist it, and immediately ordered, Alakazam, use Telekinesis to stop Charizard. Garagara, protect Alakazam. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Leaf Elf, Flash of Lightning, attack Alakazam. For Alakazam, who is extremely dependent on superpowers, his body is too weak to withstand any physical attack. He actually positioned Charizard as a special attacker, and let it use Wings to attack just to deceive the opponent. After all, compared with a petite Leaf Elf, Charizard's huge body is more deterrent. There are Pokémons who can match the speed of Leaf Elf in the sunny state, but they are obviously not on the field. After receiving the order, Leaf Elf immediately turned into a shadow and rushed towards Alakazam, who is using illusion on Charizard. Garagara tried to block it, but Leaf Elf made a nimble jump, jumped over the heads of the two, avoided Garagara's block, and hid Alakazam from behind. Reflection Wall. At the critical moment, Alakazam opened a reflection wall behind him to block Leaf Elf's attack. After seeing Alakazam was safe, Liuli breathed a sigh of relief. She still underestimated her opponent. In addition, she did not have enough information. She did not expect that the petite and cute Leaf Elf could be so fast. Fortunately, her Alakazam had already mastered multitasking and could use multiple skills at the same time. Alakazam, teleport. Liuli ordered. Now Alakazam and Garagara were sandwiched by Charizard and Leaf Elf from the front and back. The position was very unfavorable and had to be changed. After hearing the order, Alakazam's eyes flashed with a gleam, and then he moved to the other side of the field with Garagara, getting rid of the attack of Charizard and Leaf Elf. After getting rid of the opponent's attack, Liuli did not attack immediately, but stared at Leaf Elf and thought. Leaf Elf was a new elf, and she didn't know it. But although the opponent used Sunny Day, he didn't use the Grass-type ultimate move Sunshine, so he obviously didn't learn this skill. If Sunny Day was used just to increase the power of Charizard, it seemed a bit wasteful, so Sunshine must have other uses. Thinking of this, Liuli's eyes lit up, guessing that it should be related to the characteristics of Leaf Elf. On the other side, Xuanjian felt a little regretful after seeing the opponent break away from the encirclement. Leaf Elf was just a little bit away from hitting Alakazam. With Alakazam's fragile body, he would be seriously injured if he was hit by Leaf Elf. Although it was a pity, Xuanjian quickly put away his regret and launched a new round of attack. Leaflet, Leaf Blade, Charizard, spray fire again. Leaflet appeared in front of Alakazam and Garagara at lightning speed again, and Charizard also sprayed fire to attack Garagara, who wanted to help Alakazam. Seeing this, Liuli immediately ordered, Alakazam, switch positions, Garagara, block Leaflet's attack first, then use Heavy Stomp. Under the effect of the skill, Alakazam and Garagara swapped positions, and Garagara, who had higher physical defense, defended against physical attacks, while Alakazam, who had higher special defense, blocked Charizard's fire attack. This tactical application was perfect. Garagara's Bone Stick blocked Leaflet's Leaf Blade, but it was slightly inferior in strength and still suffered some damage, but not serious. After blocking Leaflet's Leaf Blade, Garagara immediately raised his foot and stomped down heavily, launching the skill Heavy Stomp. Although it was small, the skills of Garagara were still very powerful. The ground immediately rose and fell under its skills, which greatly affected the Leaf Elf. At this time, Liuli ordered again, now, Alakazam, swap characteristics. I didn't let Alakazam use the special skills directly before because I was afraid that the Leaf Elf would be too fast to dodge. At this time, the Leaf Elf was affected by Garagara's heavy stomping, which was a good time to swap characteristics. Oh no! Xuanjian cried secretly. The Leaf Elf's high speed was completely supported by its characteristics. If it lost its characteristics, the Leaf Elf's speed advantage would no longer exist. However, Xuanjian was powerless to stop this situation. Charizard was not next to the Leaf Elf and could not block this move for the Leaf Elf. The leaf elf was also affected by the heavy stomping and its speed was greatly reduced, so it was impossible to avoid it. Alakazam had used telekinesis to float in the air before, so it was not affected by Giragra's skills at all. After Liuli gave the order, he immediately used the characteristic swap on the leaf elf. A purple beam of light shot out from Alakazam's chest and hit the leaf elf, connecting the two elves together. Then the green on the leaf elf's body gradually faded, while Alakazam gradually turned green. The characteristics were successfully exchanged. After exchanging characteristics, the speed of Alakazam and the leaf elf changed again. Before they could adapt to the new speed, Giragra took this opportunity to launch a self-sacrificing collision with the leaf elf. Leaf elf, block the leaf blade. Charizard, prepare to rescue. Seeing Giragra's action, Xuanjian ordered hurriedly. Upon hearing the order, the leaf elf endured the discomfort of its body and reluctantly used the leaf blade to chop at Giragra. However, it was not in good condition and could not block Giragra's attack at all. The leaf blade that chopped on the opponent's bone mask did not completely block the opponent, and then it was knocked back by Giragra. Seeing the leaf elf being knocked back, Charizard quickly dived and caught the leaf elf to prevent it from suffering greater damage. Then it tilted its neck and sprayed a stream of fire at the enemy. Seeing the flame sprayed by Charizard, Alakazam rushed forward and wanted to block Charizard's attack for Giragra, but what he didn't expect was that the flames exploded in the air and turned into a huge flame vortex, trapping it in Giragra. Well done, Charizard, keep defending. Leaf elf, use photosynthesis. The opponent's Giragra seemed to have the characteristics of a stone head, which was immune to the counter-injury caused by skills. It didn't seem to be a big problem. But Leaf Elf was hurt and had to recover. Seeing Leaf Elf wantonly absorbing sunlight to recover, Liuli didn't dare to neglect it. The most troublesome thing about physical attack Pokémon is that they don't consume much energy. Unless they are knocked down, they can continue to attack for a long time. If Leaf Elf recovers its physical strength, then this battle will be deadlocked again. Alakazam, use teleportation to attack Leaf Elf. Liuli ordered. The flame vortex has a strong binding force on the Pokémon trapped inside. Alakazam can escape by teleporting himself, but he can't escape with Giragra. In order to stop Leaf Elf, Alakazam had to come out first. After gaining the chlorophyll characteristics, Alakazam's speed increased greatly. He escaped from the vortex of flames the moment he received the order and came to the front of the leaf spirit. Xuanjian hurriedly ordered, Charizard, Shadow Claw. Alakazam, use the position exchange, Giragra, another self-sacrificing collision. Liuli raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. Special attacker Alakazam was undoubtedly not suitable for close-range attacks. The reason why she let it go first was just a feint. The real attack was launched by Giragra. Alakazam's figure blurred for a while, and then Giragra appeared at its original position and faced Charizard's Shadow Claw. Although Giragra was much smaller than Charizard, it was not inferior in strength. The full-strength attack it launched was far more powerful than Charizard's Shadow Claw. After the two elves collided, Charizard, which was larger in size, was actually knocked away by Giragra, and the leaf spirit behind Charizard was also implicated, and the recovery skill was interrupted by Charizard flying back. Charizard, Leaf Elf. Xuanjian looked at the two elves lying on the ground with concern. Although they did not lose their fighting power, they were both seriously injured. Your elves have a preliminary cooperation, but you are not proficient in doubles. Liuli said, but you also have to thank the characteristics of your elves, otherwise, with Alakazam's original speed, it would not be enough to complete such a beautiful attack. Alakazam was originally very fast, and with the characteristics of chlorophyll, his speed directly reached a terrifying level. Damn it! Charizard, Leaf Elf, stand up quickly and let the other party see our strength. Xuanjian encouraged loudly. Hearing Xuanjian's encouragement, Leaf Elf and Charizard struggled to stand up. Xuanjian hurriedly ordered, Charizard, use Burn Up. Leaf Elf protects Charizard and uses skills. The flame on Charizard's tail burned fiercely, entering the fierce fire state, and then raised its head to launch the strongest attack it could use at present. Burn Up. The power of Burnout is totally incomparable to that of Flame Jet. After Charizard used Burnout, the blazing flames immediately engulfed Alakazam and Giragra. The temperature of the entire competition venue rose a lot under the scorching flames. Although there was a light wall to defend against the flames, the high temperature caused by the flames could not be eliminated, which was very fatal to Alakazam, who was physically fragile. Liuli immediately ordered, Alakazam, use Destruction Beam to counterattack. Alakazam struggled to send out a golden ray of light, facing the flames ejected by Charizard, suppressing and weakening it. The two continued to consume each other, and finally successfully prevented the temperature on the field from rising continuously. In the end, Destruction Beam and Burnout exhausted their power at the same time and dissipated into the air. Well done, Alakazam. Giraga, rush up and use the headbutt on Charizard. Liuli looked at Charizard, who was panting heavily after using Burnout, and ordered Giraga, wanting to establish victory in one fell swoop. After receiving the order, Giraga immediately rushed towards Charizard, and Leaf Elf also rushed up to stop Giraga. Seeing Leaf Elf leave Charizard, Alakazam also recovered from the skill stiffness, and Liuli immediately ordered, Alakazam, teleport, and then exchange positions. Alakazam nodded, and immediately used teleport to come to Charizard, and then launched a position exchange to exchange Giraga, but suddenly, the light in the sky dimmed, and the skill Sunny Day ended. Affected by this, Alakazam's body couldn't help but stiffen, and the skill failed to activate. Good opportunity, Charizard, Shadow Claw. Xuanjian saw Alakazam's body stiffen and ordered immediately. The competition place is indoors, and Sunny Day completely relies on the energy emitted by Eevee, so the duration is naturally not as good as in real sunlight. Fortunately, it is indoors, otherwise the skill will last for a while, and I will lose. Charizard, who had been suppressed by Alakazam's speed before, finally had a chance to counterattack, and of course he would not let it go. It immediately raised its claws and slapped Alakazam hard, making it fly up. Then, it ignited flames and launched a flash charge at Alakazam again. Under Charizard's angry blow, Alakazam fell to the ground and completely lost his fighting power. Beautiful, next I give up. Liuli said, interrupting Xuanjian's next words. Alakazam, who was in control of the game, had lost his fighting power, but the opponent's Pokémon did not fall down, so there was little point in fighting. Give up. Xuanjian was stunned for a moment before reacting. He couldn't help but shout happily, we won. Well done, Charizard, Leaf Pokémon. Looking at the excited Xuanjian, Liuli walked over with a smile and handed Xuanjian a badge and 2 skill machines. Your Pokémon are well trained, but your Pokémon cooperation and doubles needs to be improved. Yes, thank you. Xuanjian thanked. In this game, he completely relied on the powerful strength of the Pokémon to force the victory. There was indeed not much cooperation between the Pokémons, and they did not play the essence of 1+1 being greater than in doubles. He really needs to improve. I have a cold and am not feeling well, so this is just one update. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.